Courage Mozzie is one of them. This is Jason Sisson. It has to go through Hollywood. It has to go through Sterry, who's going to throw a dime here. These guys are key to winning this championship, and they're chasing it. They need it bad. This is to start off BIC's brand new dynasty. They lose here, it's back to the drawing board. They win here, they are now the team to beat in this new A7 era.
And that's what's great, Matt. It all comes down to this game for this season, at least for BIC. Undefeated so far, but if they don't win today, it's all for naught.
Certainly agree, and we're seeing here the dynamic BIC offense. Jason Sisson really carrying the weight, guys, and taking a look at this. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Corey Hammond at the end there. That's big Rob Fabian. When we look at the game today and we look at what's coming ahead, the U walking into 2021, back-to-back championships in the last 3 A7FL championships, going after a third straight title. Everybody felt like it was going to be 2021 all over again. The U come in, they destroy everything, they walk over everybody, and that's how they get here. But in week 3, they took a left hook to the mouth against the Trenton BIC, completely unable to follow up the week after against the Rare Breed. Rob, you've played on the U in 2021. Corey, you've played against the U in 2022 and prior to that many a time. What do you think changed in the offseason in terms of the mentality to where the first 2 weeks were kind of easy sledding, but then after that, everything became a lot harder, a lot faster, and sometimes it felt like they couldn't catch up?
Heaviest is the head that wears the crown. You can't be at the top for so long without sliding down just a little bit. And that's really what happened to the U. I mean, there's a comfort up there. Last year, when I was on the team, we went undefeated. And they've been undefeated for 3 seasons, counting last year. These other teams are trying to figure out how to beat them now. Teams are putting themselves together just to beat the U. So that's what BIC ended up doing. They actually had a team who were not afraid of these guys, have the speed, have the talent, have the attitude, have the strength to match up in each position. And this year we saw it. We saw them lose to 2 different teams, as a matter of fact. 2 teams that were able to put it together to beat the U.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. And Corey, what about you? You taking a look from the quarterback perspective, you know, Quattro Huffin, the best quarterback in the A7FL for many a year. And we'll see the U so far this season. How did you take them early, and here we see them in week 1 against the Snow
Well,
Tribe?
and if 2022 for BIC was all about redemption and beating this U team, 2022 for the U was refining who they are.
Right.
Because Rob said it best, you know, heaviest is the head that wears a crown. They've been the top and the class of this league for so long that I think what happens is teams combine themselves to try to take advantage of some of your perceived weaknesses.
Right.
Every single week is a Super Bowl, in essence, for the other team, and you're going to get their best, you know, performance that they're going to have all season because they want to be the team that beats the U. So the U had to find out who they were, who this year. And in the beginning of the season, I think they had some struggles with a little bit of the defenses, is that either personnel that they were putting out or packages they were putting out. But what they've done is their 2022 mantra was to win the championship. Right. So even though they lost against BIC, they lost against the Rare Breed, they're exactly where they expected to be, right. And they're back on track in this playoff run, more of a 50-50 on offense, and their defense has been dominant. So, you know, if you're looking at the story for the 2022 Patterson U, it all comes down to today as well. So as much as this game means for BIC, it means even more, I think, for the U, because that dynasty is teetering on either extending or maybe even ending, guys, today.
To continue off of what you're saying, it's a changing of the garb.
It could be.
The U is the old garb. There's a lot of vets, old blood on that team. BIC, it's a lot of new blood, fresh faces. It's a changing of the garb.
If they win.
If BIC wins
is
today,
able to do that, and if
BIC
not,
wins
then
today,
they got to go back to the
has
drawing
to give them the torch now.
Yep.
If BIC loses, you have to allow the vets to still reign supreme.
And when we return here on the A7FL Championship pregame show, we'll speak with a man who's been on the same sideline as both of these men. One of them a little more recently. We will speak with Mo Ramadan from the Patterson U as we are counting down to who will walk out with the A7FL crown here on Stadium. We are back live. Here it's the A7FL Championship as the Patterson U prepare to take on the undefeated Trenton BIC at Asbury Park Stadium. You see the teams getting ready out on the field. A beautiful day for football. I'm your host, Matt Ryan, joined here by Corey Hammond, and someone who knows a little bit about playing in championship games, making his 6th championship appearance in the A7FL, looking for a 3rd ring on this finger. It is Mo Ramadan. Mo, thank you so much for being here, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me, baby.
And Corey, if you know anything about Mo Ramadan, you know it's about being on the wrong side of him coming across the line.
Yeah, so it's not about me, though, today. It's about you. And you've been here since about 1 o'clock getting ready for this game. I think you're more locked in than the usual player. Just give me a little bit of a preview into what your mindset is coming in against this BIC team and what maybe the new additions to your playoff defensive roster are going to mean against this passing game.
I mean, BIC is BIC, man. You know, I respect them. They got young talent, and, you know, we know what it is, man. Ashanti, Courage, Sterry, you know, Kassan, all the role players. But, you know, it's another game for me, man. You know, I've been here before, not my first rodeo, and I play my role, do what I need to do. As far as the players that we added, you know, we have a bunch of players that play their role, and whenever the number's called, we do what we need to do.
Well, you've been getting in these backfields in the playoffs, and we've been calling your name, Big Mo Ramadan, long live Palestine. So my thing is we also talked a little bit about what you got going on at home, and just to give your daughter a shout out, you know, you're playing with a little bit of heavy heart. What else does this sanctuary of the football field mean to you today?
It's my getaway. I do have a 21-month-old daughter who is diagnosed with a terminal and fatal brain disorder. So, you know, just I've been playing for her all year, and, you know, it's my getaway. So any chance I get a chance to play for her and speak about her and represent her, I'll do that.
Well, and I always want to just bring her up because we all love her here at the A7FL family. We want to give our love and heart and prayers to you. But let's get down to business now. Let's get down to business.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, you're coming in. You have probably more championship experience than anybody on this field, maybe in the history of A7FL world. One of the things that we'll talk about in this game is the balance on the offense for you guys. And since you're not on the field, you get to watch a lot of that. What do you hope for from your quarterback, Quattrell Huffin, in the way that he calls this game offensively? And do you ascribe to the 50-50 nonsense, or do you want to see your offense just go for the jugular every play?
Huff just got to be Huff, man. Everybody knows what it is, and everybody knows who Huff is. MVP quarterbacks, you know, A7 championship quarterback. Huff just got to be Huff. We go as far as he takes us, and, you know, I think.
Well, and if Huff's Huff, what do you think? Is Sterry going to be Sterry today, or is Sterry more likely to be the Sterry from last year, based on what you've seen in the playoffs and this season?
Tune in.
Tune in.
And just the mindset of this team walking into the season. As opposed to 2021, you guys were world beaters. As you were getting deeper into 2022, we started to see that edge back. How did it feel going in, being the perennial favorites, to being the underdog and the 5th seed?
What was it like to lose once? I do a lot of it all season long. I'm just wondering, maybe for you, what was it like that one and that second time?
It's humility, man. And you know, my mantra is, if you respect the game of football, it's going to respect you. So, you know, the goal is the goal isn't to go undefeated. The goal is to win a championship, and we set ourselves in position to do that today. We don't care about, you know, undefeated seasons, nothing like that. We just want to win. We want to win championships, and that's what we're here to do.
And you know what, Mo, thank you so much. And we're gonna do something now that might get you mad. We're gonna talk about the BIC, and we're gonna take a look at some highlights
It'll be all right.
of the
we'll
BIC.
Talk about you enough today.
A prediction from you for today.
I'm out of here.
That was a good joke.
That was a good one. Big Mo Ramadan. We'll see him at kickoff, at throw-off at 4 p.m. There was actually someone practicing kicks today during practice, and it was the weirdest thing I have ever seen in my life. But let's take a look at the team.
It was a leg stretch.
Let's take a look at this BIC B-roll, because on the other side of the commercial, we're going to be talking with Corey Price, CP3. But let's take a look at some of those we'll take a look live now at the field. And let's take a look at these BIC highlights. And we got the fancy new championship graphic today. This offense predicated on the arm of Sterry Codrington walking into this year, and a more diversified offense, Corey, more than just Ashante Worthy from a year ago.
Well, and we mentioned it a couple times in the broadcast last week when BIC had the rematch against the Gators. In the Final Four of the 2021 playoff season, this BIC offense looked a lot different than it did in the regular season this year. They had only attempted 2 passes and allowed Sterry Codrington, the quarterback's legs, as well as Courage Mosey and their stable of running backs' legs to carry them to victory and get them into the championship. Well, this year has all been about the experience and the jump in confidence for Sterry Codrington, who went from a capable thrower that was a great runner to, in my opinion, guys, the best pure passer in the league when he's on. And if he's able to mix that athleticism, finding lanes and exploding downfield, as well as finding this bunch of wide receivers, this group of explosive wide receivers, who maybe the fourth guy is Umar Butter Lewis coming out of the slot, scoring touchdowns. You see Courage coming out of the backfield. It's going to be a long day for whoever's playing defense against this team. Not to mention a U defense that had trouble in their 2 previous matchups. It's going to be a great day of football, especially if Sterry can find his receivers in the air.
And averaging 259 yards, rushing 286 yards passing, 454 total yards, Corey, against the Patterson U in 2 games this season. But when we return here on the A7FL pregame show, we are going to be speaking with a man who also knows a little bit something about A7FL championships. He's dynamic on either side of the ball and on the microphone. He might have the nicest eyes in all of pro football. It's Corey Price on the other side of this one. It's the A7FL pregame on Stadium.
That is an intro.
Oh, wow. That was awesome.
That is an intro. That is an intro. I want BIC, and I'm going to call BIC here. I think that, in my opinion, Sterry's going to throw the ball a lot better than he did 2 weeks ago. I think once you find those guys a couple of times, then everything's just fucked as far as the defensive scheme.
We're ready for the game now, but we're counting it down now. It's the pregame show here on Stadium. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond. And joining us here in the booth, we had Big Rob Fabian swap out because we needed an unbiased conversation, according to the internet. With this man right here, he's an A7FL champion, an MVP, and if there is a Hall of Fame for the A7FL, he is going to be one of the ones lining the halls.
Appreciate you.
Of of the Sayreville Hall of Fame. It is CP3 Corey Price, a man who plays all positions. He is the universal Swiss Army knife of the A7FL. Corey, how does this championship feel as opposed to all the other ones you've played in this league?
I would say, honestly, this one has the feel of confidence. I feel like our first championship, since we lost to the Chiefs earlier in the year and they blew us out, we wasn't going in there worried about what we were going to lose, but we wasn't as confident. You know, when you get blown out by a team, you obviously had to prepare a little bit more. My second championship against the U, the 2020, when I played for the Hawks. Be honest with you, we probably knew we were going to lose, just being real with you. Last year, we thought we were going to win, but the inexperience that we had last year with a rookie quarterback and rookie players and whatnot, and the transition from me to Sterry, I say in his second year right now, like I said it before, in my second year, he's put all the pieces together now, and we have the confident team that we know we can come out here and defeat the U like we already did twice earlier in the season.
And
yeah.
Go ahead.
And a lot of people have talked about, and whether it's in our circles or wherever this "they" is coming from, but the conversation has been consistently about it's hard to beat the U 3 times, and the one side of that argument does make sense because when you talk about beating a very good team, the more times you play against them, maybe it'll even out. But I would like to maybe feature the fact that you guys have already beaten this team twice.
Exactly.
The first game, the U will tell you that. In a private moment that, yeah, they lost. Now, they give the excuses that, our guys weren't there, all these other things. But then the second game was with money on the line for the New Jersey Championship, and they also lost that game.
Double digits.
A lot of people are trying to turn that into a negative. It sounds like for BIC, Carl Meisner, guys over there, Kent Stansbury, you guys seem to have turned that 2-0 against the U into a positive coming into this game.
Yeah, definitely. We're not playing that scenario, it's hard to beat a team twice or 3 times. No. We beat you guys twice, and we're going to beat you guys a third time for this championship, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Now, coming out of the Final Four, you guys won 38-6, but it felt like the U were playing more aggressive football against the rare breed. You guys, despite the 38-6 win against the Gators, weren't the same dynamic offense you were all year. The defense showed up. Verardi and Columbia, that entire defense were there, but the offense felt half a pace off.
Well, since I am on the sideline and playing on the team, I can personally address that. I would say, as far as the offense, I say we were pressing a little too much. Just off the, once again, confidence, we're never going to go to the championship, so we can just go out here and lollygag and do whatever. That's why you're seeing the increase of a defensive effort, because we knew we had to carry the offense at one point of the game.
I mean, Soltis was one of the ones that stepped up and scored for you guys. So, shout out to
one of the greatest plays in A7FL playoff history.
So I feel like we played a more complete game against the Gators. So now we know that we're ready for the U. We can help each other. If the offense slacks, the defense is coming. The defense slacks, we know the offense got it. So I feel like we needed that last week. And I would say since the U, when they played Rare Breed last week, they had to play them more physical because Rare Breed beat them earlier in the year. So the U had something to prove. So I would say that's the reason why they play more aggressive against Rare Breed rather than us knowing deep down we were going to beat the Gators, not trying to disrespect them because they're an awesome team, championship team. But we just knew that the odds were stacked against them, and we had better talent.
And we as an audience, I think also, people just love the offensive game of football. We talk about BIC's offense all the time. It was absolutely on display against the Gators 2 weeks ago. Last note, what is different about this BIC defense and their pass rush that's going to give Huff a tough time?
I would say just definitely aggression. And I know that might sound simple to most people, but if you are an aggressive football team and you have an aggressive defense that's willing to hit and willing to collide with anyone, that's going to take you a long way. Like they say, defense wins championships.
And today's the championship, so we'll see.
Well, let's see. As Lawrence Taylor once said, the defense has got to go out there like a bunch of crazed dogs and have some fun. Will the BIC defense be able to do that? Will this man get another chip? Will this man get another Herff Jones ring right there on the ring finger? We're going to find out on the other side of this break. It's the A7FL Championship. We're counting down the throw-off here on Stadium
luck, Mark.
As Europe once said, it is the final countdown to the A7FL Championship here in Asbury Park Stadium in Asbury Park, New Jersey. A beautiful day for football. You are looking live across the water from us, or a bunch of homes I can't afford. But I can afford to be here with you, my third A7FL Championship, and I'm joined by two of my favorite human beings walking the planet. It is my quarterback, Corey Hammond, and the man blocking the line, Big Rob Fabian. And guys, we are 5 minutes away from throw-off. During the commercial break, we saw the coin toss go down. The Patterson U have won the toss, and they are deferring until the second half, which means Ashante Worthy or Trey Cohen or Jalen Crooms are getting the ball first. And because we don't know what Carl Meisner and Kenny Stansbury have in their bag of tricks.
You got to start the game off hot. You got to give it to Hollywood, man.
Yeah, but the U is the one team that has one player that can throw it out of this Asbury Park Stadium into South Delaware. So it'll be landing in Abyssinia. But so that'll be an interesting matchup to see if they choose to even throw it to Ashante Worthy or whoever's out there. But yeah, as the clock ticks further down to football, guys, I am both elated and almost sad because, unfortunately, as great as this football is, this is going to be the last 3 hours to get of it this year.
This is the last one.
If you're at home, get your beers, take care of the bathroom situation.
Yep.
We're going to have a great day of football. That's a magician right there.
Yeah, there's
Houdini Huff.
Huff has done so many magical things, especially this year, at times with not awesome offensive line play. Hint, hint, Rob. That's why you got so many text messages. It's going to be one of the key factors to this game is how the U blocks for Huff against this crazy BIC pass rush, because they come with Berardi, Master Chief, Casey Fennessy, K-Wack, and then they throw CP3 in there just to have a 4-3-40 guy. It's going to be insane to see that matchup.
And, gentlemen, we have 2 minutes until the top of the hour. 2 minutes till throw-off. If you have a friend right now who's sitting at home doing nothing, or if they're at brunch, I don't care if they're with their mom, grandma, girlfriend, personal shopper, I don't care. You send them a text message. You let them know. Go to watchstadium.com. Watch live. Stop what you're doing unless you're driving. Please stop. Go to the side of the road. But the A7FL Championship is coming up in just moments, and I need your predictions. Big Rob, who's walking out with a chip?
Corey, who's walking out with a chip?
Rob told us before the broadcast what he's going to pick, but his heart won't let him go away from the wing. What I'm going to say is this, that these two teams had 120 minutes, guys, to prove who was better. And in those 120 minutes, although it vacillated back and forth at times, most of those 120 minutes so far this year, BIC was the better roster, the better team, and even though Huff is a magician and a great player, the better quarterback. If Sterry Codrington is that elusive dynamo that can throw accurate passes, BIC wins this game, and that's my pick. Rob.
Matt, who's your pick?
And we are out of time with the A7FL pregame show. We are seconds away from throw-off. If you have anything else going on, you stop what you're doing. Tell everyone you know this is for the real championship of spring football, and we decide who walks out with the chip in moments now on Stadium.
To prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless.
Hello again, everyone, from Asbury Park Stadium in Asbury Park, New Jersey. They had 120 minutes to decide it in the regular season and in the playoffs, as my friend Corey Hammond just said. But now it is time for the final 60 minutes to decide who walks out with a few extra grand, and more importantly, their name etched into the history of the American Sevens Football League. It's the number 5 Patterson U taking on the undefeated number 1 seed Trenton BIC. The A7FL Championship starts now here on Stadium. Hello again, my friends. I am Matt Ryan, joined alongside the eponymous Corey Hammond and the man blocking the line, Big Rob Fabian. And gentlemen, it is time to decide an A7FL champion. And in just about 3 minutes, we will see who walks out with the ball first, and it's the BIC. We talked about it during the pregame show. It is dangerous to give Ashante Worthy the ball, but Corey Hammond, you brought up the man with the strongest arm in the A7FL, Quattrell Huff.
Yeah, he puts me to shame. I'm pretty excited if I can get it 60. He throws it 85 on a line and hits upright. So if there's one, and we get into the scheme of it, if there's one way to maybe counteract how elusive and explosive Ashante Worthy can be in these, what we call the kickoff 3-on-1s, where you're forced to give that guy an opportunity with the ball, and he has scored on what seems like 50% of those opportunities.
Right, over 50.
The one way to kind of neutralize that as far as scheme is to throw it out of the end zone. But what we've seen in the first 2 matchups, guys, is sometimes this U team, whether it's smart or a little foolhardy, they don't always decide to do that. So we might get some fireworks early, and we might get to see some Hollywood action as soon as this game starts.
I'm expecting to see a little bit of huss, a little bit of crams. I'm expecting to see a lot. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot in this game, and I think you should too. Just hold on to your seats, guys. It's going to get real exciting.
Buckle up.
Yeah, if you've never watched the A7FL before, it is 7-on-7. No pads, no helmets, all action football. 15-minute quarters, traditional quarters, but the clock runs until the end of the quarter unless we are under 2 minutes in the second and fourth quarter when plays go out of bounds or there is a dropped pass, an incomplete pass. And folks, if you like kicking, I'm sorry, but you're about to see the most exciting play in all of professional football when we return. It's the 3-on-1 throw-off. Get ready for Hollywood. The Patterson U and the Trenton BIC may be the most entrenched rivalry in the modern A7FL, and right now the Patterson U will try to stay undefeated. Try to stay undefeated in the last 2 championship games after taking 2 losses to the Trenton BIC so far this season. And it looks like the BIC are set to throw off. We might have gotten wrong information on the throw-off. It might have been the BIC getting the ball at the half. And the BIC will throw the ball, and it will be number 7, Kyle Ward, returning, and that one will bounce out of play inside the end zone.
And they're lucky. The ruling is you have to throw the 3-on-1 throw-off just like a normal 11-on-11 football kickoff inbounds. So that bounces near the sideline. Smart play by Kyle Ward to allow it to potentially go out of bounds, give himself a running start at the 25. But it somehow found its way all the way in the end zone for a touchback.
Somehow, some way.
That's a great start for the BIC special teams, as those 3-on-1s, regardless of who's back there and what information we get. So the U will start 1st and 10, 20-yard line.
Big bodies out there. I'm seeing some really important players here that I think are going to make a huge difference when this is all said and done.
And it's actually Moon starting at quarterback.
An interesting shift here. They might be trying to break that pass-heavy BIC defense with a little trickeration in this dancery. The handoff to the ice cream truck.
And
he pushes to the outside.
I told you guys, I said it a few weeks ago, he's going to be a big factor in this game. He's young, he's strong, he's fast, he lost the weight. Donald Herbert, a.k.a. the ice cream truck, is going to give these guys a game. They have to watch him this week.
And let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Patterson U. Quattrell Huffin, traditionally at quarterback. Kareem Moon in the slot right now, but we got Joel Rivera, the jump man, Pat Coburn, Mark Keith Williamson, the dot boss, of course, Shaquem McCutcheon, and Deshaun Johnson on the offensive line.
Other than their 2 offensive linemen, the U come out with a complete okie doke in the starting lineup that they send to
and
us.
How Patterson U is that?
Very Patterson U. And I asked BIC earlier this week, what would you do if they came out in something you haven't seen? And we're going to find out.
Coburn in motion. Oh, pardon me. That's Anthony Demar. And that's the ice cream truck again, rolling through town and giving out a couple of Choco Tacos, and it'll be 2nd and about 6.
And those are some tough yards. And as an offensive lineman that played in this league, I love those kind of yards. 4 yards, breaking the first tackle, getting chunky yards like that, giving me the opportunity to put hands on the defensive lineman. I love those types of yards.
And it's a way for this U offensive line to kind of counteract the speed and quickness of the BIC defensive line, which might be the strength of that unit.
I was about to ask, does that frustrate this BIC defense? Does it frustrate that pass rush to know that they're going to have to keep playing the run? It's a lot of grinding and not a lot of open space. It is 2nd and 6. New running back in for the U, and there's a flag on the play.
That's SJ in the backfield. And what we saw 2 weeks ago for the Gators when they were successful on offense, it was getting their big body offensive linemen.
It'll be a false start on the offense, so it'll be 2nd and 11, losing any forward momentum, Rob, that they had off that last play.
Right.
Well, and it goes from 2nd and 6 to 2nd and 11. That's a huge change in the play call potentially, especially when your game plan coming out, at least at first, was to pound the rock. Now 2nd and 11 is a tougher spot to be in, especially when you have what we would say maybe your running option quarterback in and not Huff, their traditional passer.
Another flag on the field. And a 2nd flag on the play. We'll see what that call is. But this is not the BIC offense I expected walking into this game today.
I tried to warn people earlier in the week because the U is a very dynamic team. You cannot think you know them because you played them twice this year. BIC might get, speaking on the frustration, BIC might be frustrated because this is not what they were prepared for.
And it will be 2nd and 11. Moon in the slot, behind center. Demar's in motion. Moon in trouble. Kareem Moon showing why he's silky smooth. Gets the first down and more. Trots down the sideline before getting into BIC territory. A 1st down and 10 at the 49.
6-7 years ago, that's a touchdown.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to put.
I don't want to age him. Yeah, I don't want to age Moon.
But you were his teammate last year, so you are more than capable. You see the inside rush from Columbia. If it's a quarterback like myself, I might be losing teeth on that play. But when he breaks contain with this spin move, it's just open field. 7 years ago, touchdown.
That's 6, yeah.
2022, first down. But the ball's moving, the chains are moving, and the U with an alternative offense
And
moving the ball in this first quarter.
A little bit of the rope-a-dope here, Moon. And there's the handoff coming off the edge, gets caught into a litany of bodies and will be stifled at the line.
And you guys know I am not a fan of these outside runs in this league. They are punching it. This is not just a throwing league.
And that's
this
also
is
a wide receiver. Easy is known in this league as one of the cornerstones for the Chiefs franchise.
Right.
Excuse me. Gets the outside carry here, but that's also the strength of BIC's defense is the outside runs.
Right. These BIC guys
let's
are
give credit
to
to
sideline.
the play callers for the U are keeping it on the ground, keeping it balanced, because when they've gotten in trouble earlier this year, guys, is when they got too pass heavy, which made rushing whoever played quarterback a lot easier for defensive lines.
Coburn on your screen, and he's in motion. Fakes it, and there's handoff to Stephen Jones Jr. No, Moon will keep it. Moon in trouble and brought down, dragged back to the other side of the 50, and it'll be third and an uncomfortable amount for the Patterson U as the BIC might have unlocked this offense.
Well, it'd be interesting to see on 3rd and long what they choose to do at quarterback. Moon is no slouch throwing the ball, but as you can see here, his forte is getting into open space and getting some yardage. There, BIC's defensive lines is not blocked by anyone on the offensive line for the U, and it'll bring up 3rd and long.
If you look, it looked like they were looking for the running back on sort of a screen there, but Verardi doesn't get blocked. And again, that's why I think his value, he's a little undervalued on this defense.
Well, and also when you come out with an offense that is saying that we're going to run the ball, it makes it a little bit easier to play defense as well.
10:36 left to go in the first, and there's a flag on the play, and it looks like we might get another 5-yard incursion for the Patterson U as they learn what it's like to go down the field a little bit backwards, and it will be 3rd and 19, and an interesting hole the U have dug themselves in on 3rd down. Do you think this is a situation where they go forward on 3rd and throw it off here on the first drive of the game?
Well, I think what you have to do is, because there's a lot of situations where A7FL is 4-down territory, depending on how much they can get here, because they have 4 wide receivers out in the route. Depending on how much they can get here will be what they decide for on 4th down. They can get it to like 4th and 7, 4th and 5. I think the U has confidence to go for it. If not, why not throw it out of bounds and let your defense play some defense?
The snap. Moon in trouble. Meeting that BIC defense early. Throws this one. Up, tipped up, drop. No, that one's incomplete. And I count about 3 people, Rob, who owe push-ups.
A little bit more than 3. That was a bad pass. Probably should have ran it. I feel like he had space to run it. But again, this is a different off. I feel like he had space to run it. I feel like he had space to run it.
But when it's 3rd and 19, you have to go for the throw there to try to convert. But credit the BIC defense.
BIC defense, I'm guessing run it, because if you're gonna get nothing or an interception.
And you know who I saw on that play?
Matt Riddick.
Yeah. Matt Riddick, the first time.
Matt Riddick's definitely out here.
BIC making a sighting today.
First game of the season. Shouts to Matt Riddick.
That's cute.
It's very cute.
And there's Quattrell Huffin, the first time we're seeing him today.
Yeah, it was an interesting move to go with Moon. You see what they were trying to do, kind of try to switch it up. But at the end of the day, there's a reason that Huff is the heart and soul and the glue of this team. It's because he's their best option at quarterback.
And he's got the most dangerous arm in the league, and he's about to show that as that one will go out of play, and the referees will spot that one. Not at around the 17-yard line. The return was supposed to be by number 15, Russ Trey Cohen, an exciting rookie who we've seen act out a few times this year on offense and defense.
And special teams.
Oh, yeah. And let's take a look at the BIC starting lineup. And there you see big Mo Ramadan, who joined us in the pregame show. And here is the lineup for the BIC at quarterback, Sterry Codrington, running back Courage Mosey, spot him at tight end a few times in this game as well. Shante Worthy and Kason Campbell, your wide receivers. Carnell Wachter, a.k.a. K-Wack, your tight end. Marky Gill and Gerald Bell on the offensive line.
Well, it'll be interesting. You see Matt Riddick, a 2-time MVP in this league, a former Immortals player. He's been out of the lineup for BIC a lot of this year, so his ability to play the game of football is absolutely dynamic.
But
adding him to this lineup, is it going to mix with the chemistry for BIC?
Snap. Codrington, not a lot of time. He'll get on his bicycle. He'll cut up field and get brought down.
And again, with Codrington, he has that option to run with the ball, and that's going to always make him dangerous. Also, having your boy Courage at the tight end position as a bailout, that's not half bad either. So
yeah,
I don't think
ask
that
Corey
offense.
Price how he won a championship, and that's that's last
Courage,
sentence. Courage as a bailout.
Yeah, Courage as a bailout is crazy. I hope you know that was the game plan, though.
And
well, you only started using it in the second half.
Yeah, that was the game plan.
Well,
we saw something.
But with Matt Riddick back in there, along with Kason Campbell and Ashanti Worthy, how much more dangerous is this offense?
I mean, the thing is with the amount of speed that's on the field, Sterry can throw it far. There's only so many yards an arm can throw. 2nd and 6.
In motion is Worthy. He'll set himself on the far side of the screen, well, short side of the screen. He'll cut up field, and he will get closer
huss from
to
him
the
today. He wants contact.
And you know what? Those first 2 plays, you look at Sterry Codrington's body language, and after 2 weeks ago against the Gators, having a little bit of struggles in the passing game, that was going to be, for me, the key to this game. You see his posture in that pocket. He's looking to throw the ball. And even though this ball is a little bit behind Ashanti Worthy, it's a catch, it's a first down, and it's him getting into rhythm, and that's the worst-case scenario for the U defense.
And Kels Gallimore there to help with the stop, and it will be 1st and 10 with 8 minutes and change remaining in the first quarter. Patterson U going 3 and out on their first drive. And now Sterry Codrington.
Well, it's interesting. Both of these offenses come out looking differently, right? The U came out, wanted to run. BIC, at least so far, they're spreading it out to air it out.
I mean, I think that's been BIC's offense all season, no?
And a flag on the play. It'll be delay a game on the offense. So they'll go back 5 yards, and it'll be 1st and 15.
Typical championship first quarter, getting into the game. Silly mistakes like this. Matt Riddick's lining up 5 yards out of It's just punching the boxing match.
Worthy in motion. Codrington checks it down, and it's off the hands of Ashanti Worthy.
That could have been a dangerous play. They haven't blown the whistle yet. I'm not even sure if
what's going on
this
right now.
could be a touchdown, and nobody knows it yet.
No, that was an incomplete pass.
If it went backwards, that's a touchdown for the U. So good play by Kyle Ward to at least run it out.
I have a take that no one ever really likes. Ashanti Worthy is the only quote-unquote receiver on BIC. Everyone else is a 3rd or 4th option because they're not catching the ball.
Yeah, as you say that.
Right. Everyone else is not catching the ball at the same clip he is. So having a guy like King, Matt Riddick, come there to help take some of the pressure off of Worthy is actually a big help for them.
2nd and 18. 2 wide receivers set at the bottom of your screen. 2 safeties up top for the U. Codrington throws this one, caught, and that one will get them a little closer to their goal. It'll be 3rd down and about 6.
And you see the game plan. They come out with 2 tight end, give a great pocket for Sterry. Sterry steps up, throws an on-time timing route to Matt Riddick, who's usually known for those deep routes. They give him a little bit of cushion. He takes advantage of it, and that's just good football right there.
Great blocking by K-Watt.
And it'll be 2nd down. Pardon me, 3rd down.
If Sterry's allowed, for whether we talk to Rob, lawfully or unlawfully, if Sterry's allowed that time in the pocket,
oh yeah, he's dangerous.
It's going to be a really long day for the U defense.
Wachter and Mosey consider themselves eligible receivers. 3rd down. Codrington will get on his bicycle. He will get the 1st down and more. He will cut across the field.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Is he trying to make a house call? Sterry Codrington dial 4 for 6. Touchdown, BIC.
And that is where Sterry, in my opinion, is the most dangerous. You give him that seam, and he's going to take it to the house. He has deceptive speed.
And what he showed is that if you give him a clean pocket, he's going to beat you in the air. So what does the U do? They send the blitz. Craig Pitts comes on a late blitz, forces him out of the pocket. But now you're covering receivers.
Yeah,
you're not in a position to cover the run. And Sterry Codrington takes advantage of a seam that we thought maybe Moon could take advantage of, but nope. The Young Guns up 1-0. As Rob's really excited about some of the offensive line play he sees. But look at this blitz.
Amazing offensive line play.
And then look at this acceleration. Once he gets to the 2nd and 3rd level, it's just K's right there. Touchdown, housework, BIC up 6-0.
And that speed, again, I keep telling guys, Sterry doesn't turn on those jets until it's time to turn on those jets. And when he does,
Sterry was so fast on that
bye-bye.
play that Meep, Matt Riddick had to catch up to him from behind him.
Right now, the BIC in control. And if Rob Fabian wore striped shirts, he'd be a yellow hanky salesman right now.
Listen, let them boys play, right?
It's championship football, and
let them play.
An interesting move here by the BIC offense. A little bit more of that 2021 Sterry Codrington that we've noticed, gentlemen, but it'll be a one-point attempt.
But it's awesome. It's awesome because in 2021, that would be the play call. The play call there was a pass play, and because he's been able to be effective already in the pass, it opens up the run. That's how you play offensive football.
Price throws a pop fly, and it was almost a TBT, a thick boy touchdown.
But there is maybe an opportunity for a redo at the TBT.
Yep.
And it's on the defense. We will redo that one again.
Looked like a late hit on the quarterback.
And we talk about this every week, Corey. These extra points end up being so crucial at the end of the game.
And for those that are new to the game, because you're jumping on the bandwagon, welcome. Extra points, we take kickers out of this game, so you're either going to go for it 1 point from the 5-yard line of football play or 2 points from the 10. The BIC, after that penalty, they get another opportunity for the extra points, and like you said, Rob, at the end of the game, these extra points are usually the difference in top-tier matchups like today's.
And it'll be a 1-point attempt from the 2.5-yard line. Price will just drag this one down the street and get in there, making it a 7-0 game.
Great way to convert the opportunity, because if it's going to be 2.5 yards, you might as well just take it. And Corey Price is known in this league as a great runner. It's great to see him back there under center, and it's a great day to start if you're BIC up 7-0.
Not going to lie, it would have been much nicer to see a thick boy touchdown.
It certainly would. Will we see a thick boy touchdown? Is it thick boy season, or is it BIC season? Patterson, you got the ball first, but the BIC were the first ones to punch it into the end zone. It's 7-0 first quarter on Stadium. Today is not only important because it's the A7FL Championship, but also we've just launched our second equity crowdfunding campaign. That's right, you and all of our great fans have another opportunity to get in on the ground floor of the sport and the football league you love. Plus, if you invest during the first 72 hours, you can qualify for an early bird investment bonus. Over 800 fans became a part of our first investment round and became a part of the A7FL story. Imagine if you became an early investor in the NFL, NBA, or the UFC. This is your chance. Get over to startengine.com/A7FL and be a part of the team. 7-0 here. It's the A7FL Championship on Stadium. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabian. And guys, BIC got that first punch, landed that first knocking blow. It's an opportunity for the U to respond with Kyle Ward on the 3-on-1.
It'd be nice for them if they actually could score on this kickoff.
And it will be a bouncer, but picked up. An opportunity here for Ward.
And Dwan, for some reason, when Dwan plays the U, all his attributes go up by +10, I promise you.
And those were the early markers of those 3-on-1s, guys, that they end up touchdowns. The muffled catch, which then forces the over pursuit. And then when you get that first missed tackle, you're almost ready to get your popcorn because it's going to be a touchdown. But credit Dwan, who's playing safety here, forces him back to the inside, even though Kyle Ward almost gets that patented stiff arm to his face.
But again,
but you know, starting at the 30-yard line, that's a victory for the special teams for BIC. 1st and 10 for the U.
It's a solid start.
The Huff man, the magician, is back in at quarterback.
DeMar's in motion, the handoff, and immediately met at the line of scrimmage. And this BIC defense, especially John Psycho Columbia, is hungry. All right,
we get it. You guys are going to establish the run, but you can mix in a little bit of passing there.
That offensive line needs a way better push than that to ever think they're going to get more than a half a yard off a run like that.
Rob, that's the difference between superhuman U and human U, in my opinion.
2nd and 10, Huff off the screen immediately to the big man, and a big solid gain there, and it'll be 3rd down, and that one was caught by by number 16, Ernest Easy Wingate.
And how do you cover something like that? And that quick, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even see it coming.
They were still communicating what they were going to be calling as a defense. They had to react, and now it's 3rd and 1.
And a big opportunity here for the Patterson U, and Huff will keep it on the okey-doke.
Oh, my goodness, the pull.
And that is why the man almost lost an arm. A stretch
Houdini Huff.
A stretch Armstrong run from Quattro Huffin. Might have lost a shirt, but gained some big yardage. It'll be 1st down.
There's a lot of different ways to do play action, and when you have a man getting tackled without the ball, you did your job as a quarterback.
He fooled me.
And they go with the hurry up, so we're not going to have much time to talk about it. Let's just watch U football.
And the handoff to the big man, the ice cream truck.
And again, he's not going to fall on first contact, but the U has to establish a better block on the front. They have to. These guys need hands put on them and move them to the side. And let these guys through.
And when you have bigger bodies on the bench like a Kenny Stansberry, how do you address this? Because at any moment, a Pat Coburn or someone off a Kyle Ward.
You spoke him up. Kenny just walked in.
And there's Kenny Stansberry. I manifested him.
He definitely manifested
It'll be
him.
2nd and 7. 3 wide receivers set. The snap. Huff in trouble.
Ooh,
all caught up.
And
He's got to feel it. Mother of God.
And those
what
motors.
A play. John Columbia and Alex Verardi.
John Columbia and Verardi their motors are extremely high.
I don't know what Verardi is, but I've been saying that Psycho is Master Chief and a Spartan. He's not a human being, and neither is Huff. And in these situations throughout the championship runs of the U, Huff finds a way to get free and then throw a touchdown pass. Verardi almost lets him free, but his will, his just sheer determination to win this time does not allow the magician out of his straitjacket, and it'll be 3rd and forever for the U.
Shaquem has to get a better block, guys.
3rd and a neighborhood away. Huff throws this one deep, downfield, and out of reach of the receiver, and it will be 4th and 22 for the Patterson U.
Takari Mims could have caught that and scored a touchdown, but that's what pressure on the quarterback does. It doesn't matter how good you are in this league at that position. When you get pressure, your overall goes down a couple of ticks to give that Madden.
And again, Dwan Williams, he's a very dangerous man against the U. If they were to show that replay, Dwan does something that very few teams understand that they can do. Dwan grabs the tight end and yanks him down. You are allowed to hold the tight end as a defensive end.
And another thing,
frees up Verardi to allow more pressure to even come in.
And another thing we very rarely ever see against the U is 2 offensive drives that end relatively shortly.
Yeah.
Now, they got the 1st down on the first drive. I don't even think they got the 1st down on this drive, guys. It was 3rd and 1. They got that. Oh yeah, they got that tuck and pull.
Yeah.
But only time in this U dynasty, if they end up winning, that I've seen them 3-on-1 punt in consecutive possessions.
Right. It's been a struggle.
And this one will be a high pop fly. He gets past the 25. Jason Sisson will catch it. Sisson trying to find a lane, cuts towards the sideline. He's got nothing but the field in front of him, but felt the pressure, couldn't turn out, so he turned in and goes to the 40.
They threw it up in the air because one thing that the U says about Jason Sisson is, yeah, he's fast, but he's not physical. Well, he's able to catch the ball and get away, gets out of bounds. Pretty good field position for BIC.
He knows he had the speed. He knows he had the speed to actually take the corner. If you look at it, he has the speed, but
he has the speed.
He has the speed. Yeah, he had that. I know my big behind not saying that I could have did it, but I might have did it with his speed.
I'm not as big as you, but I'm even slower probably. 1st and 10 BIC. Courage in the backfield. Courage sighting.
And a lot of pressure coming up front. Only one man
Kyle
drop
Ward, tight
deep.
coverage on Ashanti Worthy.
Big
I'd take
bodies
advantage
up
of
front.
that.
Yeah, this is.
Sterry's doing the Peyton Manning thing, talking to his wide receiver right now.
The handoff to Courage Mosey. Mosey pushing through his lineman.
Almost runs backwards to seek contact with Craig Pitts.
And
You gotta love Courage.
And
It'll be
again,
a-
Courage is a guy who's always looking for contact, rarely falls on first contact, is usually good for one of the greatest stiff arms you'll see ever in your life. So I wouldn't want to be on Courage's highlight reel. I might be on one.
It'll be 2nd and 7. 3-yard gain by Mosey. Again, going with that tight line.
That was the first called run play from BIC. They scored on the long run from Sterry Codrington, but that was clearly a pass call.
Big bodies on the line.
2 tight end. Look for play action after this play.
And you see Ashanti Worthy at the bottom of your screen. Codrington. Snap. A handoff to Mosey, and Courage Mosey plows through the competition.
Get the stiff arm. I told you guys.
He pushed a man 5 yards.
I told you guys. the
First of
stiff
all,
arm is
Wakanda
elite.
forever after that great run.
Wakanda
But did you
forever.
see, you've been...
Flag
Yeah,
on the
we'll flag
play.
on the play. And
This
maybe it
one
was
might be
illegal,
coming back.
Rob, but what I was going to talk about is do you see the blocking that BIC opened up holes?
Let's
now,
see.
it could
Let's
be
take a look at
illegal.
it. Let's take a look at it.
See,
I think it was more egregious on the touchdown.
But
But you see the holes that
Yeah, the holes
Courage
are
has to
there.
run through there. Huge in comparison with the ice cream truck at the drive-thru.
Right.
and it will be 1st and 10 on the 34. Codrington with time, steps up and throws deep to Worthy, and cannot catch up to that
And
one.
I think he tried to do a replay of the play he did last year in the championship.
But it also
when
that's
Worthy
the
went up top.
confidence. That's the confidence that BIC has in their offense. That on first and 10, the play call guys was 5 guys into block. Ashanti Worthy go downfield. That's a shot play if it's ever been called. This was the replay of the run earlier, and you just see the
stiff arm, the
ferocious
strength.
running style that Courage brings to this game. Why he's a fan favorite. But on 1st and 10, guys, you take a shot to the end zone.
That's
You have
some
5
confidence.
guys blocking.
5.
That means that you know for a fact that you're going to send your 1 guy deep against 2 guys being covered, and you know that your quarterback's going to throw it far enough, and then you had the confidence that your guy's going to catch it. But guess what? Now, 2nd and 10, they still have the confidence because it's 3-down territory.
32 seconds to play action to Riddick. Codrington smothered, covered, and stacked by the Patterson U defense, but a flag on the play. And this one might be coming back. And it's on the offense. And the BIC might have got a
decision
reprieve
the
there.
U has here. You either bring them 3rd and 10 or 2nd and 20. They go with the jet action. They thought they were going to get a little bit more attention to
It
the
looked like it
guy
was
coming
a
across.
quarterback
But
keep.
well, it's that jet option. Normally what you're doing is you're reading the defensive right edge, and if he sits, then you hand it off to the jet guy who's already in full motion.
We got 2 offensive linemen who completely blocked no one and look downfield.
That
as
is
if-
that is sometimes a factor in this game too.
Trust
As
me,
we've seen
I've
early
been
on in this
there
game, that offensive line play is going to decide this championship.
for sure.
And it will be
Legal or not.
2nd and 20. Shout out to everyone watching us across the world today.
So that's an interesting way to look at it, because on 3rd and 10, if a U team, Rob, and you might speak to this, on 3rd and 10, a lot of U teams in the past, they would have said, you know what, we'd rather just get the ball quicker.
And that's the problem. This is not a U team of the past. This is a U team
At
of
least
right
so
now.
far in this first quarter, there's only 26 seconds left. They're looking for answers in the defensive backfield for sure.
Right, and the game's not at a loss. It's 7-zip. They just have to get it together.
And it will be an opportunity here for the BIC offense to stifle the flags that have been driving them backwards on this
Oh no!
drive.
So they do decide to go 3rd and 10. They decline the penalty. And they have confidence that they can stop this BIC team from getting 10 yards in 2 plays.
The snap. Codrington throws this one, and that one will take a
the line.
bounce.
Tip that thing around. I
It
mean,
was
that's
tipped.
great. That's fine.
That's Matt
Great
Riddick again
defense.
running a timing route. You have to honor his speed, but maybe that's the chemistry that we're missing here. Guys,
100%.
Guys haven't been playing all year,
100%.
but it did look like it got tipped at the
It
line.
got
So it'll
tipped.
be 4th and 10. And
then
in the
other thing-
A7FL, you're usually going to go for it, especially if you're having a high-powered offense like this for BIC.
But the other thing that they don't understand about Matt Riddick, 0-0.
And that'll be the end of the first quarter. And in the first 15 minutes, the Patterson U got the ball first, but the BIC were able to hit him with a haymaker and put 7 points on the board after a 60-yard plus run from Sterry Codrington. Will Codrington on 4th and 10 find a way to get a first down, or will the U get redemption on their third drive? We'll find out. It's close, it's contentious. It's the A7FL Championship.
I just called you. I just called you.
And at the end of this one, someone's going to be holding up the A7FL Championship trophy, designed by Herff Jones. They also designed the A7FL Championship rings, and for the first time ever, the A7FL MVP ring. At the end of the third quarter, you'll be able to vote on Instagram, the A7FL Instagram, on who you think the A7FL MVP is. So like us on Instagram right now, and be sure to head on over to herffjones.com to see how you can thank your dad, your boss, or just the person you love with a ring, because Herff Jones, champion, has a ring to it. 7-0 is the score here, and it is 4th and 10 here for the BIC, looking to go up by 2 scores with a fresh set of 15 minutes on the clock. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. And gentlemen, it is gut check time for this Patterson U defense to try to get a stop here on 4th and 10.
Well, I think it's an interesting way that they matched up. At the top of your screen, you have your best cover corner on Kason Campbell, maybe your best route runner. But that means that Neep and Ashanti Worthy are on the bottom of your screen. Somebody might be wide open.
And you see 4 on the line. Here comes the pressure. Codrington, the check down to Courage Mosey. On 4th down, Courage Mosey showing he is a championship player, getting the first down.
Everybody's looking at Worthy. Everybody's looking at Matt Riddick. Everybody's looking at Kason Campbell. While Courage Mosey is standing there with no one there. There's no one there with him.
And you said it, Rob. That's a great guy to check it down
to. That's a check down. Look
and
at
when
this.
you're worried about Sterry Codrington running the ball,
no one's with him.
2 defenders are there to stop him from running the ball.
Not a soul is with him.
Great decision, great check down, and 1st and 10 for BIC.
Good job, Sterry.
You see 2 wide receivers set at the top of your screen. In the bottom in the slot is Matt Riddick. Codrington behind center. The snap. Codrington over the middle to Worthy, and they have been off so far today. The best wide receiver QB connection in the league, and there's a flag on the play.
Sterry's not happy, probably a holding then.
And you can see communication between Codrington and Worthy trying to get the timing down. And not a lot of connections between these guys in the last couple of games. We're not able to see a lot of them together in the Final Four against Baltimore. We'll take a look again at the replay of this throw. And
might be a holding call. No,
that's the check down to Mosey.
That was a holding call. That wasn't called. And again, what a check down, guys. Like, if that's my option,
when you saw Pitts, number 0, and Rashad Knight's number 10's eyes light up when they had a free run at the quarterback, and they forgot the person blocking them is one of the biggest playmakers in this league. So great play call, great use of your tight end.
Right. So is he now still one of the best running backs in the league, or is the best tight end in the league?
Listen, when you have him on your roster and you're getting him the ball, who cares what position he lines up?
And it will be 1st and 10.
They're probably going to hand it off to him now.
The toss over to Mosey. Mosey cuts upfield, stays upright.
Push.
And it's so hard to catch him while he's running. He's got a Ron Dane or a Willis McGahee level strength to push through that line.
And balance. The balance is key. He could be on 1 foot falling over and still plow through you.
Right.
And it will be 2nd and 2, 8-yard gain on the rush from Courage Mosey, a 2016 A7FL champion.
He said he hasn't broken a sweat yet this year. He's sweating now.
It is a warm day out on that field. Worthy at the top of your screen, Codrington behind center.
With the coverage that they have on
Looks like a timeout might have been called.
with the coverage that they have on Ashanti Worthy at the top of your screen, that slant is
you're not allowed to do that hesitation step to force the offensive line to move, and J-Rock did that, so they're looking for that flag right there.
And there will be a flag on the play, or at least a hesitation, once we get the official word. But Courage Mosey having a first half so far today.
When you follow Courage with the ball in his hand, it looks like a wrecking ball going through rubble, just bodies flying everywhere.
It'll be a reset here, 2nd and 2.
That
Second and goal on this 2-yard line. Pardon me, on the 4-yard line. The handoff, cuts upfield, plows through, and brought down at the line of scrimmage.
It'll be interesting because it looks like he might have gotten the first, which would mean 1st and goal, which would be great.
And Mosey might have gotten a little shaken up on that play.
Which doesn't mean too much because Courage is the type of guy. Courage broke his finger last year in the championship and still blocked.
And it will be a 3rd down here. Mosey
the story
will walk
is
to the
that
sideline.
he asked for Carl to remove it and said, Courage, it's just broken. We'll tape it.
He asked for Carl to remove his finger?
No, not seriously, but I thought that would add a little bit of...
Some Ronnie Lott to him.
So it'll be 1st and goal, it looks like.
Pardon me, 2nd and goal.
Oh, 2nd and goal.
Worthy at the top of your screen.
I'm looking for Sterry to keep this.
In motion is Matt Riddick. Riddick will step up to the line. Here comes the pressure from the U. The throw, and that one will be incomplete. Riddick looking for a flag.
Riddick can call for a flag, but that's inside 5 yards.
Yeah,
and you see the size difference. That's a grown man. Chick Amir Morris is not going to get bodied by
that's what I was going to say
110
before the
pounds
break.
of MVP.
What I was going to say before the break is guys like a Chick Amir Morris and Matt Riddick have played each other so long, so many times, that no matter how talented Riddick is, these guys kind of know each other. So
yeah, but having Riddick on your field,
it makes him more dangerous.
It makes you look away from the slant that Ashanti Worthy was running against, maybe an inferior corner.
Maybe.
And that's where I would have went with the ball, because although I was calling it, so maybe I'm a little biased, that was a touchdown right there, because Rashad Green, number 10, was coming clear at the quarterback. You just throw it right over his head. He's none the wiser. He's a former immortal as well.
Alex
3rd and goal.
Ferrari set up at running back, and a flag on the play.
It's looking like Sterry was going to keep it.
And it's a flag on the offense, and it will be moving back here on 3rd down.
Now this might even be a better situation for BIC when they're clumped in there inside the 5-yard line like they were. It almost forces them with Courage at least on the sideline, and almost forces them.
Is that what you would want in a situation like to kind of will yourself a flag?
Yeah, I would personally want the extra space because of the way I play, but when you're BIC and you have Courage, you would prefer to have the 2-yard opportunity
with
on 3rd and 4th down.
With Courage that close, sure, but a little bit more distance if Courage is on the sideline, because he can do a lot more with that space.
And in motion, Worthy, the handoff to Courage Mosey, and Mosey will get on that bicycle and ride, and will get it to back inside the 5, and it'll be 4th and goal.
Fans at home are questioning the call to run it on 3rd down, but it's always 4-down territory in the A7FL. You're not going to ever get an extra point or a field goal kicker coming out here for 3. So them calling a run play, not necessarily a bad move, because they make it a little bit easier for them to get in. But let's credit the U defense. Even though Courage has broken those tackles, they stand tall there on 3rd and goal. Huge 4th and goal. Second huge 4th down of this drive for the U defense.
This is a very important drive right here. The BIC scores this. He was looking at.
But if the U stops this, it's a huge momentum swing. So we'll
but
see
then they
exactly what
have
happens.
96 yards to go.
Oh, that's easy.
4th and goal. The snap and the ball whistle dead again, and it looks like we'll be walking this one back another 5 yards.
Sterry in the playoffs has had an issue with whatever this cadence situation is. Oh, it's on the U.
Oh, tough.
An interesting call here.
I spoke to. Well, we'll see what the call is.
Oh, timeout, Patterson U. It looks like the flag was on the BIC, the timeout called by the Patterson U. So in the 2nd quarter, the Patterson U calling their first timeout, and it'll be 4th down and a lot, and you can see the consternation in the huddle for Codrington and the BIC guys.
But what Corey said earlier, still, that much space still benefits BIC, believe it or not. I know usually that's not the case, but BIC can do more in space than most other teams can. 30, 40 yards out from the end zone, they can score like that easily.
Well, and with that extra 5 yards, they get the 10 yards and the 7 yards for a total of 20 yards to work with those routes. And BIC's been nearly unstoppable when they have one of their wide receivers stretching out the defense.
Right.
It is a equalizer when you shorten the field with the kind of speed that BIC has. So it's going to be interesting to see what type of play they call, because when they had the opportunity 3rd and short, they threw it to Matt Riddick with courage out. And then when it was 3rd and longer, they gave it to courage. So, you know, if they end up scoring here, we're really not going to look at those 2 plays.
No.
But on 4th and goal, if I'm Sterry Codrington, which I'm clearly not.
No, so you tell me.
I'm running
your Corstradamus right now and tell me what they're going to do with this line.
I'm running a front pylon comeback with my dangerous wide receiver, Ashanti Worthy, at the top of your screen, or he has enough space to run an out here.
And it'll be 4th and goal. Ball on the 3. Codrington throws this one to Worthy. Caught, brought in. Touchdown, BIC. Corey Hammond is the prognosticator of prognosticators.
I mean, when you have Ashanti Worthy on your team, it's not necessarily a bad guess to say that in crunch time on 4th down, when it matters against the U, that you call his number up in Hollywood. LJ Smith, my guy. But look at this. It's just easy. Jakari Mims is one of the better athletes in this league.
He's one of
has
the
no
better
chance
ones, right.
if you put the ball in the spot that it needs to be, and that's all that Sterry has to do. Touchdown, BIC. 13-0.
That first step, whether or not you have to choose violence against Ashanti Worthy, and right there.
You have to. You can't
and if you
play
choose
him
violence
soft.
and you miss, though, you're going to get
burnt.
burnt.
You're going to pay for it. But, I mean, at least go out on your sword. Go out. Just go.
Hey, when you see a wide receiver line up so close to the line he can block a linebacker, he's running now.
Yeah. And a lot of Patterson U fans might be falling on their swords here, as it will be a 1-point attempt from the 5, 13-0 lead for the BIC. And they'll hand it off, no play action. Codrington on his bicycle, in trouble, will roll to his right, stand upright, and then not so much. He will get a vertical vacation from the Patterson U defense, and it will remain 13-0. And we have this is the A7FL championship. That's what it's all about. With 25 racks on the line, who's gonna come out of here on top holding the trophy? The BIC have the lead, but never count out the Patterson U. It's the A7FL championship on Stadium.
Spread them out. 2 minutes. I think of the people home watching it. Try to get lure them in to watch, and all of a sudden you're running 2 minute commercials.
We are back here live, and you want to call somebody after a play like this. And Cricket Wireless is the way to do it. You can get 4 lines of unlimited data for over $100 a month with Cricket 5G, the official cell phone provider of the A7FL and A7FL Cincinnati, home of the Covington Heist, Big Rob Fabian's favorite A7FL team. And it is 13-0 here. More free, more fun from our friends over at Cricket 5G. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. Up 13-0 are the Trenton BIC, but the Patterson U looking to light the lamp on an untimed down, the most exciting play in football. And if a team scores, let us know your thoughts on social media. Throw a U up with the hashtag A7FL or BIC fist in the hashtag A7FL across the chat or across social media. And here's an opportunity for Stephen Jones Jr. trying to get a little huss action going. And brought down at the 34-yard line.
Yeah, when you see SJ return, normally he goes for looking to truck somebody and ruin somebody's day physically. That time he did find a seam, but he's just not that explosion of a player in the 3-on-1. But credit BIC's coverage team, because they have been elite all season long, and one of those hidden yardage things that have led to their undefeated season.
Right.
And it is going to be 1st and 10 here. And Quattrell Huffin.
The U, for the first time in as long as I can remember, guys, even in the struggles this season, they're in a position where they're looking for answers on offense. And for a Patterson U offense that has always made it look easy, guys,
Right.
I really don't want to see these guys press the issue by when they get into open field finally and start looking to pitch it, because that could be an easy way to end this game really early, is with a ridiculous turnover on something that they've actually shown to be one of their patented moves in the A7FL.
Check out this amazing matchup by DeMar and Tate.
And you see Tate and DeMar in motion. The toss on 1st down, plows through, not able to do the Vanessa Carlton and go 1,000 miles, but we'll get a gain of about 4, and it'll be 2nd down.
It's gonna. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's gonna fall on the offensive line's play. That's not a great block on Psycho. That's why the yardage is shorter. You get what I'm saying? Like,
and is it? And we see here on the drive.
Same thing, guys. It's not going to be rocket science. The frustrations are going to stay because they're not getting good pushes off that line.
Well, and where the Gators 2 weeks ago were able to push the inside of the BIC line,
not able to
so
do
far
it.
the U's offensive line is not doing what the Gators were able to do. And as they are establishing the run, that is a good part of the balance of this game. I think they really have to find now on 3rd down the timing routes with these elite wide receivers.
But again, how do you find the timing routes when you have no time? I mean,
great question.
It sounds
I've been
good.
asking myself that question my
For
entire
season.
A7FL career.
And
3rd and 5.
The hurry-up offense not working on 2nd down, so on 3rd down they take their time. The snap, Huff with time, and that one bounced up off of the hands of what looked like to be Joel Jumpman Rivera, and the timing is off like a Milli Vanilli dance number, and it will be 4th down.
They run a double slant, and the inside slant breaks free. DeMar is wide open. Huff, again, great quarterback in this league, misses there, brings up the 4th down.
That's the problem. Now you have your quarterback, his internal clock is off. This is a throw we've seen Huff make. Look at the time he gets now. We've seen Huff make this throw.
Well, what's interesting is that's the perfect scenario for a quarterback. Huff is the kind of quarterback that actually makes better off-balance throws.
Right.
So maybe he's the one human being in the world that with a clean pocket and an ability to step into the throw, he's actually you'd rather him be running and throwing it submarine sidearm, because he's been so accurate, you know, in this dynasty that he's starting to see the cracks here.
4th and 5, and Huff will have to get on his bicycle. Quattrell
He
Huffin.
gets that first. Can't count the guy out. He's still Houdini Huff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The dynasty's showing cracks, but as you see, Huff is still able to pull rabbits out of hats, magically finding a 1st down on that 4th and 5.
Gotcha.
Oh, my goodness.
Where you going, buddy? Oh, my goodness. Casey, the dive. My gosh.
Two brethren down
You see?
down hard. Two brethren
BIC
in Christ.
about to be down bad. And here comes an
they're
opportunity.
okay.
Quattrell Huff on a Sunday stroll.
Okay.
Pitch it.
Okay. And Huff, listen, Huff putting some man muscle on, showing you guys he got the legs
And
too.
what
It
we
looks
saw-
like he was just walking home returning groceries, just
Ooh,
nonchalant
that
on the
could be a
run.
The guys are jarring. The guys are jarring.
Now that's
Championship football. It's championship football. These guys are so passionate, wanting to win the championship, that this rivalry is boiling over in Asbury Park, and a beautiful run there by Quattrell Huffin.
And that's one of those play calls you see. It's a design quarterback run. They do the fake pass to the right side, design it to go to the left side. That's one of the plays that we've seen BIC go to when when Sterry's feeling a little, iffy about the passing game. So
but Huff wants to show you guys
it's
he
a
has the
very
legs
different
too.
situation in this game.
Well,
I feel
he
like
has
the
the legs
tables
too.
have turned. Not that Huff has always had the legs to do
But
it.
he doesn't show it as much.
But
It's
he's
in
always-
spurts.
what I see is the roles are reversed right now. Last year, this championship was Huff, the more seasoned passer, the better quarterback play caller,
with a better O-line,
and the guy with the more confidence coming into the game. Right now, at least right now, it looks like Sterry has more confidence, even though he's missed on a couple of throws.
And while the two teams try to figure out where the after party to the after party is, which sadly not going to be in a hotel lobby, we're going to take a brief timeout. The BIC in the lead, but the Patterson U matriculating the ball down the field. It's 13-0. That's Rob. That's Corey. I'm Matt. We'll be back with the rest of your second quarter in just a moment. We are back here live on a beautiful day in Asbury Park at Asbury Park Stadium as the Patterson U are driving in the middle of the second quarter, down 13-0 against the Trenton BIC. The BIC offense have been very effective so far this afternoon, putting points on the board. And an opportunity now for the Patterson U, led by Quattrell Huffin, as both of these sides, after a contentious run by Huffin, and we see the referees wondering where will they go for the after party tonight.
I think they're giving early reviews on the Minions: Rise of Gru.
Do you think?
And Dave is the star of the movie, is what I've heard.
Are they gentle minions, you think?
Gentle minions.
I just would love to see the Patterson U in suits, dressed as gentle minions.
One of the LA squads needs to have a Minion team that would be yellow with the...
would love wearing Minion jerseys.
No. You don't know what gentle minions are? They are dudes who wear full suits and tuxes to go watch showings of the Minion movie.
Yeah, I did see that. I thought that was nuts, but hey, to each, man, to each.
And there are a lot of
Huff
people
is a
wondering
self-prescribed Minion fan.
About the A7FL's expansion. The A7FL in new markets. We were in Cincinnati this year, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and Nevada. We're gonna see more Nevada teams in 2022. We saw Florida continue to grow and stabilize. We saw them turn into a force in the playoffs. I know there are people that want to see us in Miami, Atlanta, Dallas, New Orleans. I've heard Columbus, Ohio people speaking up saying they want A7FL football. Northern California.
That'd be fun.
I would love to. I want to see the Stockton Slaps.
The Stockton
More than anything,
Slaps.
I want to see the Stockton Slaps.
What's their symbol? Just a hand?
How great would it be for the A7FL to be the ones who bring pro football back to Oakland?
Oh, that would be fire.
And then next year at the championship game, we have two short perform at halftime. I feel like that's the optimal scenario.
I can't say. You know what I want to say? What's my favorite word? I can't say it because we're on TV, but you know.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, and this is an interesting conversation between the Patterson U and the Trenton BICs with that generational difference.
Right.
We've seen the Patterson U the last few seasons. If you've watched us in the past, we've had a lot of contentious conversation so far today between both of these teams, and that changing of the guard is creating a lot of friction because the Patterson U want a lot of these players. We may not see them next year. We may see generational talents leave the A7FL, and they don't want to go out on a loss.
No, you never want to go out on a loss.
And it will be 1st and 10. Ball will be placed at the 28-yard line.
Now, similarly, like we saw Courage get lost at the tight end position, that is a staple of the U's offense when they're fully functioning with number 2, Dot Boss, at the top of your screen. Don't forget him.
BIC's not allowing them
in
to
motion.
Get Dot free.
The
Dot's free.
snap.
Dot's free. Dot's free.
Huff pops it over. The Dot Boss, of course. Almost taken down.
A better pass, and that would have been my second called touchdown
I mean, you
of
called
the day.
it, but you did call it, and I'm like, BIC Dwan usually won't let that go, and that's why he's looking and kind of talking to him now. Usually that tight end is covered. I guess they forgot.
I can't wait for crossing over with Corey Hammond.
Rob, you know better than anybody. Defensive linemen, when they see a straight path to the quarterback, can't help themselves.
Oh, yeah, they get hungry. They start licking their chops.
So when Dot Boss lets a man go, defensive lineman says, oh, it's my opportunity.
Right.
And great catch, shoelace catch, right off the turf.
And
It'll be 2nd and 1.
Flag on the BIC. It's declined by the U, so it'll be a wafer thin 3 feet, as it'll be 2nd and 1 for the Patterson U.
And now the matchup I'm looking at is if DeMar lines up in the slot against Kason Campbell. Kason Campbell is known in this league as a route runner. I've seen him be torched in coverage.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to turn this into. I don't want to turn this into a Corey Hammond. Let's guess what's going to happen next. But
I mean, you've been right so far.
Well, I got to pick and choose my spots.
And a lot of people saying the Cincinnati Chili's will be in the A7FL championship next year.
Cincinnati Chili's. And there's Dwan. He's drawing back and forth.
The Cincinnati Chili's can play the LA Minions for what we call the toilet bowl. Then.
Toilet bowl. Cincinnati Chili's.
They might have to play Snow Tribe in that.
It is 2nd and 1. The BIC.
Look at that slot. Look at that slot covered by Kason Campbell.
Put the stop and in motion, and Huff will just walk on through. We'll get the first down, and the
Huff is putting the game on his back, and I think that might wake the offensive line up.
Well, and as hyped as BIC is for stopping him, it's first down. So
I don't know what they're hype about, but I get it.
Well, when you get an opportunity to finally tackle Huff after slipping through your fingers like an apparition, you get excited.
And the play action behind the line and cutting through. That's DeMar's.
And again, I don't like Kason, the matchup with Kason on DeMar. I'd much rather see Tate versus DeMar. I think that's a way better matchup, because Tate is probably the best corner in this league.
Yeah, but when you
we don't talk about him enough.
When you line up with the used weapons, DeMar sometimes gets lost in the fray as they come with the big backfield. D-Train sighting.
Listen, oh my goodness. It might be TBT real quick. I don't know, man. How you feeling?
I don't know. It's a little
TBT.
thick out here.
I mean, he is a skill position,
he
though,
said
guys.
It's a little thick out here as he's bent over.
The handoff.
SJ,
pushing
let's
the
get some
piles.
chunks.
Steven
He
Jones.
gets some chunks.
He likes his peanut butter chunky and not smooth, but will not be able to get to the first down marker, and it will be 3rd and a significant amount for the BIC defense, who have to stop the U from getting on the scoreboard for the first time. Being able to hold the U scoreless over 20 minutes of football.
That's a feat.
That is over 25 minutes of football. Trying to get to that 30-minute mark, an impressive feat by this BIC defense.
If they don't have anything else from this, they can at least say that.
Well, if the U manages to score, though, it's going to be incumbent on the BIC offense to take control of this game.
And the handoff, no play action. Huff in trouble, throws this one up, and that one will go to the cameraman, who is not an eligible receiver. So
no other human being on this planet could have
all
avoided a sack.
You understand?
He was in the air
he made.
He did a DDR dance. I think he got a perfect score in DDR on that one.
He jumped, he spun, he flipped.
He was airborne and somehow still avoided getting thrown onto his back. And that'll bring up 4th down, which is the kind of the more important thing. But Verardi's there, Burton's there, everyone's there. And he somehow finds a way to get the ball off towards a receiver to avoid the penalty.
He's in a sea of white jerseys.
But he used up his acceleration bar, because we're going to get a Kareem Moon sighting.
You know how there were Jordan rules? There have to be Huffin rules. And you see now in there Kareem Moon, he'll be under center.
Well, one of the consistent highlights you see from this league is when Huff did that against the Cobras, and Bone decided to pick him up and toss him.
Like a timeout call by the U.
Bone is another one of those new humans. He's definitely a different type of specimen as well.
You called Bone a new human?
I mean, he's 320 pounds and mosses one-handed people at the wide receiver position. That's not a human being.
You called Bone a new human. That is amazing. You got that, Corey. You got it.
Pardon me, it was an official timeout, not a team timeout.
Not
so
those new humans like those that.
I got you.
4th and 3, one wide receiver. That's DeMar's at the top of your screen.
And there's Ricky Tate on him, like Rob said.
The D train in motion, and now D-Mars in motion. And Moon will throw this one a pop fly, and hoping for the flag, wishing, hoping,
I think
praying.
he got the flag.
And it looks like they might have gotten it. So
Was it catchable though? Because it did look like holding, and then it doesn't matter if it's catchable. But
it looked catchable. It didn't look.
that's that old San Francisco 49ers Y banana route there. Rolls out, a la Joe Montana in the catch in 1980.
And again, this is a matchup I like. Tate versus DeMar. I think it's the best matchup here.
The matchup was good, but the
Holding.
execution of that play is that's not what I would want to do if I'm rolling Moon out to that side, especially when you have the wide receiver coming for the crack block.
Right.
But works out to 1st and goal.
And I think that was the goal.
The U
get the
the
flag.
U are moving the ball, which is great. But this is the most I've seen the U struggle even this year, Rob.
Right. No, very true. Right.
But they're finding a way to scrap and claw at every yard just to make sure that they're on the other side of the 10 after the 4 down. So this is the type of championship level football you're going to see. And the U, they're not willing to hand over the reins of this league,
because the game
this
is nowhere
entire
near
franchise.
The game's nowhere near over. It's 13-zip second quarter. There's a lot of time left. We've seen a team come back
Tons of time.
in the last 40 seconds a few weeks ago, so we can't count anyone out.
1st and goal, a lot of beef on the field for the U.
BIC giving up the GOAT on 4th down, so instead of them with the ball, the Patterson U will have it inside the 5-yard line. Down 1st and 10, and Quattro Huffin will go to the right, cut inside, slip, slides, touchdown Patterson, and the Patterson U are back in this one, and Quattro Huffin.
I can definitely help you guys understand why that touchdown looks so easy. They took one of their best offensive linemen, put him at the wing/fullback position, and hit Verardi head on. Pay attention to number 76.
And then once you
Great
seal
block
that edge,
on Verardi, no one else is even close. It's over. No one else is even close.
And it will be 13-6 now, and a attempt at a backflip by number 5, Jarris J. Rock Rogers.
Really?
He attempted some
tried?
variation of a handspring. It was more hand than spring. So it will be a 1-point attempt.
And again, if you can ice Verardi out, you have Verardi's the best defensive player on the field right now. We cannot deny that. He got iced out, they scored. He's been in any and every other play out before that.
and if you seal the edge defensively
On
against
Verardi,
anybody,
but
especially Verardi, you're going to score.
Yes.
In motion. With time, Kareem Moon will just
Look
run this
who's
one.
on the pressure. Look who's
and
on the
he
pressure.
pops this one up. It's a loose ball. It'd be incomplete because it went forward.
And Verardi was on the pressure. Once again, he's the key. You block him, you have a much better chance of scoring.
You know better than anybody, Rob. That's a tough ask.
And it's definitely a tough ask, but it's doable.
And when we return, the Patterson U will give the ball back to the Trenton BIC, and we'll see Ashante Worthy on an untimed down for the first time today. What will happen? We'll find out. Get your popcorn ready. 13-6. It's the Chip on Stadium.
Offense, we need y'all. Let's go.
Bonsoir, comment ça va? A7, oh, I'm sorry, I was stuck in French language mode. It's the A7FL Championship. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and big Rob Fabian protecting us behind the line, mainly because I like keeping all of my own blood in my body. I am Matt Ryan, the Patterson U scoring off of a big run from Quattrell Huffin and the most dangerous arm in the league after putting 6 on the board. Caught inside, now the most dangerous returner in the A7FL, Ashante Worthy. That one will be whistled dead because it looked like he stepped on the hash mark.
It's usually a no-brainer, guys. It's usually a no-brainer, but somehow
that wasn't Huff.
They got away with not having Huff out there. He stepped on the line, or did it go out of bounds?
I think it was, the kickoff guys ran before it was thrown.
So false start's going to lead to the very, very risky situation.
This is nasty.
So the
and the child in the background is what most defenders
do
look like against Ashante Worthy.
That's actually a Renegades starter back then.
Oh my
that was sorry.
What a
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
So for
guys.
those who are uninitiated, the whistle will go off a dead ball run. Worthy from the 25 will start jogging. He'll get close to the 50. He's at the 45 now, cuts through one defender, and will avoid another, stays in bounds.
Great tackle by Jakarta.
You know what I always say, guys? If you stop him at the 50 on those running start 25s,
you
it's
did
a
a great
win
job.
by the 3-on-1.
You did a great job.
And really, the key to stopping Ashante Worthy is not missing the tackle and not breaking contain. So Honey Badger's able to make him go inside to where Mims is, and those are the types of athletes that few teams have to match the speed of Ashante Worthy. But great field position for BIC as they have 3 minutes to maybe, because correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, they get the ball at half. So if they are able to put the points up on this drive and stop the U's attempt afterwards.
A little too early on that one, false start.
See, I knew I had the extra 3 seconds.
You definitely did.
Sterry's normally calling
his
slow play and audibles up there.
And a shout out to everybody watching us across the world, no matter where you're watching or how you're watching, but also shout out to the A7FL West Coast Watch Party. Shout out to Dr. Jen Welter, Tamara Kaiser, and also David Isaacs, Elon Singer, and everybody over there, including David Meltzer, the owner of A7FL Los Angeles.
Nice.
Well, thank you so much for joining us across the world. We're so glad you're here, and we'll be shouting out everybody who's helped us this year, because this has been the biggest season in the history of the A7FL, and we're so grateful that all of you have been able to join all of us for this action, and it has been a hell of a broadcast so far, hell of a game with 3:07 left to go after the flag. It'll be 1st and 15 for the Trenton BIC.
You see the U defense now playing with a safety. That's the type of respect that Sterry Codrington at the quarterback position gets in this league.
Is another
watch for him to be able to now find running lanes, because if you got a safety back there, that means there's only 4 guys in the front.
And a flag on the play. This one will be a legitimate flag and not a reset. So they will move back 5 yards and lose a lot of the ground they covered on that return.
So my confusion is, if they have 4 at the line, BIC has a 4 down front, a double tight, 2 receivers and a quarterback. It's 4 versus 5. There's already a mismatch.
There's 0 people responsible for Sterry Codrington's legs right now.
Goodness.
Unless you're telling me that the safety is gonna spy him from back there, or Chick is gonna spy him from that linebacker spot.
Codrington snaps,
go.
rolls out to his left, pump fakes, he'll keep it and will run close to the first down marker, gain of 4.
It's the same thing I talked about 2 weeks ago. I did speak to Codrington about it. There is a slight discrepancy on the cadence. He was told one thing, and as you can see on that last play, half his offensive line didn't even move, which also meant the defense didn't move because they're waiting. So I don't understand fully what that issue was, but as you can see, there's a big problem with his cadence.
And it will be 2nd and 10, and that's got to be worrisome heading into halftime. And we might see Corey Price behind center at some point during this game, but they're up 13-6, 2:24 left to play. Snap. Codrington throws this one deep downfield. Caught, slide, touchdown, BIC. You call him Meat because he's a road runner. Matt Riddick putting points on the board.
First touchdown of the season, and it's at the championship.
And I was about to say,
that's a good way to break glass.
I was about to say, but there wasn't enough time. If you look at the coverage, it's tight coverage on one of the fastest track runners in this league. It was a bad move to start, and he takes advantage of it. Sterry Codrington once again shows that it's his arm, guys. Look at this touch pass.
And you had Dion Davis.
No, that's Kels Gallimore.
Spying in the middle.
Right.
They had him on spy and didn't
what?
have him deep, and it does
Guess
not.
what? When you run a go route and a safety's just going to sit back there and look at your eyes, doesn't matter, especially when you got the speed of Meep, the road runner. Matt Riddick, 2-time MVP, 1-time touchdown scorer in this game.
That's for anyone asking if BIC could score with 3 minutes left on the clock. Hope you're not asking that anymore.
Nope. That question has been answered, and we might see it answered one more time with 2:13, and it will be Ashante Worthy behind center for the point conversion, going for 1 point. Caught and then brought in, and that one, another big play
Umar
for the
Butter
PIC,
Lewis.
making it a 20-0 game.
And the fans for BIC outside are getting riled up, up 20-6.
They're going crazy right
And the
now.
U put on the spot with 2 minutes 13 left. They better have an answer, guys.
The answer right now is big bodies up front, establish a play action, and trying to create an opportunity
There's the
to
man
put
of the
more.
hour.
Yeah, and if you want Ashante Worthy to be the A7FL Championship MVP, at the end of the third quarter, voting will begin on the A7FL Championship MVP, and it will be a question on the A7FL Instagram page. If you have not followed us on Instagram, you should do so now. Head on over to Instagram and search A7FL, or go to Instagram.com/A7FL. Follow now, and be sure to answer our question after the third quarter. Who is the A7FL MVP? Right now, Ashante Worthy with an MVP caliber day here, and Matt Riddick making a conversation after that line drive catching.
For championship MVP.
Yeah.
Shows up one day of work.
One day.
Get the
guys,
Jerry
I'm
Kramer.
here.
You get the Jerry Kramer. You show up, get a couple of key catches.
And it wasn't even the greatest throw. He just popped it up there. Just go get it. Hey, Matt, go get that.
Don't you wish you were like half as fast?
Oh, man. Quarter of that speed, and I'm dominating in this league. Are you kidding me? I used to be
fifth
that
of that
fast.
speed, I would escape most of the sacks.
Most.
Not all.
And it is 20-6, the 3-on-1 opportunity.
Talk about MVP in this game so far. Sterry Codrington is the man. And if he continues to be the man, it's going to be tough for the U.
Kyle Ward cuts through one defender, spins, used the B button, but smothered and covered.
That's Ryan Cohen. That man,
Trey.
that man has so much fight in him. For the 135 pounds that he is, he tackles everyone with every ounce of his being and frustrates Kyle Ward into a 15-yard penalty. That's going to make it even tougher for the U to respond to that touchdown.
Trey hates when you call him Ryan.
I'm sorry.
And
It's
this is
Ryan
the
on
BIC.
the
This is the BIC playing their game. It's also what we saw the Patterson U do when they were the bullies of the A7FL in 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Specifically, Neon Dion Davis has been an Instagram fame for doing that exact same move. So Trey Cohen, welcome to the chip, makes his presence known, and Kyle Ward's not happy to see him that close to his face.
And when you have players like Trey Cohen, Alex Verardi, John Columbia, this is their first A7FL championship. This is their first taste of a title game, and showing up and showing that the BIC are stacked for the future.
I think what you're saying, Matt, is it's their first, but most
Not
of us
acting
would
like it.
most of us would all agree that it's probably not going to be their last, especially if things keep going the way that they
I'm
are.
be honest with you, they have another 2-3 year run if they keep 60%.
Do you hear that, you? We're already talking about the next 2-3 years of BIC. You guys better get on the board on this drive.
I feel like a lot of teams across the A7FL using that
Sorry,
as
Mims.
bulletin board material. The cut! Slip slide! You've got nothing but the field in front of you! Rumble, young man, rumble! Dakari Mims!
Guys, the game's not over, and I'm telling you, it's about the blocking. You did not see it, but they put big man on Verardi, iced him out, and look at what happened.
It's more about the spiral, because if you saw from the rip, just watch, because as soon as
I need you to watch.
Let's watch the offensive line.
Look who's blocking Verardi.
Not in the frame.
Oh
So guess
my God.
what? You see the spiral. you see Jakari Mims.
Bye-bye.
The last time we were calling his name and being this excited about him was a full year ago, where he was
Look
the
at the block.
star of the
There it is.
championship.
There it is. You saw it.
Great block, and I did see it. But even better go route
Of
than
course.
Matt Riddick's. You answer
It
a
was.
fade with a fade.
With a fade, right. Run that fade, yeah?
Run the fade. And as we talk about the U, and I called them out, everybody's saying that this is about to be BIC's year.
But
guess what Huff has for him? An
over.
answer. And with 2 minutes left, you better strap up into your seat, get your seatbelt on, because we have plenty of great football left in this 2 minutes.
The literal wind is knocked out of BIC. They're shocked.
They're not shocked. They've been,
but they get an untimed down. They get all their timeouts and the ball at half.
They thought they had their
Rob,
hearts.
what you're saying is somewhat true. It's not that BIC is now shocked. It's that the U is finally back in this game.
They woke up.
You saw their faces before that play. I saw a couple of guys in that huddle that were looking for answers. Well, guess what? Huff and Jakari Mims, they had that answer.
Looking to make this a more close and contentious game, trying to make this a 7-point game, 12-20.
Pat Coburn running that out route.
The snap, that's for Kareem Moon. And he is in trouble. Thrown, intercepted.
And who is that? Big Mook. Big playoff Mook. I'm telling you, this guy has more interceptions in the playoffs than he's had in any regular season he's ever played.
And each game, he covers more of his body, so we can't recognize him.
At one point,
good marketing move.
At one point, he's just going to look like a giant marshmallow.
He's just going to be out there, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, making plays and scoring touchdowns.
But we have 2 minutes left to go in this one. The BIC need to respond if they want to keep the lead a little less than close. It's the A7FL Championship on Stadium. Quattro Huffin dropping dimes. Dakari Mims making house calls on Stadium. If you missed it earlier and you're just joining us, we mentioned that we're happy to report that the A7FL just launched our second equity crowdfunding campaign. What does that mean? If you always dreamed of owning the New York Mets, the Dallas Cowboys, or the Colorado Avalanche, now you can invest in a professional sports league. You can do that and get all the details at startengine.com/A7FL. Plus, if you invest during the first 72 hours, which is during right now, there's an early bird investment bonus. So if you're thinking about investing, the time is now. Once again, go to startengine.com/A7FL or go to A7FL.com/invest. 20-12 your score. The BIC will get the ball after a touchdown by the Patterson U, making it happen here with 2 minutes exactly left to go. It'll be an untimed down and an opportunity for the BIC to put more points on the board. They do get the ball at half. That will bounce into the end zone. And it looks like that will be taken out. That's Sisson. Sisson will cut upfield, stay in bounds.
Oh, my goodness.
Looks like he got hip checked by a ghost, and will be bringing the ball at the 16-yard line.
Those look like
Oh
the
my
alpha
goodness.
mechanics of like a Madden game before it goes
My-
live. His body just started flying.
So I can't
That's how
call
fast
that
he was running,
I
though.
can't call that a glitch play anymore. He's 5 pounds, bro. Like, look.
Kyle Ward just decides to send a man
my
airborne with his
goodness.
left index finger.
The heavy tap on the shoulder.
He went flying for real.
That's how fast he was running, though. If he had wings, there would have been enough drag and lift. He would have been airborne.
Airborne for real.
That's how fast Kyle Ward is too.
Kyle Ward is fast.
Hiding the lead, though, it's going to be a long field for BIC to drive. Not that they needed it last time.
It'll be an 85-yard sojourn.
But listen, they come out with this 5-man offensive line. They're going to either run some type of delay with the tight ends, or they're just going to go deep to their go-to guy, Ashanti Worthy, and take a shot.
And
They bring Courage back into the backfield.
Yeah.
greetings from whether you are Bruce Springsteen or Bam Bam Bigelow, we bid you greetings from Asbury Park. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. It'll be 1st and 10. The ball placed on the 15-yard line, and yeah, it is a interesting formation, a Philly shell kind of formation.
Right.
Especially when you're supposed to be throwing the ball and trying to get
Right,
the 98 yards that they need.
Don't get me wrong, he can throw the ball out of here because he still has Courage and Worthy here with 2 tights.
And the handoff to Courage Mosey. Mosey will bounce out to the outside, cuts inside, and will get a gain of about 7. And it'll be 2nd and 3, but a flag on the play, and we might be walking this one back.
We'll see what the call is.
It's almost an overcorrection to here.
Holding on the offense.
It's almost an overcorrection from the BIC offense because they thought that the quote that you gave them too much time, and then now they're going to, well, maybe if we run the ball.
Holding right in your face. He's pulling his numbers off his jersey.
And what we mentioned off camera is that when you go with the quicker, smaller guy, the holding calls are easier to see.
You did call that.
So Fletch, smaller, quicker guy.
Smaller, quicker. You can actually
Finally
see
gets the
his
call.
jersey move around because he's always moving.
Matt Riddick once again graces his presence in the huddle. We're so lucky to have him here for the few plays that he decides to play for the A7.
All hell, Matt.
It'll be 1st and 20. And
Not really.
Riddick,
That's just the air in which he walks around these fields.
Riddick and the BIC offense have to face 90 yards now after the 1st and 20. Ball is placed at the 5-yard line. The throw, that was to Worthy, and Worthy holds on for dear life, but will get
Ladies
some
and
solid
gentlemen,
yards.
if Mims does not make that tackle,
6.
I'm screaming bye-bye for the next maybe 3-4 seconds.
Nah, he just scored.
And Mims looks like he might have popped the shoulder out.
So when you see the defense makes the adjustment there, we were talking about the
Official
tight
timeout.
coverage from the corners
Right.
on those 2 speedsters. They give them 8 yards of cushion, and during the rest of the game, guys, that's not really a good look because now it'll be, 2nd and 8 as opposed to 1st and 20. But they just hold on with Dakari Mims making a tackle there. They just hold on long enough
He's
onto
walking off on his own as well, so let's clap that up,
Asante Worthy
guys.
from the rocket screen touchdown.
And he would have scored.
It would have
100%.
absolutely 100% scored.
100%.
How angry do you get when you walk back to the line knowing that just one split-second decision cost you 6?
I've never been that fast. So I don't know. I can't relate. I mean, I know one bad block stopped the touchdown. Those don't feel good if I can compare it to that. So if I missed the block, I'm like, oh, man, just half a second more would have gave my quarterback what he needed to score. That hurts. That doesn't feel the greatest.
You will call a timeout. It's their second charge timeout. 1 timeout left, 1:42 left to go in the first
And
half.
you just see where their head's at. If they're calling timeouts and they want the ball back.
Right.
That's a long 1 minute and 42 seconds left for both of these teams, especially as 2nd and 7. This is going to be the transitional down. If they're able to get the yardage here to make it 3rd and short, then the U's going to look at their decision as maybe a mistake. But if the U can get a sack and it's 3rd and long, then all of a sudden they're salivating and calling a timeout, trying to get the ball back with as much time.
And if you're the U, you're forcing them right into the middle of the field because you understand ahead of you. If they can get some positive yards, they get the ball at half. You kind of want to burn the clock as much as possible. 2 wide receivers set. Codrington will roll out to his left and run. He will get towards the sideline. He will not get the first down, but it will be third and about 3.
Safe call. That's that same exact fake pass look quarterback run to the opposite side of the Twins that the U ran on their first touchdown drive. See, he gets out of bounds, which is the smart part. They save the timeout. It'll be 3rd and short. And as fired up as Sterry Codrington is,
He wants to stick his flag paws into the new era. He wants to really let you guys know he's the best quarterback. There should be no question. That's the attitude he's playing with. That's the energy he has out there. And we can feel that all the way in the booth. He's showing that. He's talking to Chick Morris, another MVP caliber player from back in the day.
And the difference between this year and last year, I think, mentality-wise for Sterry, is he is not once backed down all season anyone in this league.
I got to even admit, last year he was probably a shy guy.
He would back down to guys in his own huddle,
right,
Rob. And that's self-admitted because he's got legends in his own huddle.
He did
now,
admit that.
he will not let anyone tell him that
never
he's
seen
not
him talk this much
guy.
last season. Yeah. You've never seen him talk like this last season.
Big 3rd and 3.
And a conversation the officials and Sterry Codrington and Ashante Worthy are having. I'm assuming it's not about whether or not Tim Horton still has Timbits. I'm just going to make a guess there. Snap, and here comes the Patterson U defense. Codrington gets swatted at the line! And a huge incompletion there on 3rd down.
Big decision here because the math will tell you great play by Amir Chick Morris, who's been everywhere on defense.
And that's who Sterry was talking to directly.
And he's playing a quarterback spy, and guess what? He was right where he needed to be. Sterry's not even looking at him because you're looking down at the coverage, not the defensive spy 2 yards in front of you.
Morris
and it'll bring up a huge 4th and 3.
He's an
big
athletic
decision
monster.
here if BIC decides to go for it because the field position in which they're giving the U is almost asking them for it.
What do you do if you're BIC? Be honest.
You have to give Sterry Codrington the ability to either run or throw going to his left side so he feels comfortable to throw on the run if it's there. So I would come with one of those motions, seal the edge as we've seen.
And that's what you do. So you're going for it.
Well, they're definitely going for it. If it was me, Corey Hammond with the Hawks, we punt.
93 seconds left to go in the first 30 minutes of football.
If my team's up 20-12 on the U, I'm going to halftime pretty confident. In the way that we were able to go.
The snap, Codrington, not a lot of time, will roll out to his left, throws this one, dumps it off, caught, first down and out of play.
I don't know if the flag
We'll
was...
see what the flag is, but that is the Sterry Codrington that's going to beat the U. He could have potentially taken off and maybe got it, but he had the confidence in his arms to let the ball go. And you have to have an extreme level of confidence on 4th down, as big as this play is, because let's not get it twisted. If this ball is just a little bit higher, it's an incompletion, and he also misses, which is just a great catch by Ashante Worthy. But if that's an incompletion, this might be the turning point that we say at the end of the game that cost them the game. So that big 4th down conversion shows just the type of confidence that Sterry has in his arm today's game, which I think is going to be the difference.
Let's see who this flag is on.
It's going to be huge.
Well, the referees are conferring, and once we get word, the minute 26 left to play.
It could have been, and I'm not sure, but I'm just guessing here, it could have been because you see the offensive linemen for BIC start to go. If they cross the field,
still passes the ball.
You know, that's
and
technically
that
maybe the penalty.
Man downfield.
But either way, the decision that Sterry puts there is because he has the option
great
one way or another.
There's no debate.
And
that was
a lot of those
decision.
running quarterbacks, a lot of these running quarterbacks that get used to running the ball when it matters most because they're most comfortable in that.
And it's on the BIC. Correction, I believe it's on the U.
Costly.
And we are in litigation mode.
Under 2 minutes in the A7FL, especially this year's playoffs, there's always going to be something crazy happening.
It's gone from Madden to Phoenix Wright as the attorneys are adjudicating on the sidelines. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and Big
those
Rob
at home.
Fabian.
You got to get at the source here.
It's Matt, man. Y'all got to keep up.
It'll be first down BIC after the flag. And it was on the U, so it will be first down. And a big opportunity here for the BIC to put another 6 on the scoreboard or just to wear down that Patterson U defense as they get the ball at half.
And there's still 1:26 left.
Isaac, who's been very quiet today.
The handoff, no play action, in
deep.
trouble. Codrington
Hit
throws this one. Caught, no!
Definitely hit after the throw. A lot of pressure.
I got excited. I saw Ashante Worthy kicking into
there
5th gear. He definitely had some room. It was just tipped or the collision with Codrington as he released the ball.
And you never want your quarterback to get hits like that. I was never a fan.
And it will be a flag on the play. Could be late hit on the quarterback. And, oh, yeah, he gets toppled.
Sure.
If that were me, they wouldn't have called it.
He got hit with that not the mama and brought down. It'll be first down.
I mean, that's a very...
Oh, there's a flag on the BIC.
Whoa.
It'll be 1st and 20. And not a fun spot if you're a fan from Trenton right now. Governor Murphy not happy. Codrington throws this one, caught and brought out of play before though he can get that first down. It'll be ruled out at the marker at the 35.
And they've been using Matt Riddick really, really intelligently this entire game. When Matt Riddick's been given like push-in coverage that's deeper, allowing for the underneath routes, they're taking with stop routes, curl routes. And when they went the one time with press coverage, they were able to get the fade route on it and score the touchdown. So they're really playing a chess match, whichever the corner is that lined up against Matt Riddick, and they're taking what the defense gives them.
At halftime, we will break down this game for you. The snap in trouble. Codrington throws this one.
Oh, wow.
And not able to hold on to it was worthy.
A little bit of pressure, some ugly throws from Sterry. We talked about him having to complete how many percent? What percentage of his passes did he have to complete
So far enough, but you see what they do there is they send Matt Riddick on the clear route, Ashanti Worthy on the intermediate out route, and even though that's an incompletion, now the U as a defense, they have to cover the whole field, especially towards the sideline. So the deep prevent coverage that they're playing against these speedsters is eventually going to have to turn into more of an honest coverage, which is going to open up that deep pass.
And an opportunity here for the U defense on 3rd down to get another major stop. The snap, not a lot of time. Codrington throws this one, caught! Keeps this one in bounds, and will get to the 45.
Great job by Kels.
And they will call him out
to keep
at the
containing.
46.
But he definitely touched earth. I don't know if y'all seen it. He definitely touched earth on the catch. And then he just stayed there just to make sure he was in front.
Well, it was one of those timing routes. Again, Sterry Codrington's taking what the defense gives him now. Matt Riddick is known in this league for taking those and scoring.
Right.
He's looking for the touchdown there. If it ends up being a first down, great job, but it was so close to potentially being a fourth down. You almost wish that Matt Riddick would have caught it, got the positive yardage, got out of bounds, and secured the first down. And even though it looks like the chains are moving and it is first down as Craig Pitts comes off the sideline to spell some of the defensive line that are getting a lot of work here with it. That's only been 26 seconds, of play clock. Since our last break.
The last 2 minutes in the second half, in that first half, in the fourth quarter are the most exciting.
Snap. Codrington in trouble. Dump ball flag.
Whoa.
I'm not sure what they're going to call
I don't
there.
know what that is. That's a lot.
It is confounding and confusing. Along with the man with the burning beard, Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond, I'm Matt Ryan calling all the action for you. It'll be possibly a 1st and 5.
They might be calling intentional grounding, but what Sterry's trying to argue is that it was tipped, which it was. Amir Chick Morris has been playing that quarterback spy on Sterry, which is forcing him to throw the ball.
And he's an intelligent football player,
and he's one of the only guys on the field that can almost match
Sterry
on
the offense.
Is that like, how many flags is that for the first half?
It's in the 15 to 18 range.
My goodness.
A lot of adjudicating
ask
here
and
today.
you will receive, Rob. That you were looking for a
I
couple
wasn't
more of
looking
these
for
calls.
15 flags in the first half.
Hey,
definitely wasn't looking for that, but I guess.
BIC have lost 40 yards on penalties so far in this first half.
Maybe they're only negative so far in today's game.
Yeah, when you lose 40% of the field on penalties, that is not a great
still scored
thing.
20 points.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
But does it come back to bite you in the behind in the fourth quarter?
Because it is only an 8-point margin, and I remember acutely, you need to score 50 to beat the Patterson U has been the conversation.
I've definitely said it before.
And we want to thank everyone for joining us here at halftime. We will be breaking down this game. We will speak with A7FL CEO Shenner Corcuses before we hand out the big check and the A7FL championship. We'll be breaking down expansion and investment in the A7FL. And we want to thank all of you for watching, no matter where you are. Thank you for being a part of the A7FL family and rocking with us all season long. It'll be 1st and 23, which is not a great thing if you're an offense. Not what you would ideally want.
Yeah, but what I will say is that if the U goes with the matchups that they have now, at the bottom of your screen, you might feature a Matt Riddick against the Kells Gallimore. And guys, the last time these two lined up against each other, Kells Gallimore thought he was going to press Matt Riddick, and Matt Riddick very quickly scored 6 points. So if we're gonna see that matchup, and I'd love to see that matchup one more time, especially BIC fans. 20-12, guys, it feels like there's been a lot of momentum swing in this game.
There has.
There's been a challenge flag thrown on the field. A challenge has been called. Once we get an understanding of what the challenge is, we will let you know. But with 54 seconds left to go, the BIC have the ball, and we'll get the ball at half. And when we return here, we will finish up this second quarter, and we will find out if the BIC are up by 8 or if they're up by just a little bit more. It's 20-12. It's the A7FL 22 championship on Stadium. As we try to figure out what's going on here, the call of the challenge by the Patterson U was if the ball was a fumble. An interesting challenge here with under a minute left to go. That looks like a forward motion, but
he didn't mean to throw that, Matt.
It's not the intention, it's the action of the arm. Technically is the ruling. It is close, Rob, because it looks like it potentially was jostled out and down.
So basically, I wouldn't want to be a ref in this situation because you're going to get it wrong no matter what you say.
And it has
Shouts
been
out to the
set,
refs.
and there is an official challenge on the field with 54 seconds left to play, and figuring out if it was an incomplete pass or a fumble.
The only tough part is in those situations, if it is a fumble.
The ruling on the field stands, and it is an incomplete pass, so it will be 2nd and 23.
Trey Cohen in the slot, maybe looking to get one of those flash performances that he's become so accustomed to with the speedsters Ashanti Worthy and Matt Riddick on the other sides.
At the top and bottom of your screen, respectively, Cohen will go into the slot on the opposite side. Codrington in trouble. Throws this one deep downfield. Caught and kept in bounds. Brought down by Matt Riddick, who will get the first down and stop the clock at 47 seconds.
I love Trey Cohen, but your quarterback has to target you for you to be a threat. So
he was wide open, but guess what? So is Matt Riddick.
He's not going to get targeted. If Matt Riddick and Ashanti Worthy are your 1 and 2, I mean,
Not a lot of guys have the speed to run this deep cross. Matt Riddick is one of them. But it's impossible for anyone to cover this. You see Kyle Ward in your screen now. He's got to catch the guy who's out of your screen, crosses his face, gets to the ball. That's the type of elite speed that Matt Riddick brings to this championship game.
And cutting off that extra third of the field might have robbed them of a touchdown, but then them's the breaks in the A7FL. Snap, Codrington with time, throws this one deep.
I don't like that. I don't like that out of you, Sterry. That does not look good.
Cohen went with the double move there, the corner post, but he, with the deep coverage over the top, he adjusted the route shallow, and then,
Can we talk about the confidence it takes for a quarterback to throw the ball before the receiver breaks the route?
Well, it's called anticipation, and what you have to do is you have to assume a lot of things are happening. And the reason that he missed is he assumed that the double move was going to lead deep. What Cohen did was adjusted to where the corner was playing him and ran that shallow across. That's why they missed.
2nd and 10, the snap, Codrington will roll out to his right. He'll keep this one. He'll get to the 30 to 25 and get pushed out of play near the 21.
That right there is Duke's fault. Duke got too aggressive, tried to do a spin on the inside. Sterry, his vision is elite. He saw the spin inside, takes it to the outside.
And it's the evolution of the position in the A7FL. When you have a quarterback that threatens you deep in the air, you have to account for that, especially if he's willing to pull the trigger. But then what it does is if he's capable of running it, you can't stop him.
The Blake Shelton of the A7FL, Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabian joining me. I'm Matt Ryan. 3rd down. Pardon me, 1st down, and swatted.
Amir Morris with the swat.
Sad thing is
his 2nd swat of the afternoon.
How big is that going to impact the game if you're swatting away touchdowns from the line?
Well, he's also playing that spy position, so if Sterry's going to roll out, then he's always going to be in front of him. So what Sterry's going to have to do is call out-breaking routes, deeper routes that go over that second level, or throw those touch passes that rise and fall into his receivers'
what happens
open
if
hands.
Amir Morris gets one of those game breakers and snatches it out the sky?
Well, guess what? He's probably going to take it to the crib.
Then it's a 2-point game.
And it's a totally different conversation.
Codrington, 3 wide receivers set.
It's amazing to see a team have to adjust to what Sterry Codrington does, because
Another
the U
flag.
right now is basically in a cover 3.
And they will move back 5 yards after a false start.
BIC once again shooting themselves in the foot.
But I'm looking for courage here.
It's over 45 yards in penalties so far this afternoon in just the first half. And you'll see Worthy and Riddick talk with Codrington. See Trey Cohen, he's set firmly in the slot. And after winning 38-6 last week against the Gators, the Trenton BIC giving up 6 more points so far against the Patterson U. But just through the first half, but a more competitive game, close and contentious. The BIC offense need to answer here on 2nd and 15. The snap. Codrington in trouble, throws this one out of play, and it'll be 3rd and 15.
And it's a great play by Air Jamaica getting the pressure. Long-time A7FL vet, one-time a ball carrier, playmaker on offense. Now he uses his football savvy and intelligence to make his impact known on defense. But good play by Sterry Codrington, avoiding the sack, getting the ball out of his hands, avoiding a potential penalty in the intentional grounding, and bringing up a 3rd and 15 without losing either a timeout or that potential 12-yard loss in the sack.
And at the end of the 3rd quarter, you'll be able to vote on who's the A7FL Championship MVP. The only way to do that is by going to our Instagram at A7FL on Instagram. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe wherever you find us on social media. And it will be 3rd and 15. Be sure to go to the A7FL Instagram after the 3rd quarter. Follow and then vote on our Instagram. 26 seconds. 3rd and 15. The snap. Codrington in trouble, gets
hit by Craig Pitts.
And that one out of play, and that will be no flag, and it'll be 4th and 15.
And right now, that matchup, Craig Pitts is being blocked by Courage. I don't think Courage can leave him to go try to get open and get a quick one,
well,
a dump off.
It's tough because what they're doing is they're showing 4 and sending 3. You see there,
With
if we get the replay, that Amir Chick Morris is threatening that B
He's
gap.
spying the whole time.
But he's threatening the B gap, and if he does come in on a blitz, then Courage has to adjust and block the inside man.
Courage can't. He's fully committed to Craig Pitts. Like, Craig Pitts is like neck to neck with the guy. Pause. But he's really neck to neck with the guy. Pause again. And there's almost no getting away from it. As soon as coverage let go,
well,
he
the
gets hit
last
on the
time on
throw.
4th down when Craig Pitts rushed right past Courage was able to convert on the catch.
That's a Pitts blitz.
That's a Pitts blitz. Let's see it.
That
It
is
will
where
be
my mind was going when I said
for-
bits.
For the
Just combine the
15.
two words,
blitz.
Everybody knows at home what I'm talking about.
The Bulldog.
I
Clock
do
will be
forget
reset to
sometimes that
28
we're not just
seconds.
hanging out here watching A7FL football and me just talking as it would be at my house
Right.
if this wasn't the case.
Right.
But we're lucky enough to have you fans at home, and you guys are lucky enough to get such a great game so far.
Hopefully you're enjoying a frosty cold beverage and a nice meal, possibly a gigantic sandwich wherever you are watching in the world. We are here with you on 4th and 15, the A7FL Championship, and the BIC offense, which has been dynamic throughout the day, have cost themselves on penalties, giving up over 45 yards in penalty yards just here in the first half.
And if you get pressure on the BIC quarterback, BIC is going to bring extra blockers. So
K-Rock's about to go crazy.
The snap, Codrington in trouble.
Oh,
Fumble.
Craig
Extra
Pitts.
blockers not necessary. And on 4th and 15, the Patterson U
Craig Pitts,
defense.
The Bulldog is going crazy.
He calls himself the Bulldog. He is a pit bull sometimes out there on that field and showing
that
it.
was big. Oh,
Pat Coburn's running in, trying to get his words in.
And
there we go. Good
that-
job by
Duke
Moon.
has zero chill, even
job
though
by
his name is
Moon.
chill
And
out there.
Codrington not happy with how that went down. Let's
He
take a look
shouldn't be.
again.
And Craig Pitts full speed off of the block by Courage.
And a beautiful sack fumble. Just an awesome play there by the man who doubles as a pro wrestler and a professional football player. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Corey Hammond and Rob Fabian. We're live for the A7FL Championship. And
24 seconds left in the half. The U could potentially go with the tie here.
Yeah.
big
Believe
up-
it or not. Believe it or
And
not,
we-
you can score in 24
And
seconds.
let's go to our Vegas watch party. We have our Vegas watch party. Let's go say hi
What
to them.
happens
Let's
if
take a
stays
live
there?
look in at that. Oh, now we will
This
go.
is the
we'll-
Vegas
my
watch
goodness.
party.
The
This is how
snap.
good it is.
1st and 10. Huff throws a seam. Oh,
Ooh, and a flag.
Not sure what it is,
I
but
hope
it's in
that's
the
not a spot
position of a
foul.
hole.
holding flag
Holy. That's
at the
what?
spot of the ball.
isn't that a spot foul?
Let's see what's going.
Pass interference is the spot fall. Holding is the automatic first down.
First down. Let's please. What's the call?
It didn't look like it was catchable to either one of the receivers. So, based on the textbook rules, if it's not catchable and it's a penalty that produces a first down, it has to be the holding defensive penalty.
Let's wait for the call.
And it looks like we will be moving the ball downfield.
Holding. Defense.
And it's thank you, Rob Fabian, holding on the defense. So the BIC and the U, the penalty is on the BIC. And now we will be back here with 17 seconds left to play. The U down 8. Quattro Huffin looking to air this one
Pay
out.
attention to who's in the backfield with them.
You got big number 76.
For the
standing
exact
right there.
reason, the prescription for variety is right
Exactly.
Deshaun Johnson looking to be the Patterson wall, looking to keep out Verardi, Columbia, or anybody else in a white uniform.
there. Can JJ cover easy?
The snap. Huff in trouble. Here comes the pressure. Intercepted!
By
Alex
Kason
Verardi!
Campbell. Kason Campbell with the interception.
Campbell!
And he's running it back.
Slips front, cuts through with a little bit of a huss, and turning on a dime. Hell, not even a dime on the head of a thumbtack. Kason Campbell, Special
And
K, giving you
again-
giving you more
And
than
Verardi-
brand.
Guess who wasn't blocked?
Verardi gets the first initial coverage and pressure, and that's what leads to the interception down the road. So
He picks the wrong guy. He wastes his time on Dwan Williams when he should be blocking Verardi.
There you see Campbell just in a flash, just perfect timing, using that
and it's his
spin off the
instinct
foot.
too, because he's covering
Huss.
someone else and breaks off of his coverage, reads the eyes of the quarterback, intercepts the ball that was intended for Ernest Wingate, because he did beat JJ, but BIC in position to potentially go up 2 scores with 7 seconds left, and they
seconds
do
left.
have the timeout. So a quick play to the middle of the field. 4 seconds left. will settle on.
I promise you, the last 2 minutes of the half and the last 2 minutes in the game are some of the, listen.
And it'll be close and contentious here with 4 seconds left to go. And
Corey Trubisky in the building.
I'm older than him, though. He looks like a bootleg me.
It'll be 1st and 10
That's
for
more money than I do.
Codrington and the BIC. The first turnover of the day going to Kason Campbell and this BIC defense. But here comes a bit of trouble. Codrington
play and a
pop
half.
fly! And that one will be caught, but not not in bounds. And we will walk to halftime with 20-12. The BIC in the lead and getting the ball at half, which is a dangerous proposition for anybody, a fan of the Patterson U, or just a fan of the uniforms they're wearing, because they are quite nice.
Love it.
But we are entering halftime with a BIC lead and a Patterson U. Let's take a look at that Vegas watch party and give a shout out to all of our friends in the state of Nevada. And let's go take a look at that right now.
Yes, sir.
And we are back. Shout out to everybody watching us across the world. And when we return, we'll break this one down. We'll let you know how we got to the score. It's 20-12, the Trenton BIC in the lead, but the Patterson U nipping at the heels. The BIC defense making a huge stop. Can they do it again in the second half? We have 30 more minutes of football to see who holds up the chip. Will it be the BIC or will it be the U? We'll find out and break this one down in a second. It is halftime here at Asbury Park Stadium. It's the A7FL Championship on Stadium. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond, and it is halftime right now, and we have seen a whole bunch of crazy stuff go down, Corey. Let's take a look at the highlights of the A7FL Championship, and it starts here with Kareem Moon, a silky smooth run, starting the game at quarterback.
Well, they came in wanting to be a little bit different than they've been all year. Didn't work out for them. Guess what? BIC is just themselves. They go right down the field, and Sterry Codrington was able to take advantage of the open lanes for an easy 70-yard touchdown scamper.
And that was the thing that galvanized this offense. And there we see CP3 getting the extra point, the only extra point scored this afternoon, Corey. And then we see the running game of the Patterson U meeting the meat grinder. That is the Trenton BIC defense. And Quattrell Huffin, who took the first drive off, was in his bag at quarterback on this drive.
He's been missing a lot of his passes, but he's been making up for it with his legs. But here, just can't get away from Verardi and his twin psycho, John Columbia.
And we see here Courage Mosey, who is trying to get another MVP, get that MVP ring, get another honorarium in his historic career. But here we see the U defense throwing a right hook at the mouth of Sterry Codrington, and Codrington has been under fire so far this afternoon. But there we see Courage Mosey again, finding a way to power through these powerful Patterson U defenders.
Well, this was the drive that BIC converted 2 fourth-down conversions here for the touchdown on 4th and goal. I did call it, but it's up to those guys to convert it, and it was a huge 6 points for BIC.
And we see Quattrell Huffin finding a seam once again. His legs have carried him, as you said, Corey, and we've seen both of these defenses really put pressure on the passing game. The BIC have been finding a rhythm, though. But here comes Quattrell Huff getting into the end zone, the first touchdown of the afternoon for Patterson.
And they find Pater by sealing the edge and just taking the easy points. But then guess what? You can't press cover Matt Riddick, 2-time MVP, and one of the fastest guys ever playing this league. Sorry, Kels, it's not going to work out.
And Matt Riddick making a statement in his return to the A7FL.
Also, don't do press coverage, Dakari Mims, because this will happen. Ricky Tate, shout out to you, brother, for a corner season as a rookie. You've been playing great, but in this one highlight, just got smoked.
And we see here the big plays have really been big so far this afternoon.
And then we had a minute 46 that felt like an eternity as both of these teams were punching at the defenses, but the defenses for the entire 2-minute drill were able to stand tall, and no more points were put up on the board, even though both of these teams had opportunities.
And they created a lot of opportunities, but penalties have been a huge bugaboo for the BIC. Over half the field so far brought back in terms of penalties. A beautiful catch by Matt Riddick.
Matt Riddick has made his statement on and his presence known in this game, and there's no wonder why he's a 2-time MVP in this league.
And this has been an interesting day for Kason Campbell, who got an INT. And we're going to take a look at what we're doing here. A beautiful day, and we got people watching all across the country. And there you see our A7FL Los Angeles watch party. People from all walks of life. I think I just saw Campbell McLaren in the crowd, and shout out to everybody there. I saw Elon Singer in the background and a whole bunch of other people. Shout out to Elon, who's been helping us with editing. And let's take a look at the halftime stats. 102 rushing yards for the Patterson U, 162 for the BIC. But the passing game has been showing up a lot more for the BIC. 174 passing yards on the day for Sterry Codrington, 114 for the Patterson U, and over 126 yards between both of these teams. The Patterson U at a deficit on yardage, which is something we're not really used to, Corey.
Yeah, those first 2 drives for the Patterson U, they had the 2 initial first downs, but it's been tough sledding on offense at times for Patterson U. I think when you look at the stats, it's clearly been for 28 of the 30 minutes an offensive game, but shout-outs to the defense. In situational football in the first half, they were able to make stops, big stops on both sides of the field.
And someone who's been watching this game like a proud and nervous papa all afternoon long is the CEO of the A7FL, Shenner Corcus. Shenner, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, guys.
How you doing today? How you liking the game so far?
Doing awesome. It's the best game of the season, undefeated. We got to see who wins.
And I'm going to ask you for your pick at the end of this, but we've seen a huge year for the A7FL. We have seen so much growth throughout the season, new divisions, new teams, new owners, and the restart this week of our Start Engine campaign to make sure people across the country, across the world, can be a part of the future of football.
Definitely. We just opened our second round of investment. We hope everybody joins us. If you missed it in the first round, now's your chance to get in. This is the UFC of football. This is the real future of football. We are unique. Follow us, watch, tune in, and root for who's going to win.
And an investment in the A7FL is not just an investment in yourself, but it's an investment in these players. It's an investment into the work that's put in the last 8 years of this league, growing from what was a town-to-town rivalry. If, funnily enough, the biggest year in the A7FL history, it still goes back to that town beef between Trenton and Paterson. But here on the precipice of our 9th season, the end of our 8th season, we see a lot of potential new homes. We see a lot of potential new investors. What about the A7FL excites you more than anything?
I think it's the expansion. As we move across the country, as we bring in new teams, new players, new fans, new markets, we are reaching new territory, new ground, virgin territory. People have never heard of us, and when they see us, wow, they are amazed.
And there are people all across the United States, all across the world watching us for the first time today. We say thank you for joining us here, and thank you for being a part of the A7FL. And if you love pro football, seriously, if you get up in the morning and the only thing you can think about is the sport of pro football, this is where you want to be. This is real football. This is the football we grew up on. This is what Corey has sacrificed himself for time and time again. Defensive end after defensive end, and occasionally maybe a middle linebacker. The man... Let's get this man more ivory, and not here, but maybe on a piano. But go to startengine.com/A7FL or A7FL.com/invest. Shenner, I'm going to put you on the spot here, pal. Prediction for this one, who's walking out? Who are you handing the trophy and the check to?
You know I can't do this.
See, Rob, that's how you do it. You just blatantly say that you can't do it. I will take over for Shenner. He doesn't want to say it, but for the good of the league, he wants the U to come back fully staffed with a chip on their shoulder and not a chip in their hands. So he's picking BIC even though he said he wasn't.
But we got 30 more minutes of football. Shenner,
really
thank you so much for joining us. He's going to be watching the game all along. You'll see him at the end of the game next to Corey handing that A7FL championship out. But when we return, we've got another 30 minutes of football. Will the BIC put another 6 on the board, or will the U defense get a stop? It's the BIC, the U, the A7FL championship. Stay where you are here on Stadium. Minutes of football down, 30 more to go. It is the A7FL Championship on Stadium. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabian. And no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing outside of this, we're so glad you're joining us here for the biggest game of the season. And guys, it has been, and you see them right there. We even got
He's
people
watching on the app. I can see.
He's watching on the Watch Stadium app. They're waiting for footballs to get thrown into the water. Thankfully, they're not pylons, but
it's not McCovey Cove.
It is not McCovey Cove. It is actually Codrington Isle.
Codrington Isle. That is a sandwich and a half. I love it.
An 8-point lead for the BIC, and they get the ball. And if you have not seen Ashante Worthy return a football yet, folks, if it's either him or even if it's a Trey Cohen or Jason Sisson, three of the most dynamic runners in the league, the A7FL, no kicking, no punting, all action here. It's a 3-on-1 throw-off, limits injuries, and also creates some dynamic highlights that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, have watched all across the internet. And we're glad that you're a part of the A7FL revolution. Awesome to talk with Shenner about the future of the A7FL, our new investment round. But this is a battle of the past versus the future, guys. The Patterson U's Neymar have been on that championship more times than I think anybody going for their 5th championship, their 3rd championship in a row.
Right. And we're hiding the lead, guys. This is a New Jersey championship. And as this league has opened up to other divisions, let's just, me and Rob, take a little victory lap for New Jersey here, as no matter what the outcome of this second half, we'll be the supreme winners of the A7FL once more, and maybe, as we saw, the surgeons from that Florida team with all that talent.
Maybe scary. I'm not
we might have to take our victory laps while we can. But I think what we see here is not only is it the older veteran guys versus the newer youth and energy rookies, it's also that style change. Mm-hmm. Talking with Ryan DePaul, commissioner of this league, longtime owner of Town Beef when it was known back in its infancy. This game used to be a lot more of those physical, bigger, dominant performances physically. And what BIC has almost revolutionized is the way that they play a more wide-open, almost flag-esque speed game. And those two types of A7FL football are kind of clashing today, and we're going to see who comes out on top and what scheme moving forward into the future of the A7FL becomes the dominant way, as football has always been a copycat sport, a dominant that way that teams build themselves.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how the new divisions respond, because we're seeing new teams coming up in Nevada. I've heard Reno being put on the block.
I'm excited for the Massachusetts and Boston teams.
Yeah, we're going to have Massachusetts and Boston. We have the Cincinnati team stepping up next season. The Covington Heights is going to be an interesting move. I'd love to see what the Tampa Nightcrawlers do in 2022.
Oh, man, the Nightcrawlers are scary. I'm watching for the Nightcrawlers.
But Florida has to temper themselves, because last year they had the A team that thought that, and the A team coming into this year said they were going to take the next step. Do the Nightcrawlers bounce back from maybe one of the most disappointing losses in A7FL history, or do they figure out how to actually, manage the clock?
No, maybe.
I was trying to avoid you
frying them, but maybe they don't, and maybe another team steps up in their place. Maybe a Miami team.
Yeah.
Well, and what we know for a fact, regardless of what it actually comes out to, is that California and Florida have the talent in their state.
They certainly do.
New Jersey
and
has
Nevada. You can't keep Vegas out of the conversation.
Don't want to keep Vegas out. As we saw in their watch party, they were showing you the G-rated version behind the camera. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But the football that happens in Vegas, we've seen. We expected them as a West Coast champ to come into these games and maybe see more of a BIC style. If they can figure out a way to add the finesse to the strength of their team, especially the Vegas Force, that's a well-rounded team that could compete for a championship as well. So,
but it's like you said, it's two different styles. It's the rough, tough, strong, big body style, or that finesse, almost flag-like, quick to the punch style. And every team in this league has to adopt one of them in order to be any type of
and be able to adjust to a little of both.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to play at this level. Because a lot of teams can play A7FL football, and then they'll get smoked by BIC 80-0.
And you know what? I know that
there
are YouTubers out there watching, and that conversation of YouTubers versus A7FL keeps happening every once in a while. So
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I would love to see what would happen.
I've got a couple of green little pieces of linen that our A7FL best. Even we even joke about it like we did in the pregame. Our A7FL booth might not be too shabby. I was talking to Shauner after he walked away. He said that he's that kind of that scat wide receiver in the Wes Welker type. I said, I will make sure you catch the ball and go straight out of bounds.
He's a rangy Martin Gramatica
Please
type.
don't get us blown out, all right? It's a lot of old guys here with old knees.
As long as I don't have to play skill position or defense, I think we have a chance.
You got to play safety.
Yeah, you're going to play safety.
And we're going to lose. My back pedal's only in the drop back. I can't even turn it.
But as we head towards the second half, the U getting the ball first is a real momentum problem.
They deferred, though.
Yeah,
But I think BIC.
That's the thing. The U got the ball first. They seemingly won the toss and took the ball. The BIC getting the ball at half is a real interesting proposition.
And it would have been killer for the U if BIC was able in that 2-minute back and forth. That was amazing football, but wins on the defense overall. If BIC put up another 6 or 7 or 8 points and then got the ball back, it would have been dire straits potentially for the U.
No, for sure.
But as close as the U looked to teetering on their way out, as I mentioned just the words cracks in the dynasty. Not saying it was over, but that the cracks were starting to show.
As soon as
boom,
you said that.
touchdown next play. So, this is the type of game and this is the type of team in the U that it's going to take all 60 minutes, guys, for them to be out of this game. And if you're watching at home, you're lucky that the rare breed, no offense to them, didn't somehow find a way to beat the U, because I don't think that we could have got a better day of football than this matchup, this rematch, this third opportunity at this level of A7FL football.
It's the battle for the A7FL soul, basically.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, it's a close it's an 8-point game now, so
I've been saying BIC since pregame, middle of the game. I called it for Shunner. I've been feeling BIC because to me what makes the difference is if Sterry Codrington is going to be a passer that can run, how do you stop that as a defense, even if you're the U with all of the athletes that they have?
I mean, you don't think the U answered that in the end of the second half?
They did, but they gave up an INT.
When you are forced into a 2-minute defense and you're allowed to do that spy and completely forget about courage as an option, which I think we will see in the second half, they were able to find some answers, especially because it felt like the BIC offense was limited into the sidelines and deep routes, which technically they were, even though they had the 3 timeouts. If you're going to put a safety back there to stop their pass game, Courage is going to eat the U defense up the entire second half.
But if Courage has to block a monstrous defensive end coming off the flying at Sterry.
One thing that BIC does have is other options that they can put at tight end, and they can put Courage in the backfield. They could put John Burton at tight end. They could put K-Wack at tight end. I think that this game, if Sterry continues to complete passes at the rate that he is BIC's games to win. And if what we saw is when the U have been forced to pass, Huff has looked human. And if Huff is going to be a human being in this second half, which he may not be, he usually isn't, let's be honest.
Here we go.
Here he is right here.
And it'll be the BIC with the ball. That one will bounce.
Oh, no, it's Matt Riddick.
Matt Riddick returning this one. Tries to get a little. Oh, look at that.
Oh, my God. That's costly. That's costly. That's costly. Hang on for your life. Listen, you do not want to miss a tackle like that on Matt Riddick.
And for all of the hype going into the returners and their abilities, credit the 3-on-1s because there are some elite athletes trying to cover these guys from scoring, and every single time they've come up the winners so far. That's going to be huge because if one of these teams can score on that 3-on-1, it's going to be a momentum changer that might be too much for either of these teams to overcome.
And it will be 1st and 10. Not ideal positioning here inside the 20-yard line.
Not at all, but a guy like Sterry who's comfortable anywhere on the field, I think he's fine.
And it's the personnel changes. Tight end comes in. It looks like John Burton is going to be the man tasked to block Pitts, who seemed unblockable in the last 2 minutes of that half. And Verardi also.
Verardi's on the line to block.
Here to win. It doesn't matter what position he plays. You got to love a little kid running around here, interrupting the game. That's what this game reminds a lot of viewers of, is that pure
it's
childlike
the love of football. Yeah.
Get him off the field, though. Get out of here, kid. All right, 1st and 10. Back to business.
It'll be 1st and 10. Fresh set of 15 minutes for Sterry Codrington and company. And a chance here. It's a family affair in Asbury Park. Matt Ryan joined by Rob, Fabian, and Corey Hammond. And Codrington will get on his bicycle and go on a tour of Asbury Park. Gets down the sideline and gets a first down and more.
Who needs a running game when you can call a pass and just step up in the pocket, find a lane, and explode?
If you were playing Madden 04,
that's big. 96 speed.
Yeah. You're throwing the controller. You're getting hot. A wall might be busted.
And he is lefty, too.
Yeah.
So you see here, he steps up in the pocket, finds a seam, and even though Neon Dion is a corner, gives him the leg, takes it away, finds the outside, and gets the easy first down.
And an opportunity here for Codrington to continue to carry this team.
Nice little elbow at the end from a spectator.
If you think Sterry Codrington is the A7FL championship MVP, you can vote at the end of the third quarter, and a tough sled ahead for Courage Mosey, and he'll be brought
Morris
back.
with the stop, and I mean, there's a history battle between Amir Morris and Courage. A lot of Courage's highlights are stiff arming Amir Morris to the shadow realm. I promise you, and it's not pretty. It is not pretty for him anyway.
And an opportunity for the BIC to get out of there. You see the U.
It's really the only time you see Chick on film ever being the one that's the joke.
Yeah, getting
You see
stiff
pressure.
to death.
Look at the amount of humans coming for Sterry Codrington, but a handoff again to Courage Mosey on second down. The ball came loose, but the ball's whistled dead.
So interesting to see. BIC comes out. They're going to establish the run a little bit on this drive. The first run from Sterry was a called pass, but taking advantage of the open lane, and it'll bring up third and about
Third
5
down.
for BIC's offense.
Do you like how they're coming out right now? Do you think they switch something in the game plan? Is this the right move to make?
Well, if they're going to eventually go to play action, because
Of course.
what they have right now is enough size to potentially open up lanes, but if you're not gonna at least throw the ball and keep the defense honest, then there's not going to be anywhere for Courage to run.
The snap. A handoff to Mosey, and Mosey met
Big Mo, Ramadan, long live Palestine.
with a huge stop there on third down. It'll be 4th and about 2.
And BIC usually will go for it here. And with only 2 yards, you might even just hand it right back off to Courage. But
That's a great stop by Big Mo. Great explosion off the line, and that's great. That's what
and
you
that's
want
a lot
for
of times that's a tackle that Courage will find a way to sneak out of. Big Mo
a guy that
making
size,
a big play on third down.
Yeah, that's a great tackle by Big Mo.
Easy guy to root for, obviously. We talked to him pregame.
And
But it'll bring
Loading
up
up the
4th
line.
down. Huge turn of events if the U can stop them here.
Worthy in motion. The snap. Codrington in
pressure.
trouble. Thrown. Incomplete pass. And the Patterson U with a huge stop.
Wow.
And the game can turn just like that.
Wow.
We thought that the BIC had the advantage getting the ball at half, but it seems like the U defense
Oh, my
piggybacking on the momentum
goodness.
at the end of the half. They come with two guys comes unblocked, quick pressure. Sterry's forced to throw the ball a little bit quicker than he anticipated, puts the ball where it needs to be, but a great play by Kels Gallimore, his first great defensive play, and it'll bring up 1st and 10 for the U offense.
Bad play calling by BIC's offense.
I think they might have taken it a little too lightly at
I think
halftime.
so.
And that
Pay attention to that
cadence
backfield.
thing.
Deshaun Johnson,
Last time you said that, he got burnt.
he didn't get burnt by variety. Look, Pete, just pay attention.
It'll be 1st and 10. The slot. Oh, look at that. The quick screen. That one to
That was
Kyle Ward and a
fast.
whip
fast.
throw, and it will be 2nd down.
Corey, can you make a throw like that?
Well, when you start the ball
Shut
and the
up,
snaps, I got a quick release of
Oh,
anything.
you got it.
Come on, I've
you know I'm trolling.
made a living in this league from quick screens. I don't get sacked.
Deshaun
Second
Johnson
down.
with the lead block, and I'm
Huge
You
run
block,
there to
Robbie
1st
Wright
down.
seals the edge, gets the
I'm
edge, first
telling
down.
you.
SJ with the carry and a player down on the field.
And that looks like a bad one. Hopefully he gets up after that, but
That's
that's
looking
the
like a
type of
shoulder
type of
injury.
attitude play that'll get the U's total team back into this game.
Yeah.
Not that they were out of it at any moment,
They
but
weren't
that's
out
the
of it,
type
but-
of that's the type of team that the U is they piggyback off momentum, big
Right.
plays, and then all of a sudden that attitude, that U mentality kicks in, and when they feel they're better than the opponent, a lot of times they prove it.
They're gonna show you bully ball energy.
And was the BIC unable to really ratchet anything up out of the blocks on the half because they're too overconfident, or the U finally lulled them into a false sense of security?
Matt, it's the question I've been asking for 2 weeks. Can you do it a third time? That was the only question I had. And I think that's the only thing I had against BIC is beating a team that good 3 times is a tall order. We don't play in football. We don't play
Well,
guys
Rob
three
will
to
say
5
this
times.
more than anybody. On 4th down, Guess what your offensive line has to do to succeed?
Block somebody.
And when two guys come uncovered, Sterry has to force the ball out of his hands a lot quicker. He had nowhere to escape, which is
Nowhere to
something that
go.
he sometimes will have when there is a little bit of blocking.
And is that a breakdown in the team? Like, are they getting tired? Is it too much? Are they tired of going against these guys? It's a lot. The U wants it. It's about who wants it more at this point.
And we have just under a half an hour to figure that one out. Who will walk out with the A7FL title? The BIC have the lead, but the U have the ball, and they're thriving. We'll find out after this break on the A7FL Championship. Patterson U with the ball, 2nd and 5, the A7FL Championship on Stadium.
And what BIC is going to try to do now is stack that side that Deshaun Johnson is on to help Verardi out. But look, on Verardi again,
Stephen Jones
one-on-one with
Jr.
JJ.
Can't get past the line of scrimmage and brought down behind the 20.
And
at
credit
the
JJ.
21.
He doesn't
Credit
make the
JJ.
tackle there, but he stops
slows
the play.
it down enough.
And then they rally. So that's the BIC defense that you've seen all year. It's not one hat to the ball, it's multiple. And they're going to have to make adjustments, both of these teams, back and forth. As
Right.
Rob is really excited to see Johnson out there sealing the edge and the
you love to see it.
and you Rob specifically love what I call the scale breaker formation
Oh,
here,
yeah.
because
I
there's
like
a
that.
lot of weight out there for the U.
I'm not going to lie, I thought you just said there's a lot of meat out there on the U. So I'm happy you did
Pause.
super pause. I'm glad you didn't say that.
And a 2nd down, play action, Huff in trouble, seeing jerseys.
Good. That's a great. That's good.
If
Good
we
job.
look at the replay here, we talk about, you said meat. There was a lot of meat out in the
A
route.
lot of humanity.
There was human.
The humidity isn't the only thing that's thick right here in the A7FL.
Look at my man. Look at my man down the field.
Look
No,
at
not
the
him.
lack of pressure.
He was going deep,
But
too.
look at the lack of pressure when Verardi's not involved. Everyone else you guys named was there. Burton was there.
Verardi's still
Psycho
on
was
the
there.
tackle, though.
Verardi's going to always be there. He's
He
the
is always
best
there.
defender on BIC right now. No questions.
And you feeling themselves, this third quarter has been their quarter so far. But as we talk about all the time, it's really nice in between the 10s what you do. You still got to punch it in.
Snap,
Play
play
action.
action. Throws it into the big man.
I thought it was going to be a TBT.
No TBT, that intended for number 76, Deshaun Johnson.
That play action by Huff was phenomenal. Pat Coburn was wide open. A huge man somehow was completely missed.
But I told you.
But when you
it's
miss
like-
them, that might come back to bite them,
It
because now
definitely
it's
gonna
second
come back
and
to
10.
bite, man.
And they already went with their play action, so that, if they go with that, look how wide open my man
look.
is. Scoot it.
Huff, come on, man.
Just judging it a little easier, and it would have been a touchdown, but it will be 2nd down. Matt Ryan joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. You see Pat Coburn, a man who's played on both sides of this rivalry, set at the bottom of your screen.
And he usually
Ooh,
wins.
that's a lot of space for Pat. Look,
And there's the screen
wow.
to Coburn.
That's
Coburn!
a lot of space for Pat. I'm saying I wouldn't give him that much space.
Gets to the 5. It'll be 3rd down.
Well, good play from the corner there, because that's a very quick throw.
Very quick.
And a quick guy, Pat Coburn, known for putting people in blenders. Good open field tackle will bring up 3rd and 6.
If Ice
3rd
Cream
and
Truck
goal.
scores, is that a TBT?
Yes.
No, not anymore. He's lost enough weight for the threshold himself.
And it slips up.
Are we two different Ice Cream Truck songs?
Truck. The ice cream truck delivers not just Choco Tacos, not just Sundays,
He's
not
back
just
with the
those
Choco
Super
Tacos.
Mario Pops when you were a kid with the gumball eyes.
It
He
is.
delivers points. Touchdown, Patterson.
And it's
I'm
just-
surprised he didn't mention those little cream bars that had like the wrestlers printed on them.
Oh, the
Those
WWF
were
ice cream.
all-time.
Oh.
Those were all-time favorite. I didn't even
And-
love wrestling, but the touchdown, as
And
you
again,
call it, Rob.
I literally called.
Now these extra points are going to come into play because
I'm telling you guys, listen, the key here, and this is why in the MVP voting, if Verardi's name is not in it, I don't know what to do.
yeah, but he's getting blocked now.
Right now, and look at how the game has changed with him now getting blocked.
It's a rough day at the office for this Patterson.
John
Normally the U is confident enough. They put out Kareem Moon for their little package things. Now
they need it.
it's time for 2. Oh, they got the double passy. Tricky.
And a flag on the play.
That's tough. The Baltimore special.
As one of the younger fans is somehow complaining. He knows the rules.
And it will be a 2-point attempt after a little bit of help there.
So it'll be the 2-point from the 5, the rare 2-pointer from the 5, or the even rarer 2-pointer from the 15.
How good are Choco Tacos?
They're pretty
I
good.
think they're
solid.
elite ice cream.
Elite
Choco
ice cream?
Taco is elite level ice cream.
Okay.
I would fist fight a small family right now.
For a Choco Taco?
No, for an ice cream sandwich.
For an ice
like
cream
a
sandwich.
really good ice cream sandwich.
One of those
Yeah,
chocolatey ones.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Underrated. Costco, when they have those big packets, sometimes those are the best because they're like, it's like they skimp on the additives that they put in the cookie part, so it's even
Can we
softer.
establish a P.O. box where people send us ice cream sandwiches,
Yeah,
or is that a
can we
fool's
do that?
errand?
Unless it's in Antarctica, I don't think
Yeah.
it
I
would
don't think they
stay.
can
Dry
send it.
ice,
They're not gonna stand.
but
Not that.
I mean, hey, if we got a P.O. box in Antarctica, send as many ice cream sandwiches as
Or
you want.
you guys could DoorDash us some Choco Tacos. That would be great.
care of A7FL announcing team, Asbury Park Stadium, and go for the 2-pointer from the 10. It looks like that was just a reset penalty. But now an opportunity for the BIC to stop on defense, stop the attempt at a tie, and
Soltis!
somehow,
Oh, no, Soltis!
somehow,
Oh, my good.
Quattrell Huffin ties the game.
Hey.
No, Soltis.
Wow.
I wasn't going to call it out, but Soltis was doing a
Wow.
whole
Was
lot
he
of
over
double
the
stepping,
line?
2-stepping.
He wasn't over the line, was he?
Anthony
Definitely a
DiMarcisco
tie ball game.
Oh,
putting it on the board, and the Patterson U stopping the BIC on the
And
first drive of the
Guys,
third
for
and
all
tie
of
it
you
up.
that were in the chat thinking that the game was over first quarter, second quarter, like guys, the game's
Have you
never
watched
over.
the A7FL?
I don't think you've watched a
Are
lot
you
of
new
A7.
here?
Soltis, no.
No.
No, Soltis, no.
Excuse me. Bye-bye.
Take a look at me now.
Yeah, he didn't
There
even
was
take off
an
his
empty
sunglasses.
space.
There's plenty of empty space around Soltis.
It's too much. And he dunks it.
He's like, oh no, oh, it's us. Oh, I got him,
Excuse me.
I got him. Oh, no.
Bye-bye.
I'm sorry, Soltis. I just
Look,
saw
look.
you from the rip, and it looked like me out there trying to play
No
defense.
jacket required.
And
That
it's like,
one,
it's
banger
like
on
you
top
said.
of banger.
It's like you said. It's like Huff does better when he has pressure in his face with no pocket. He makes more accurate throws. That's ridiculous. I can't.
And it will be a 3-on-1 attempt.
Wow.
As both sides, legal teams, Casey Fennessy, the attorney for the defense, Ryan Shamar, the plaintiff.
Casey Fennessy Esquire.
I would love to see a Celino and Barnes commercial with Casey Fennessy, Kenny Stansberry, and Carl Meisner. Do you have a play you want adjudicated? Call us today. It's Matt Ryan, Corey Hammond, and Rob Fabian calling the action for you for the A7FL Championship. The Patterson U tying this one up, guys. And if you were walking into this game, we knew it was going to be close. We thought it was going to be about a 6-point game. Corey, you called that one out, and Rob, you said the same thing.
Still.
Right now, it's tied, and this next drive for the BIC
is important.
It's the most important drive of the season for them. Despite there being a lot of time left, the momentum is wholly on the Patterson U side. Despite the BIC ending the half with an impressive defensive stop, getting an INT, not able to put more points on the board, but
BIC,
come back to bite them.
BIC should have went into halftime with way more points on the board than they had, and that looks like it is going to come back to bite them in the behind because Patterson U is starting to figure things out, make certain adjustments. Ice out Verardi, and now they're starting to pour it on. And they were left with 0 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
To now answer with 20. So BIC has to now make an adjustment or at least wake the guys up to get that offense going again. Something's not clicking.
And anyone used to this league knows that both of these teams can put up points in bunches.
Yeah.
They can put up 18, 40 in a quarter. So I don't think we're going to witness that kind of explosion.
No.
But both of these teams are now teetering on the momentum side. Who's got momentum? It seems like the U has momentum, but every single time in this game so far, we think that one team has taken control of the game. The other team has been able to answer. And although BIC came out with their first drive in the third quarter and they're a little lackluster, they still showed that when Sterry Codrington has an opportunity that he's going to get chunks of yardage on the ground. And they didn't even throw a pass except for on that fourth down when there was the quick pressure and maybe a miscommunication on the cadence. So really nothing's changed except for we know that both of these teams are going to play the full 60 minutes, unlike the Tampa Nightcrawlers. And what we're going to – what, was that an unfair shot?
No, go ahead, Corey. Do your thing.
Sniping in the streets.
So 60 minutes is an important thing in a football game.
It is.
And when you're looking for a championship and you're trying to unseat the champ – the U were never going to lay down. The U were never going to make it easy. And this tie ball game, this 2-point conversion, when BIC makes a mistake, and no offense, by putting Soltis in there, that basically was like a Corey Hammond out there playing defensive end, you're not respecting the game as much as maybe you should have, because that 2 points is huge.
Challenge on the play
to see if he was over the line.
To see if he was over the line
and that's
of scrimmage.
The only thing. And I kind of felt like he was. It looked like he was, but we'll see.
I think my point about Soltis being out there still holds true.
It still holds. But
the point is,
it's not just that, but putting Case
both of these teams are going to have to continue to punch and throw haymaker after haymaker.
The touchdown that they just allowed, Kason is out there playing corner. Kason's a football player.
He has an interception.
But you're not going to tackle Ice Cream Truck one-on-one for the walk-in touchdown.
Not when they get to that point.
And I think that it's become a battle of attrition. The deeper these two teams go, the longer this game goes. We're testing the benches and the depth charts of both.
I think in the fourth quarter it's going to come down to which team's passing game is going to be able to move the ball when they're forced to pass and the defense knows their pass.
You would say that.
I mean, that's how all football works.
The last 2 minutes of this game is going to determine the winner, honestly.
The quarterback that throws and completes more passes, and right now that's Sterry Codrington, is going to be the winner of this game. Huff, at times, has struggled.
They just scored 2 running touchdowns.
But that's really cute when BIC gives you the ball with only 35 yards to go.
So that's really cute. No, right.
No,
you're right.
I think that running the ball always has a place in this league, in football, and especially in this game. But you see when BIC went to just try to shove the ball down the road.
Replay up. So Codring, the throw.
It's so close to the 10. That's really close and tough call. Maybe that's what Soltis was after the whole time.
And when you see a play like that, and it's inconclusive. The play is inconclusive.
So it's going to stand, and it's going to be a tie ball game. We're going to see Ashanti Worthy maybe return the ball.
And that was the next thing I was going to say. Ashanti Worthy, this is where he peaks. This is where.
Well, we haven't seen the play that we've been waiting for from Ashanti Worthy.
Might be it.
And if this is it, this is how the BIC wins the championship.
Right. This might be it. They're calling for Worthy right now. If he can run one back on an untimed down,
then the entire game is broken back open
again. The whole
again.
game is broken up.
And those 3-on-1s, even though they don't take any time off the clock, they're so deflating for a defending offense.
No score. They are calling it a no score.
Okay.
No 2-point. The touchdown will stand.
Okay. But no 2-point. I felt like it was close. And again, I thought he was over the line.
And those shout out to John Soltis, who did make the play, and now will go down in history as the savior on that play. but those 2 points are going to be huge because this game is going to come down to a spread of potentially 2, 3, 4, 5 points.
But if you're the U, you just stopped BIC's offense last drive.
Yep.
You think you can do it again, don't you? You slowed them down all second quarter, and you stopped them last drive.
How about this? If BIC scores and gets the extra point, they're up by 9.
They're up by 9. Now
that's a 2-point. That's a 2-score ball game.
And if this defense can keep the aggression going, and then Verardi or Columbia can break open, then it's a completely different ball game than what we've seen.
The U have what? They've been successful doing what, Rob? Running the ball. So if they're down by 2 scores, they're not going to be able to continue at some point to run the ball, and then that's where the icing out of Verardi doesn't become a factor, because then you have to put 76 blocking him, and then that might open up one of these other pass rushers. And there's a long list of them for BIC.
It hasn't. And I wanted to prove to you guys today that Verardi's so key that it's just him. Everyone else is better because he's there. But if he's iced out, everyone else is almost there but doesn't quite get to him.
We'll see what the fans think. Just so you know, at the end of this third quarter, you could start voting for the A7FL Championship MVP live on what social media platform?
That'd be on Instagram.
I don't have Instagram, so I had to just double check with Matt.
It's going to be a question in our Instagram story. So if you're not following us on Instagram already at A7FL, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing that? Corey doesn't have an Instagram, so he gets an excuse. Everybody else, no mas para ti. So it is going to be an opportunity here for Ashante Worthy on the 3-on-1, a 2-point lead.
He's going to run for 15 yards before he throws this.
Launching this one from the 25. It's got to go to the other 25-yard line on the fly. It does. It's caught inside the 5 by Worthy.
Huss. My goodness, Kyle
Stays
Ward
by
speed.
pedal.
Oh, my goodness.
And almost breaking out of that tackle attempt.
Bro, a sweat bead just hit me in the eye. I got so nervous.
And this is what this rivalry between each team means to each player.
I don't think you guys understand. If this
Rob,
is your first time,
pick the U.
Listen, I know. Listen, if you've never seen Worthy, and this is your first time,
it's almost breathtaking. Every time
it's really that close. If he misses by an inch or our arm swings open, he's gone. Like it's bye-bye for 6 seconds straight.
You're hitting him with that bonsoir Shoshana, and it's not an inglorious one.
A lot of French today. Gotta be loving the French today. All I know is croissant.
I will fist fight someone for a French pastry too. The snap on 1st and 10. Codrington with time. A lot of time. Will now have to settle for the run because his receiver's going to get open and getting caught.
Amir Morris.
Chick
wow.
He is having an MVP conversation kind of day
wow.
today.
At least on the defensive side of the
ball. On the defensive side, right.
As soon as the U went to this quarterback spy with Chick as the quarterback spy, they've neutralized some of these runs. Now, that's great blocking from the offensive line for BIC.
I'm impressed with that
And
blocking.
to be fair, not necessarily a bad decision from Sterry to take the yards that he's given.
It was just a great play by Amir Morris.
Second and about medium, not a bad place to be.
The snap. Okay. Again in trouble. Throws this one and incomplete.
And he's got to take advantage of those. That's another one of those opportunities to find Matt Riddick with space in front of him, but we'll see what the flag is.
Who's the flag on? That was a great blocking scheme by the BIC's offensive line.
And looks like someone might have broken the pylon, the chains there. And it will be another penalty on the BIC as they'll have to walk this one back. Not a fun conversation.
And it really didn't hurt them as much in the first half because they were able to overcome it. Now on a must-move drive, they don't necessarily need to score, but they need to get momentum a little bit more back in their favor because if they're forced into another 4th down and they go for it, then the U is their offense is moving downhill at that point.
Right.
So it'll be 2nd and 18. A lot different of a play call is 2nd and 8.
But again, this is Sterry. He can get out of that.
The U losing a timeout.
Amir Chick Morris, number 26, still playing that quarterback spy.
Snap, the throw on the screen to Riddick. Riddick in trouble.
Oh,
fumble picked up by the BIC.
There it is. Thank God for courage, ladies and gentlemen, because that is nasty work to be in open space with a fumble that close to their end zone.
And Matt Riddick has always been known for holding that ball like a loaf of bread, and it very rarely bites him where it bites you.
What are we witnessing right now from BIC?
Right now, they're trying to answer the call, and it's 3rd and long forever, and this play is live for now.
It's the flag on the play.
It's a free play.
For who?
Third.
For BIC. Why not?
Just chuck it. What is Courage Mozzie? One-on-one with Amir Morris.
Cuts upfield. Courage Mosey gets the first down on the ladder.
Yes.
Matt Riddick stolen on him, another flag, and that's brought down at the 49.
Wow, there's a lot to Listen, I'm just going to be patient and wait so I can hear what's going on right now. I don't understand what I just witnessed.
Let's all take a breather. This is the A7FL. We're in a U game, so the pitchy, tossy stuff is not something that we're
Let's try to
not
figure
used
this
to seeing.
out.
But let's start from the beginning.
'Cause
it
the
looks
flag
like
is
it's a
thrown
flag
late,
and a free play.
but the
so
flag was
this
thrown late.
is easy. Great.
Okay.
Courage
gets the
picks
ball.
up the first down.
Excuse me.
Then
Bye-bye.
hates football and all the football gods and says, you know what?
Here you
I'm
go.
going to just
Here
lackadaisically
you go,
toss
Matt.
it to nobody. Matt Riddick is like, nope, I won't run forward. I'm going to
gonna
go
run
backwards,
backwards.
lose yards. And although he a lot of times may score,
Nobody can catch me.
Amir Chick Norris is one of those guys that can finally tackle him. And he didn't learn his lesson from the play before, and he's still holding the ball like a loaf of bread. Somewhere, if there are football gods right now, there's lightning striking, and I just don't know when it's going to happen.
I had a coach that used to say, respect the game, and it'll respect you.
They're not
There's
respecting
a
much
lot
here.
going on right now. I just need to understand these flags.
Well, once we get a little bit of the yellow hanky translation from the officials.
There's a lot for them to talk about right now.
So much.
All right, well, at the
So
start of the
before the
play,
snap.
this guy did this penalty. But then 15 seconds later, this guy did
But
this.
the penalty was after he hiked the ball. Like, he was already in motion, and he threw the flag afterwards.
So what it looked like to me is that BIC snapped the ball with you guys still kind of standing in the neutral zone off sides. They continued to just stand there because they didn't really think it was a play. And then you saw Air Jamaica coming from, like, it literally looked like off the sideline to force pressure. Courage is able to cut it back inside. And long story short, BIC looks like it has a 1st and 10.
1st and 10.
So
All
for
that
all
just to say
those at
1st and
home,
10.
really, the answer to your question is what just happened? 1st down.
And the
Yeah, they're trying to catch him with the hurry up now. It's
1st and 10.
serious.
The 19th flag of the day, and that one brought out a play. Thank you to
That
David
boy
Soberman,
weighs
our
30
statistician,
pounds.
And
letting us know
all
about
30
that.
pounds of them getting a 1st down on that quick screen. The hurry up is something that the U and their dynasty has been known for, and in these last 2 plays, BIC has completely flipped the tide, and with the hurry up, got a free play out of a really weird situation
And we
that
have
we're still trying to
Ferrari
figure out.
in the backfield.
And then a
along
quick
with
screen
Cullen.
because nobody really wanted to admit that the game was still going on, and Jason Cizon was able to get 11 of the easiest yards he'll get in his A7FL career.
I'm not mad at BIC for doing what they need to do to win.
2nd and 2. And the BIC have been able to hold the U to 18 after shutting them out for the better part of the 1st quarter and a half. The U finding a way to come back and almost tied this one on the last drive, but thanks to a very controversial 2-point attempt, the throw was made over the line of scrimmage,
And
which
this
gets us to 20 to 18.
And this personnel for BIC is their run personnel, which in the second half hasn't necessarily been a good look. But if they come with the double tight Matt Riddick and Ashanti Worthy in the backfield, potentially going out in motion to the top of your screen, quickly turn from a running formation to a pass one.
It's looking like an inside pitch to Courage.
2nd and 2 in motion is Riddick.
See, there it is.
And there's the handoff to Courage Mosey. Mosey
Ooh,
getting to inside the
someone
20.
cracked him.
Good call from Rob as they get the 1st down on 2nd and 2.
Yeah,
but
when they line
late
up Courage
flag.
at that wing, it's looking like that quick, wing
Shuffle
inside
pass, yep.
shuffle. Take a look at that replay. Every time the motion, but Courage lining up from there. It's usually to come right off of Big Dippy's butt.
Whoop, right there.
Big hit by Amir Morris. Amir Morris is.
And the BIC over the 200-yard mark in terms of rushing this afternoon.
How about penalties?
We'll get
it's
penalty
close to
yards in a
70.
second.
That's crazy.
That's a lot of yardage.
Look at Courage's face.
An unfair amount.
So after that play, I'm not sure what the penalty is.
At all.
It looks like BIC is moving forward. Air Jamaica's still asking about it.
Codrington making a case for himself to be an MVP candidate.
At the end of this 3rd quarter, less than 5 minutes away, it looks like game time. With the way some of these minutes football-wise, it might be another 45 minutes until we get to the 4th
These
quarter.
sideline attorneys are charging by the hour, so.
Courage back in the backfield.
2nd and 2 in motion. Matt Riddick. The handoff to Mosey, and he's immediately met by the defense. And a big stop there, helping along number 52, Joseph Isaac Negron.
So I'm guessing his whole intention here was to just try to get that quick 1st down because it's just 2 yards.
Yeah.
It's just Courage. That's an easy, you know what I'm saying? That's an easy pick. I'd do the same thing.
So it'll be 3rd down.
I think they gave him the first down after that, so it'll be 2nd and 10.
I think I'm confused.
It's been a confounding game between both sides so far, 20-18.
Especially those last 4 or 5 plays. We're giving the refs a lot to think about. Looks like it'll be 2nd and 10. Courage still in the backfield.
And the snap, a handoff. Mosey stays upright, gets to the 15, runs out of bounds at the 15. They'll
In
mark
the
him out of
second
play
half,
there.
they've really established the run with Courage, and he's found, even though there's not a lot of room for him to run, he's found the yardage just plowing through and keeping his balance and staying upright. Bring up a 3rd and 5 and a manageable down and distance for
Courage is a
BIC.
guy that you can put the game on his back, and he'll be able to carry it for you for a good amount of time. And I think that's what they're doing. They're really just buying time until
And
whatever's
especially if
supposed to
he's
click.
going to keep getting yards when they need to,
Yeah.
when they do finally go with the play action, might find the touchdown for themselves.
And with 3rd and 5, Codrington with an empty
What you got, Corey?
backfield.
What you got, Corey?
Riddick throws this one, tipped, intercepted
Interception!
by the Patterson U, Dakari Mims.
Wow!
And they go with the play action, and
Wow.
Ashanti Worthy is running a crossing route, and it's just underthrown. Great play from Dakari Mims to undercut the route, and if he puts the ball in front of Ashanti Worthy, we don't know what's going to happen, but when you put it behind him, Dakari Mims is the type of corner to take advantage. Just look at the route here. He actually has a little bit of space if you look at him, but just underthrown here, and it's just not the right way to do it
And
when
it
you're
looks
going
like-
in for the score, but the U defense stands up big.
And it looks like Deion Davis also might have got a hand on that or
A slight
tried to.
tip. Sterry, you had more time.
If he throws with some space to the back pylon, maybe Ashanti Worthy runs under it. But you know what?
That's Sterry. That's on Sterry.
Sterry's looking at it, and as much as the run is great for BIC, I think their identity all year has been let's air it out, and we have 4 chances to get 10 yards.
No, be specific. Let's air it out to Worthy. That's been their identity
Or
all
Umar
year.
Butter Lewis.
No.
Or Cohen.
No.
Over the last few weeks, they've tried to be diverse with their offense.
And it hasn't worked.
Because the Codrington Ashanti timing, I think, has been a real key, real
Something's
problem.
been off.
And this first half was a story of offenses exploding. The second half and the last 2 minutes of the first half has
Vardy's
been
not
these
in.
defenses.
Please pay attention.
The
Vardy's not
handoff, and the ice cream truck pushes the pile.
in. Mean numbers.
Good
Gain of about
3-yard run.
4.
I'm looking for Vardy.
Well, and this is where the U is especially dangerous in play action, because if they have enough confidence to call a play action, Huff is the one quarterback that could throw it 80 yards, and no one can cover any of these U
That is
receivers for 80 yards.
a big boy backfield. That whole, this is, what did you call this formation?
The scale breaker.
I like it.
And the snap on 2nd and
Scale
6,
breaker
another
formation.
hand.
Great block. He runs into. Switch hands, young man.
Oh, no.
Switch hands, young man.
First down, Patterson.
Switch. And I told the guys earlier this week, he needs a breakout game in order for the U to compete. Not even win. For the U to compete, he has to show up. I called it.
What a run
And
by
so
the ice
far,
cream truck.
this is the ice cream truck's best performance as a player on the U roster.
Excuse me, JJ. That's your fault. Great blocking. Oh yeah. And who's missing, guys?
Alex Verardi.
Who would have made the play, guys? Alex Verardi. They're gonna hate me. They're gonna call me all types of bias. BIC's defense is okay without Verardi. They're amazing with him. I'm sorry.
And let's credit Ricky Tate here as the U hurry up gets another play in without our cameraman being able to catch it. Darryl Luck with the short run.
Guys, where is
But
it?
Ricky Tate saves the touchdown there.
Ricky
And
Tate
Timeout,
is elite.
BIC. Timeout. And the U have them on their back foot.
Wow, what a game, ladies and gentlemen.
This is what the
a game.
A7FL is all about, and we will be with you until we decide a champion. We initially were going to have an extended post-game show, but that
nope.
Not with this game.
we will have a champion, though. Let's take a look at that play.
The blocks.
Again from the ice cream truck.
And it's a great bit of blocking up front for the first 6 yards, and then it's just the ice cream truck taking over, serving out cold, delicious treats for all of those U fans everywhere.
I see
Tacos.
soft-served vengeance
And
at
if
the
Ricky
hands of
Tate
Donnell
isn't
Hubert.
there, if Ricky Tate isn't there, they're in
It's a
trouble.
house call.
And Ricky Tate's one of my favorite defensive players for BIC. It's really Verardi and Ricky Tate for me. Honestly. He's not there, that plays 6, man.
And we will see here after the timeout from the BIC with 1:48 left to go. An opportunity.
And it's
Got it.
interesting, we talk about styles at halftime. The style of play that the U came in with was to pound the ball, grind down this BIC defense. And although in the first half they did put up decent numbers on the ground, most of those coming from Huff, as we go later on to this game, the holes are much more wide open because this offensive line for the U is getting and wearing down the defensive line for BIC.
Hashtag, where's Verardi? I don't know what you're talking about. He's not in. That's why this is happening. He's the key. I promise you he's the key.
2nd and 1, one of the biggest fullbacks you'll ever see.
Yeah, that boy's huge.
He is enormous.
A lot of large humans behind the line. Huff will just take this one. He will go out of play around the 40.
He gets the first down. Mook saves the day there.
Saves him. He said, "Oh, come on, Mook."
He's talking all kinds of nonsense
They're
on
not-
the sideline. But
That
he
was a
makes the
great
play.
play. That's a
That could have
great
been a
play by Mook.
touchdown because
And another one of my favorite, Mook has been a standout all the whole playoffs. Mook has been a standout.
absolutely, definitely the playoffs. And even in the end of the regular season, he started to make his presence known. But when the run is stopped there, and John Columbia, Master Chief, is about to make a tackle on a guy with no ball in his hands. It's a great play from the quarterback on the play action. 1st and 10.
1st and 10 opportunity
there.
here.
Verardi's there.
Verardi back on defense. The
Who
handoff.
blocks is-
And here's an opportunity. Oh, what
Guys,
a tackle.
I'm not trying to make things complicated for you. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible.
Well, you know who's missing
Verardi's the
also on the
answer.
defensive side for
Not a
BIC
soul.
is I do not see Quan out there playing linebacker in these run situations.
Darryl Luck with the hit.
And although I don't know who you take out to put Quan in,
No, they did
Quan is
say-
one of the best tacklers in this league. Just
Yeah,
maybe
he
side
can't
to
cover.
side
I don't
speed,
think
he
Quan
can't
can
get
cover.
there.
Great block by Deshaun Jackson on
Huge
who?
hole.
Verardi. And then everyone else has to deal with all these other running backs.
Kason Campbell just jumps on.
Yeah, he has to, and that's a great tackle by Kason. But if Verardi's iced out, these guys look average. Where's Psycho? Where's the Psycho that everyone keeps talking about? John Columbia
He was
is
trailing, but
he's not the answer. Verardi is key. Verardi makes everyone else better. But if you ice him out, these guys are not looking as stellar as they looked all season.
well, maybe the U won't have to pass it.
Maybe they won't.
Because if they keep running the ball like this, why would they? Play action.
The handoff, no play action. Moon in
Oh,
trouble.
wow.
Stays upright and gets out of play.
The
There's
rare
Dwan.
play
Good
action
tackle
to
by
run
Dwan.
directly where you faked the run to. I love that. But if anybody can make it work, it's Kareem Moon.
Yeah,
And with 35 and
stop by
counting.
Dwan, though. Again, Dwan is elite when he goes against the U. I don't know what it is about those guys. He must not like them. Attributes up by 10, plus 10, every attribute. And I used to think he's slow as molasses, but the guy can clamp. I don't know. Dwan's amazing against
See
the
Huff
U.
back in the game at quarterback for the U. And they come out with a lot of great talent at wide receiver. You got Kyle Ward,
Pat
Joel
Coburn.
Jumpman Rivera, Pat Coburn, and Dakari Mims. So maybe it's an opportunity for Verardi to get on a
It
block.
100%
And
is an
that will
opportunity.
be the end of the third quarter.
Put your fours up, guys. Fourth quarter.
45 minutes
Wow.
left to go, and when we return,
game.
voting will be open. Who is the A7FL Championship MVP, and who's walking out of here with the chip? We'll be back in a minute. And it's the A7FL Championship live here on Stadium. With 15 minutes of football left, we want to remind you once again the A7FL just launched our second equity crowdfunding campaign. It's not every day you have the opportunity to invest in a professional sports league. So if you like what you see, hey, you gotta love what you're seeing right now. Head to startengine.com/A7FL or A7FL.com/invest. And don't forget about the early bird bonus. If you invest during the first 72 hours, you get some special bonuses. To go to startengine.com right now, startengine.com/A7FL, and find out how you can be a part of the American Sevens Football League. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. We are in the final 15 minutes of the A7FL Championship, and it will be for the Patterson U a chance here to get the lead. And you see Quattro Huffin at wide receiver. Might be some trickeration in this dancery. Stephen Jones Jr. with the ball behind center.
I've seen him throw the ball. He can, but they're definitely running the ball here if it were me.
And the handoff to Jones Jr.
Who makes the tackle?
Smothered, covered. Welcome to the Waffle House.
Big Rob's going to sound like a broken record by the end of this game.
I promise you guys.
Because if it's that simple, it is that simple.
It is.
And Verardi has proven that it is.
Verardi, I would love to give Verardi's stat line. The kid is amazing.
Well, at halftime, he had 5 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks.
Come
at
on.
the half.
At half? Verardi's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a joke. I'm not gassing. You literally see it in live action.
And a shout out to Joseph Perez, the owner of our A7FL Cincinnati division, giving us a shout out. Thank you so much for watching and enjoying with us. It'll be 3rd down, 3rd and 6. Huffin back under center.
Now they're back in a spread formation, and now they got a pass block, Verardi. Let's see what he does.
Watch what Verardi does.
They double team him with a wide receiver.
Oh, wow. Scat. Whoa, whoa.
The throw! Caught! D-Mars! Patterson U get the lead in the 4th! What a play! Bang! Bang! 6 on the board!
And I don't know how a guy is that wide open, but when you saw Huff throw from his back foot, you thought something was off about the play. They send Pat Coburn in here, who is a wide receiver, to help double team Verardi. And then they lose D-Mar just going down the field by himself. Meep, meep. Great job on offense. Maybe play a little bit on defense because you just got torched for the go-ahead touchdown in the 4th quarter. Now, we got plenty of time left in this game, and BIC is going to have
plenty of time.
Plenty to say for it.
And
shout out to Huff, throwing off of his back foot to a wide-open man with guys in his face. And if you thought the U was just going to ride off quietly into the night and allow BIC to move in as the new dynasty, you've never watched an A7FL game, have you?
BIC is not going to lay down and get run over either. This might be a wake-up call.
Now,
this might
these
be a
extra
smack.
points are always crucial. It's 24-20.
What do you do here, Corey? 13 minutes left, 14 minutes left.
If you have 13 minutes left, it's really early to start always going for 2. I always go for 2 because I think it's the better option.
Right.
But you're only up by 4. If you have to score 2 points to maintain a tie, if BIC were to get another touchdown on the board.
And we see this again, the touchdown.
I don't know how the defense gets so switched up there because all the U did there was have Pat Coburn come in the motion for what would be a crossing route.
But he came and stuffed Verardi paws and then
But you have to have your man and have your man, or you have to call the switch. And Meep plays the game of football like he's too fast for everybody.
Right.
That time, he looked at a guy, and let's be honest, when you look at D-Mar, you don't necessarily think he's going to be the fastest and the go-to receiver.
Listen,
and in these playoffs, D-Mar against a rare breed. Well, let's 2 catches, 98 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Maybe you should cover him.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know that much about football. I just call plays before they happen sometimes.
Right. And voting is now open on the A7FL Championship MVP. Going for the conversion here, a 2-point conversion, 3 wide receiver set.
After the 5-yard penalty, so it'll be the rare.
Huff throws it. But here comes opportunity for the defense to stop him, and they do.
Great stop by BIC. Listen, that stop can be what gets BIC to win the game when the clock reads 0-0-0-0. That was a very important stop.
With 13:59 left to go, the Patterson U get their first lead after 2 quarters and a little bit of a 4th. After 3 quarters, the train keeps a rolling. Will it be going to Patterson or will it be going to Trenton? We're going to be finding out on the other side of this one. We'll be back in a moment. The U with the lead on Stadium. With just one quarter of action left before we crown the 2022 A7FL champions, let's take a moment to appreciate not only these two great teams, but the entire league. It's been a great season, and I want to thank Rob and Corey for sharing the booth with me, at least when Corey wasn't on the field. And if you want to be a part of what we're building, if you want to be a part of our league, the A7FL's second equity crowdfunding campaign has just gone live, so you can invest in the league. You can get all the details and more at startengine.com/A7FL. Plus, if you invest during the first 72 hours, which is right now, there's an early bird bonus. So if you're thinking about investing, the time is now. Invest in the future of football at A7FL.com/invest. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and Big Rob Fabian protecting the line, and the Patterson U had some effective line play.
They did.
Rob Fabian-esque, as some would say, to get the 24-20 read, but now it's on Ashante Worthy. And if you are if you've been watching us all afternoon long, you can vote on who is the A7FL Championship MVP by going to our Instagram.
And as great as the U have been running the ball in this second half, it's a pass play. It's Huff being Huff that gives them the lead now with 13:59. Everybody at home, just maybe hold off on the champagne popping for in Patterson just yet, because
not done,
right
guys.
now may be one of the best opportunities for BIC to take the lead again, depending on who's back there for the 3-on-1.
I think it's Hollywood.
And here comes the throw attempt from the Patterson U.
Man.
This one's thrown high, and it's caught, and that is Ashante Worthy. Worthy will get to the 15. He will cut upfield. Ashante Worthy will be caught. Ashante Worthy and Kyle Wood
They
going
called him out of bounds. Why? Oh my God!
No.
He went out of bounds? No way, man.
That
no
short
way.
sideline has been striking returners and wide receivers all playoffs. You think that Ashante Worthy isn't one of those guys? Let's take a quick look, because this is a tough judgment call. And this is exactly what you see. Ashante Worthy taking advantage of the edge.
Takes that off. Let's go.
Edge played by Huff, who throws the ball really far, but struggles at times.
Right there.
I don't know.
Right
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
His right foot caught it.
Let's see it here. This is going to be the best look at it.
Bye-bye.
No, right there at the edge. Great play by Huff to get him out of bounds. That was a forced tackle there, because if not, he's going all the way. Here's Codrington taking off.
Codrington
and there's a
cuts
flag on the field.
Someone yelling free play, and he'll get the first down and get to the 45.
21 flags.
That is the 21st penalty of the afternoon.
And Amir Chick Morris will not get out of Sterry's face, and Sterry needs to make a statement after that interception in the red zone, which cost his team, obviously. He's going to have to answer, and starts off early with a run there, but we'll see. Looks like it was a free play for BIC. Let's see what the call is.
Seems like he waved the flag off.
And Chick will not stop the commentary, the on-field commentary that he's been so good at all over his 13-year A7FL career, multiple-time champion.
All Sterry has to do is stay cool,
Penalty
calm,
was
and collected.
on the U and declined.
Nice.
So
Sterry still looks like he's in control,
Very much so.
and that's what it's going to take for them to finally get over this U hump.
and a flag on the
penalty.
play, and
What
it
was
might be the 22nd flag of the afternoon.
Oh,
And it's a
the
flag
move,
on the
yeah.
on the U.
Yep. On that end, he moved.
The inches here are so crucial with the defensive and offensive line battles that any movement.
That is costly.
And another huge penalty
That's
by the
costly.
U.
And it's
Yes.
only 5 yards, but what it does is it forces the U to honor that cadence, and they can't
They
come
have to.
screaming and
And
get
it
that
puts-
easy
it
rush.
puts BIC in such a easy scoring position. I'm looking at Courage here. I'm looking at Sterry to do it on his own. That's really where my eyes
Well,
are.
you see their first two drives, similar to what the U did in the first half, Rob. Their first two drives, they come out, they try to establish the run, they go a little bit against what really got them here.
Right.
And they start this drive off, spread offense. Sterry, with the ability to pass, finds a lane, gets 12 yards. First down again, they get the 5-yard penalty. And it still seems like they're out in the spread, looking for the jugular with their
Courage and K-Wack
great
are
wide receiving
dangerous
core.
right now. Courage and K-Wack are dangerous
The
right
screen, the throw, and it'll get to around the 35, and it'll be
4
second.
yards on first down is
now.
always
It's
going
always
to be
good.
a good play.
My
So
coach always said 4 yards a pop, man.
quick screens are always there because they make the corners honor that cushion. You can't fall asleep on that cushion,
Right.
which will allow for eventually one of these guys to sneak behind him. Kels Gallimore coming back from getting burnt by Meep earlier in the
Yikes.
game. He's been playing great corner, and he has had a reputation in this league for one of the premier guys at that cover position. Watch for Kayson Campbell on the out route with that inside
Watch
lineup.
for Courage. Watch for Courage.
2nd and 1. Codrington launches this one deep downfield, and that one will be streets ahead of Ashante Worthy, and it'll be 3rd down.
And honestly, that's one of my heavy criticisms. I have criticisms on the U as well. I think their line should always do better. But one of my criticisms on BIC is we just close our eyes and let it fly to Worthy and see if it can get there.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What that does do, even though it is an incompletion, is it does stress out the defense. It takes maybe your best playmaker off the field, which, BIC is going to come in with another fast guy, but not at the same level as Ashanti Worthy.
Right.
But it brings up 3rd and what looks like 1.
3rd and 1, so maybe he went for the gusto. That was a smart play then.
And they're obviously going to be in 4-down territory
Yeah,
here.
this is the first
got-
down with Courage, guys. Don't,
Yeah, you got Courage Mosey there.
Don't overthink it.
But
Rob
take an eye on
Stradamus.
Fletch.
Don't overthink
Top of
it.
your
Yeah,
screen.
Easy money.
Pushes through. We'll get to the
Easy
30.
money. Yeah, that's
So a
easy.
gain of 5, and it will
So
be
first down. Looks like BIC might go with the hurry up.
And with 12:12 left to go, both teams have 2 timeouts. And the last 2 minutes of this game are vitally important. But right now, if you're the Patterson U, you have to get the stop here. And if you're the BIC, you're hoping for 6, but praying for 8.
Right.
We've been talking about Sterry Codrington all season, how great he's been. He might even be the MVP of this league. This is the most important drive he's had in his entire career.
The snap, Codrington
Out
throws
route.
this one.
Beautiful out route.
Caught!
Up.
Still in bounds! Oh, no, he'll touch on
It
the
didn't look like he
line.
went out, but regardless, it'll be another first down. Kayson Campbell, Rob talks about it all the time. This year, he struggled with a little bit of the drops, but he's one of the best route runners in this league. And
Right.
when he puts that turn on that out route, you throw the ball on time, it's an easy completion.
He's
Great
having-
way for Sterry Codrington to take advantage of what the defense has given him, and
And Kels
easy
Gallimore
first
with the
down.
whiff. You can't attack Kayson like that. You have to make a full tackle on that young man.
Another 1st and 10 for BIC.
Codrington
Let's see what we got.
under center, snaps the ball,
Oh,
rolls
that's-
out to his left. Codrington
Oh.
has to run it, gets the
Hesitation.
first down.
Oh.
And that was
Who
actually
just
2nd
got
and
crushed?
1.
Who just got crushed and tossed?
Somebody's soul got permanently implanted into the turf in Asbury. And I don't know who it was,
ladies and
but
gentlemen,
we probably won't be able to refer him by his government name.
Are you not entertained? Who got flung like that, like a child?
Let's see on the replay.
Oh, no, Air Jamaica.
Oh, no.
K-Wack, why you do that?
Kenneth Pommel's getting lit up like a Christmas tree or something, rolled and legal in the state of New Jersey. 10:28 left to play in the fourth quarter. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond. You can vote on the A7FL Championship MVP by going to Instagram and checking out our Instagram stories. That's A7FL on Instagram. And this man, making a case.
Let's go,
touchdown, Courage Mosey.
Put the game on your back. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? This is championship A7FL football.
And Courage not only finds the edge, explodes to the pylon, but as a GOAT, put it on.
There it is.
Let's go.
There it is. Let's see again, just hard charging running.
And he emphasizes the score with his patented touchdown dunk. And thank goodness there was not a U player there, because he would have been eviscerated.
You can compare him to Debo Samuel. You can compare him to Barry Sanders. You can compare him to any of the greats in the history of the A7FL.
You could compare him to the Black Panther, because that man is from Wakanda.
That man is Courage Mosey, and he is one of a kind, and he is a cornerstone here in the A7FL.
Courage is definitely from Wakanda.
And the
this
one
is crucial.
point.
This is crucial. Oh my!
Reach.
That's going to hurt, bro. BIC is up by 2 freaking points.
With 10-11 left to play, Courage Mosey over 105 yards so far on the day.
And we talked about it coming into this game
He
all
said he
season.
didn't have to sweat. He said he didn't have to sweat
all season.
He's
you
sweating
knew
now.
he was going to break a sweat against the U.
But with 10 minutes and 11 seconds worth of sweat left, will the BIC stay hydrated, or will the Patterson U be able to stop and stifle them? This is championship football. This is for the true champion of spring. We'll be back with the final 10 minutes in a moment. It's the A7 on Stadium.
Go catch your breath.
And this is how we got to 26-24. Courage Mosey making his way down fast, thinking fast, moving fast, and he's home now. And an opportunity now for the Patterson U, as their third championship is 2 points in 10 minutes and 11 seconds away. They need to get on the board and get on the board fast as they await the 3-on-1 from the Trenton BIC.
This is a very important 3-on-1.
And this fourth quarter is going to be a testament to which of these teams wants it more. Does the U want to stay on top as bad as BIC wants to get there? Because you thought the last 2 minutes of the first half were long. These last 10 minutes of this game are going to be an eternity.
And it's either eternity in hell or eternity in heaven for one of these two teams.
Great tackle by Dwan. Great tackle by Dwan.
Dwan Williams is a grown man.
Great tackle.
He's a grown man.
That's a great tackle.
Kyle Ward learning that real quick.
And as much as we always, and I think I might even be repeating word for word a point that I made early, as much as we always talk about the returner on these 3-on-1s, because they are the guys with the flashy stats and the highlights, it's the three that are covering it, and Dwan with as good of a form tackle as you could ever see at any level of football, any type of football.
Oh, wow.
Unless it's flagged, because I don't think that's legal.
That's illegal.
But you know what?
Great tackle.
Kyle Ward thought that he might have a chance, and Dwan Williams showed up today to play against the U and will not give him anything. anything
Actually,
on
And
that
just
3
some
on
10.
light, polite conversation about what bar they're going to for the after party.
They're
And
not
we're-
going to invite me. I know they're not going to invite me.
No, I'll invite you to mine. It's at a Wendy's. in
Still with the
Teaneck.
scale breaker formation.
The handoff cuts to the outside. That's Stephen Jones Jr.
Ooh!
And although JJ's soul is touched on that play, he does make the play and gets the stop.
Called Della Reese because
Yikes.
someone just got touched by an angel.
Oh
It'll
my
be second
gosh.
down. And yes, I made a Della Reese reference in 2022. What of it?
Oh my goodness, here it comes on the replay. Cram!
Bang.
Oh yeah. Sit down, son.
But listen,
that's how
lots
that
of
helps you get the
crams,
playmaker.
Lots of crams are fun, but when they're no yard gains, I'm going to give the guy, the smaller
You
guy,
know
the
what
win
that
on
does
that
for
one.
an offense.
Yeah, it brings up 2nd and 10. Nice.
9.5 minutes left to go. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Big Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond.
Shout out to the chat who voted for Big Angry, a hawk for
And a
MVP.
sack
Look at
by
that.
the
Look at
BIC.
that.
Who is it, Big Rob?
Who's part of the pressure?
That was number-
Verardi. Yeah, he
Joaquin
got
Brooks.
the sack.
Joaquin
but
Brooks
who
does make the
caused
actual play.
The pressure. Verardi.
And
that's
Baby
why I call it,
Burton
you have to talk. You have to
amped
call
up.
it.
Check it out. Watch the replay. Verardi unblocked. Hey, hi. Running from Verardi. He runs into him. Verardi's key.
You know there would be a cop show. Verardi is shot and Joaquin is chaser. 'Cause that was a shot chaser on that play.
That's the story of BIC's entire defense. Verardi helps them make plays. They're not going to make these tackles without Verardi.
And
Anybody else there
in
is
the last
cooked.
in the last drive for BIC in which they were able to put up points, it was the third downs that Sterry Codrington was able to step up and convert that kept them in the driver's seat of this game. Oh, free play.
Whoa.
But
And-
it's no free play there. Burton was not going to let go of Huff either.
Listen,
Hit him with that Akon, and it will be a flag on the play.
listen, if he let that man go.
There's a lot of cheering.
And the crowd here in Asbury Park Stadium
And
firmly
you
on
can
the
feel
side of the BIC, the number
pro
one
BIC
seed.
is heavy.
crowd is happy
You
with that
feel it.
call because now 3rd and 14, 3rd and 19. Like I was saying before the play, Sterry Codrington was able to step up when it mattered on that drive on 3rd down, 4th down. Huff's going to have to do it himself now. And as magical as Huff has been this entire season, this is going to have to be some kind of MGM Grand type of performance here. We talk about Vegas all the time. Let's see a magic act.
the snap. Huff with
Huff.
time.
Who's
Ferrari
in his face?
is trouble.
Who's in his
Ferrari
face?
smash,
Who's in his face?
crash,
Who's
and
in his
there's a
face?
sack
Who's in
on
his
3rd and
face?
19.
Who's in his face? And why is he upset? Because it's Verardi.
Well, he's upset because it's a sack and they have to bring up 4th down.
It's
You're
Verardi.
excited because it's
It's
Ferrari.
Verardi.
And it has always been
Verardi.
most of this
Listen.
season, if not every big play for
How about
BIC.
this?
Verardi's either getting double teamed, opening up a lane for somebody
I'm
else.
gonna do everyone a favor. I'm gonna stop talking about Verardi. I'm just gonna let his play do the talking.
Well,
you kidding me?
If you look at the chat, Verardi right now has the same amount of MVP votes as Big Angry. So maybe folks at home stop
right
voting for
now.
Hawks.
Motor.
Bang.
Motor.
Bang.
Look at him.
And he's still excited. He's still got enough energy to run to the sideline.
Number 50 is
I'd be
Verardi,
tired.
and I promise you, after that play right there, I am no longer saying his name. Just you're gonna hear complete silence from me when he makes a play.
See, Verardi's such a good player. We've never even established a nickname for him. He's
Doesn't
just
need
That
one.
one
Verardi.
bounce
He
out
doesn't
of
need one.
play. 9 tackles, 4 tackles for loss for
3
Alex
sacks.
Verardi's. 3
Three
sacks.
sacks.
That is and regular game numbers insane. Championship game numbers
I'm not saying his name anymore.
could be legendary. This could be an all-time defensive performance from Alex Verardi today.
I'm not saying his name anymore. I'm gonna let
He
you
who will
guys
not
go.
be named. He's Voldemort.
He's Voldemort. Verardi.
Voldemort.
He's Voldemort, bro.
Voldemort,
He kinda
Verardi.
looks
He will
like
not be
Voldemort.
named. He has no nose.
Big Daddy V. I'm not calling him that. I'm not calling Verardi Big Daddy V.
We get tons of great information from the side of the booth constantly. One misstep is the Big Daddy V. I think Voldemort is going to work, though. He who will not be named. As Sterry Codrington goes
Snap
with the
off the
quick,
screen, and that one will
dropped
be
it.
incomplete.
the very rare low throw for Jason Cizon, who can catch anything above an inch because he's
Mighty
about
Mouse,
4
man.
inches himself. He's saying it's his fault. He should have grown.
He'll come off the line, and there you see.
Shout out to Cizon, who has the largest family for a guy under 5'5" I've ever seen.
You are hilarious.
He's giving you
He's
a
giving
chase
me
on
a
that
run
one.
for my money. Exactly.
We're gonna see a lot of Sissons and and Hammonds.
They're probably
in the
all
A7.
fast. That's probably a terrible house to babysit at.
They're probably super fast.
2nd and 10.
2nd and
Huge
10.
cushion for Ashanti. Just quick screen him right there. Get that yardage.
Way too much cushion.
Time winding down the snap, and Codrington eerily calm. He'll take this one. He'll run out of play at the 49. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, and if
we
you're a
got a
Patterson
couple
U
of-
fan, that is eerily
Yeah,
calm
that's
because that's
hard.
scary for him to stand in the pocket, no emotion,
Yeah, but that's
not
that's
shaking
him.
one bit.
That's him. And
Steps
he's cool,
up,
calm,
gets
and
5
collected.
yards, 3rd and
We got a
5.
few
Very
Verardi
manageable.
We got a few Verardi nicknames. V Diggity.
doubt.
Somebody
V
called him.
Diggity.
Somebody called him Voltron. Clearly, he's
he
invited
who
to the
will not be
barbecue.
named has definitely made his presence known.
And right now, with 6:47 left to go, the Trenton BIC feel very comfortable. Carnell Wachter and Courage Mosey.
And they feel
will be
real comfortable for a
eligible
2-point
receivers.
lead. They feel extremely comfortable.
'Cause
They
know
got to
can
convert this
score.
here.
They know they can score.
Ball at the 49 on 3rd and
They know
5,
they
and
can
Codrington
score.
will take it.
They
He
know
will
they can
cut
score.
outside, and
Oh
he
my
will not
God.
get there.
Oh, it's
It'll
gonna be
be
close.
4th down.
Nah, he didn't get there.
It's 4th and 1, it looks like, based on the spot.
It's
But the
4th and 1.
hesitation back and forth for Codrington, I'm not sure why. You're
He
either going to
coulda
take
just-
the
he coulda
yardage
just went.
with the initial.
But let's just be honest. You have. What do you do here? 4th and 1. If you're BIC,
you hurry up and you get the 1 yard.
A snap on the play, and it looks like it'll be a false start.
If it's false start, that's a terrible development for BIC, but it could also be, as the clock stops, a timeout from one of these teams.
Could have been a timeout from the Patterson U.
Shanti Worthy gets
A
helped
timeout
back
on
up.
the
Sarah
BIC.
Codrington sits down.
We got V Shiggity, V Rock, for names for.
Timeout
for
U.
Verardi.
Pardon us. Timeout U.
Everybody in the chat can continue to talk about he who will not be named, but in this booth, we have said publicly that we will not mention his name again.
I'm not. They called him V Shady. I'm not gonna lie. I might with that one a little bit.
Just because he's white, come on, be
V
a little bit more
Shiesty,
creative.
V Rock.
All right, we
So
get that
many-
his name starts with a V.
With a V.
His name's V for Vendetta then.
Oh my goodness. We got a V.
And
you
taking
out.
a look at some of these names
V dog.
being referenced here.
V unit.
With
His
just
vendetta against the venomous villains
Oh my goodness.
of the U.
call him Young Vuck.
Wow. That was a
That
lot
was
of
close.
confidence on the
That was
air.
close.
Matt Ryan is a supreme professional.
You are elite, Matt. You are
One
elite.
subtle stumble there, and we are in a little bit of
Swaggy.
That was in slip
I like-
disc territory.
Yeah, it really was. I like Swaggy V.
Swaggy V works.
V Detta. V Diesel.
No, but if he's Swaggy V, he's going to end up with Iggy Azalea, and that would just
Yeah,
be
that's
a
tough.
honestly, it's
I don't think he'd
V12 because his motor never gives up.
Oh, because he's got that motor
I
on
like
him.
that,
Because he's got that
V12.
motor
But he
in him.
will not be named as we have 4th and 1. This is potentially, again,
is-
as
this
we
is huge.
continue
This
with
is the
this
biggest
great
play of the-
game. This is the biggest game of the
Ooh.
season. Once again, no hyperbole, even though we love it here.
25 racks on the line, 2 points deciding this one. 6:10 left to go.
And it's just 1 yard, you think, just 1 yard. But
Three.
that 1 yard could feel like an eternity against this U defense.
3 feet, 36 inches. Separate the U from getting the ball back, and a first down for the BIC. The snap by Codrington. Codrington will take it, and he will
gets the
get
first,
brought
but
down,
there's a
but get the
flag.
first.
There's a
yeah,
flag.
But finally,
If they call a
finally,
holding, this
K-Wax
is gonna
gets
hurt.
held
He gets a
on
holding
the
call?
edge, and they're finally going to call it. It was obvious. Air Jamaica gets through the line, and
he gets
Carnell
yanked.
Wachter does everything that he can to save his quarterback. But that 10 yards will be a huge 10 yards if this penalty stands.
And it'll be 4th and 11.
Here's the
Let's
replay
see
here.
the replay.
He comes through instantly. They may not even be.
Oh, well, it's definitely a holding call.
It was just K-Wax's birthday, so here's a birthday gift. We will not show your shame.
They like V12, V Shotta.
24 flags per John
my
Giovanni, our audio engineer.
24
24 flags so far
And
this
I think
afternoon.
BIC does the smart thing here. As confident as they are in their offense, 4th and 11, 4th and 10, their defense has shown
Are they punting it?
they are 3-on-1 throwing it off, it looks like.
Holy.
Well, there's still 6 minutes left in this
Can
game.
I
so
be
even
honest
if
with
the
you?
U scores,
Can I be honest with you?
you are always on.
When are you
I'm
not?
going for it on 4th and 10.
It's an opportunity here.
But as good as the defense just showed on
going
that
for the
last
gusto.
drive, I'm putting my confidence in my defense. Kenny Stansbury knows that if Verardi's in the game, that he had
V12?
Oh, man, I forgot his. He will not be named.
V12?
Ah, man, I broke the rule.
He's got that vault to him.
5 push-ups. All I'll say
Those
is
can be
that
paid off
if
over the
Sterry
course of 3
Codrington
years.
doesn't throw it out of bounds here and
He's a
allows
nutcase.
for a return, it
He's
will
a
be his
nutcase.
biggest misthrow of the
Yeah,
game.
if he doesn't throw it out of bounds, he's insane.
Get it out.
Well, Codrington will
Come on,
throw it
Quattro.
out.
And it looks
This
like
one.
he executed it.
Why is he running so fast?
And that one will get called at the 10. So 90 yards and 5 minutes and 50 seconds. About 4 minutes and change on the clock.
This is one of the most intense games. I've been in some intense games. I've played in
This
some.
is the game with the most intensity we've seen all year. And that Rare Breed U game was contentious. The Rare Breed Nightcrawlers game was contentious. Anytime there's Patterson and Trenton in the headline, it is contentious. But this game has been the culmination of the biggest season in the history of the A7FL. And if I'm in Cincinnati, if I'm in Nevada, if I'm in Los Angeles, I'm in Florida, the snap, or in Maryland, I'm watching this and taking notes and wondering what I can do next year. And Sterry hit a shot. Quattro Huffin getting a yard on that one, but it was an emphatic yard. That got me so screwed up, I forgot who had the ball.
There was a lot going on. I mean,
Well, that's that patented fake screen to the left, quarterback run to the right. They get the edge. It looked like he might have even picked up 11 yards for the first down.
1,000% got the edge because who was blocking for him? I won't say his name either.
And
I
it'll
think
be
you guys are
2nd
tired
and
of
2.
me.
8
Deshaun
yards
Johnson.
gained on the play.
Well, Deshaun Johnson has become a household name with his performance on that edge against
Check
who
out
will not be named.
Deshaun Johnson
And
versus
it'll be
V12.
2nd and 2 for the U.
The snap by Huff, and
Deshaun
Huff will
Johnson.
keep
They
this
go
to go
again.
to 2.
Verardi
and
won't
stop.
let go.
He's got that engine in him.
There it
Verardi
is.
with the stop.
I won't say his name, but you know who it is again, as per usual.
It's 50, a.k.a. Ferrari, a.k.a. Alex Verardi.
It's
AKA
50,
Whole Crux
a.k.a.
on the U.
Verardi.
Whole Crux? Is that what the word is?
50,
I'm not a Harry Potter
listen,
nerd.
I'm loving it.
Whole
50,
Crux?
a.k.a. Verardi. Bad
Regardless, that's
he went out for a pass. You can't do that
See,
against 50.
That's when you're in the gym and it's leg day or arm day and you're just waiting in between.
Bad play
you
calling.
do the grip strength, because that grip strength right there was the difference between a first down and 3rd and 4 for the U.
Alex Verardi staring down Quattrell Huffin like he was Ja Rule in 03. And it'll be 3rd and 4.
Shouts out to Bren, who said that 50 line.
The snap in trouble. Huffin on 3rd and 4.
And
Can't get a call.
he gets it.
Caught.
Colburn with the catch.
Pat Coburn. They don't call him Smokey
It doesn't
because
get. It
it's
doesn't get the first. He doesn't get the first though.
no, but he keeps that offense
And
alive.
Huff is on
and
the
it looks like
ground.
Quattrell Huffin is down on the sideline.
Wow, nothing about that play looked good for
It
the U.
didn't
but
look good at all. Somehow it got
some
off.
way, I think that he might have gotten the right amount of yardage for the first down.
You think so?
They go with the same play call. They were going to go 3 times in a row with that quarterback run. But when Burton's in your way, you got to
Booby-
shift.
yeah,
And Mook is
Booby-
able to put
oh
him
my
down.
God.
But
Booby
that
Miles with
floater
a bad
seemed like it was
block.
in the air for as long as I talk on these broadcasts.
Right. It was
Forever.
Verardi with the great coverage, by the way. I said his name. 50
He who
push-ups.
shall not be named.
You can't not say his
in
name.
the
He's involved with
conversation.
every defensive play for BIC.
That's
Verardi, boy,
I think he's over 10 tackles.
Regardless
so far
of whether
on the
it's
day.
1st or 4th down,
He's
the
he's
big
there.
development here is if Huff is out of the game, even for a couple of plays, it's so late in the game that not that Moon is any slouch.
No, and Moon is going to call some clean plays, man. I'm telling you, Moon is not a joke.
Ice cream truck on 1st and 10. They give him the first down. The handoff to the
There it
ice cream
is.
truck, and he will plow down through
Ball's
your
out.
neighborhood.
The ball's
out. The ball's out.
BIC gets the
Oh,
ball.
that's big move.
Slide,
Big move.
Big move. Touchdown.
Big Mook might have just won him the game. Big Mook might have just won him the game.
Now, with as many penalties as there are, we're holding our breath to make sure that this
Oh,
stands.
my God. Hold on.
Hold on, though.
Hold on.
Because with only a 2-point lead, BIC, if they do not convert on this extra point, Patterson U can still tie the ball game with a touchdown and
No
extra
flags.
point.
I don't see any flags.
No
So right
flags.
now,
there are no flags.
BIC
Touchdown.
walks out,
BIC.
guys.
Wow.
BIC walks out for the biggest extra point of the season, and if they get 1 point on the
Wow.
board, it's a 2-score game
Big
with 3:40
Mook.
left.
is Michael Jordan's in the finals, bro. This guy in the playoffs has been phenomenal.
He has dominated this playoff, and we see again.
Dwan with the strip. I told
Is
you
he
guys,
down?
Dwan is
Dwan
different.
Williams, ball
He's not
is
balls
out.
Dwan Williams. My God. You guys
What
think he's
a
down?
performance from this BIC
My
defense.
goodness, guys.
And they may have iced their second A7FL championship. A year ago, they fell flat on their face against this man to the left of my left. And now, with 3:49 left to play, 32-24, 3:49, pardon me, that man right there, Big Mook.
Get some Gatorade. You've deserved it.
You deserve it, Mook.
That's that Arctic blast. You need every blast of it.
That was amazing.
Because not only did he get the turnover, guys, he immediately turned into an offensive player and got it into the end zone. So we'll see. I think there was a penalty called there as we were still excited from the end zone.
Delay of game on the offense.
So it'll be a one-point attempt
conversion
from the 10. This is a huge extra point,
This
guys,
is
because
huge.
with Huff on the sideline, it's going to be really tough for this U team to score
Wow.
twice in 3:40. But if
Wow.
the U defense can hold here, they're still only down by one score.
And a lot of people said that you had the momentum, and that one will be
Sterry.
out of play.
Sterry.
That's
So
a tough pass, not
That's
an easy
not
one,
good.
but
That's
he
not
misses.
good. That's
It
not
is
The
good.
U, for everybody that thought that might put a nail in their coffin,
It
guess
still
what?
didn't. It still
it's
didn't.
still open, and they
Wow.
can rise from the dead here with 3:49 left. Don't go anywhere, anyone.
At all. Stay right here.
Even if your
We
wife's
will-
not watching, don't tell her to move.
If you are at home right now and you have a phone in your hand, knowing most of you, you have a phone in your hand, go to your favorite social media platform. DM everyone you know, even that chick you've been trying to shoot your shot to for about a fortnight now. Get them watching us right now, because this is going to be the most climactic football you have seen all year. No matter the alphabet soup of football leagues, this is where you want to be right now if
Honestly.
you love this game.
Honestly, there's nothing else better right now.
I don't care. I don't care what the initials are. These two teams are giving it their all, and with 25 grand on the line, they are giving everything they've got. Untimed down, an opportunity to try to tie this one up. Kyle Ward pushing through the pile, keeps
go
the
for the
ball.
ball again.
Dwan is, listen, that's a smart football player. Dwan Williams is a very smart football player.
And that'll be stopped at the 34-yard line.
And he's just the quintessential glue guy, just doing what he's asked to do. He's not in there just for getting stats or catching touchdowns. He's in there to play football, and every single opportunity so far that Dwan's gotten today, he's made the most of it. So it'll be Huff back in at quarterback. They are only down 8, guys, and as much momentum right now is on BIC's side. One big play from Quattrell Huffin's explosive arm could change the tide once again.
Let's
And
see
with
if Houdini Huff is here, man.
3:49, one timeout, down by 8. Huffin, that's a snap, whistle on the play.
BIC has a huddle out on the defensive side. Ken Stansbury is on the field talking about what play to call.
Timeout called by the BIC, so now both teams with one timeout. The 2-minute warning will be friendly for one of these teams, giving them one of the only breaks they will have all game long.
And that one timeout for both teams just makes this drive that much more important for both teams, because if the U somehow do score, if they take a lot of time, BIC is going to have to hurry up with only one timeout. Now, they're the type of offense that's built for it, and so is the U, really. The U have been a team, in their dynasty, in this season even, that they can strike fast and strike quick. It's interesting, though, and I talk about this all the time, a U that's a team that's known for being unselfish, getting the ball to tons of different guys, and sometimes it doesn't even matter who's in the game. They sometimes function at the highest level. What do you do on a must-win, must-go-to guy? Like, who is that guy for the U? Because so far at times, sometimes it's been Kyle Ward.
Right.
In the history of the U, this resurgence of the U, when they've got the BIC influx with you and Pat Coburn, it's been Pat Coburn. But when you have that question, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult.
1st and 10. The throw almost swatted, and Coburn.
As if he heard you.
Slight gain.
As if he heard you say, hey, get it to Pat. Pat Coburn. I mean, right now, I think it's an amalgamation of what you said. I think it's not just one guy that's going to win the game.
And they have
you have to use
take what the defense
every
gives them,
receiver
and
you
have
have
to make
and go.
make the right decision. But there's always going to be a free rusher here.
The fake screen to throw, caught by
Coburn
Coburn,
again.
and
Coburn
will
again.
get near the 50, inside the 45.
Gotta
Right now, the
respect
U's
him.
going with the 4 wide, 2 offensive linemen, and BIC sending 3 rushers. So for the rest of this drive, if they stay in this formation, BIC is going to have a free man chasing Quattrell Huffin. He's going to have to make a move like
First
that.
down. Quattrell Huffin.
That's-
Quattrell Huffin off the lateral.
Oh,
the
that's a
double
dangerous
lateral.
man.
Cuts
That's a dangerous
through,
man.
Gets down to the 30, and it'll
Okay.
be first down.
Mims with the ball in open space is very dangerous. That's a fast guy.
And if you're watching this game and you're watching the A7FL for the FL for the first time, and you're like, I wish I had this in my town. I wish I was a part of this. Go to a7fl.com/invest for your chance to own a piece of the A7FL. Early bird opportunity, and the early bird not getting the worm as Demar Cisco missing the pass.
And that is
He's gonna
about
beat himself
as
up.
great of a throw
He's
as
gonna beat
anyone
himself
can
up.
ask. He makes the man in front of him jump with the pump fake.
He's gonna beat
goes
himself
with that
up.
patented submarine style throw. And when it hits your receiver in the this is the double pitch play. This is the U at their finest.
Bye-bye.
Here
Hey.
you go, offensive lineman. Go run with it. Air Jamaica. Look like a white panther out there.
The snap on 2nd down. Fakes the screen. In trouble.
Ball's in
Huff
the air.
throws. It's intercepted
Wait,
by the
gonna be-
flag
is
on
it
the
a
Flag,
play.
a penalty on who?
It looks like it's going to be a penalty on BIC.
And he kicks it.
And I don't know why you kick it there
I don't
because
know
then it's
why
a
either.
compounded penalty. It's a dangerous decision
It's
from
a-
Huff to just throw it into the air.
It is.
But
That's not a.
it looks like it's going to be defensive pass interference.
Which will put them at the spot.
If it's pass interference, it's at the spot. If it's holding, then
It's-
it's
okay.
a 5-yard penalty.
And we're at the 2-minute warning too.
The sidearm throw is ridiculous.
Once we get a figure, it is the 2-minute warning, and once we get an understanding of what the play call is, what the penalty is, we'll take a brief timeout. But we'll see here again on the replay, the fake screen, the throw, and I'm trying to figure out
kind
what
of fell.
see what the call is. It looks like it might have been pass interference. Could
a
be
lot of
holding.
touching on JJ there.
Oh, it looks like that might have. Ooh, that one
they call
picked
it
up
on
by number
Dakari
11,
Mims,
Andre
he-
Jasper. And
Ooh,
we'll
they
take
call
a
it Dakari
brief
Mims,
time
it's
out
ideas,
here.
huh?
At the 2-minute warning, it's 32-24, and the BIC have the ball, and they look to be driving and thriving. Can the U pull this one out on the 1-yard line? We'll find out this. Two-minute warning here, 32-24, and Big Rob Fabian, you had a little bit of a prognostication before we came back from break.
I think Moon might take it just straight in behind Deshaun Johnson.
Well, they have to score quick because
D-Train's in.
they have to score quick because they don't have enough time and they don't have enough timeouts. If they don't score here and get the 2, it's a really tough ask for them to put more points on the board.
It is.
Kareem Moon, and if there is overtime, it'll be
Moon's
a
just
Texas
gonna walk it
shootout.
in.
Kareem
Moon's just gonna
Moon
walk it in.
into the end zone, touchdown, makes this a 2-point game.
32-30.
Ruby Miles with the pancake and the sauce, the syrup on top of it.
Now that
Someone asked if they prefer jelly or syrup. He prefers syrup,
syrup, yeah.
and about 6 on the board.
Now, this is huge for the U. They need to convert this too because based on the way the time looks, I don't think they'll have another opportunity unless they somehow miraculously get the 3-on-1 throw-off, which, guys, the U is the only team to do that consistently when they try to this year. So the U is the one team that has play calls for 2-point conversions, and they always have. But those 2-point play calls a lot of times are triple option plays with Moon at the quarterback. Do you put Moon in with your season on the line, with your dynasty on the line from the 10-yard line, or do you bring back Huff, who is a lot of times the reason for this U's team success in the championship runs?
Huff is in.
Montreal Huffin.
The question is, what do you do here?
If I'm
Timeout, and then they burn their last timeout.
That was the worst thing that they can do. They're riding
I would have taken the penalty.
Here.
I would have taken the 5 yards.
Now, if they score here and they tie the ball game, that timeout doesn't matter. But the timeout was their only chance, unless the Trenton BIC completely Tampa Nightcrawlers this.
But then they have Ashante Worthy on an untimed down.
Come on, that's
you have a
dangerous,
minute
too.
54
With
and one
Sterry
timeout.
at the helm. It's too many factors on BIC that make what he just did very.
Well, the first thing
and
that
this is
you
getting
need
into
to
the
do,
longest game in A7FL history territory.
and it should be, because we need more of this in our lives. This is the last game of the season.
Holding on to this with everything we have.
If somehow we get extra football, I'm all for it. No Heidi, and there's no Heidi game here, right?
And we want to thank
cannot
our
have a Heidi
partners at Stadium for sticking and rocking with us, not just all season long, but in this game. So thank you guys for leaning and rocking with us after the timeout. And quickly want to thank the entire crew here of the A7FL. I want to thank John Giovanni, our A1. I want to thank our technical director this afternoon, Zach Morgan. Stats and graphics provided by David Soberman. Our replay operator and the president of the American Sevens Football League is your favorite and mine, Ryan DePaul. Shout out to everybody on camera. And our producer this afternoon is Alexander Boom Boom Shabbat Shalom Soberman. And in the booth, it is Rob Fabian, Corey Hammond. I'm Matt Ryan. And shout out to Jared Wright, our social media editor, a guy who keeps it going, and Elon Singer, a 15-year-old who's got impressive edit skills and joining us on the editing team. And thank you to all of
Good work, young man.
our sponsors, our investors, and people joining with us here.
Yeah, you know whose name we haven't called in a while, guys? And I'm taking a leap here. But we haven't said Dot Boss's name in a while.
We have not.
You think?
And
Dewan, if he comes screaming up here, Dot Boss is right in the middle of the field for the tie.
V12 is on that side too,
you got
man.
D-Mars talking over with
I don't like
with
this.
Huff.
Well, Jumpman Revere at the top of your screen. D-Mart.
The throw keeps it alive.
Oh
Gets
my
it
God!
alive!
Did he get? They got it! They got it!
Kevin Dicey revisiting.
Oh my goodness!
And there it is, Chris Hunter.
Wow!
Pardon me,
Dakari
Mims.
Mims.
And MVP caliber
What?
play when it counts. Dakari Mims ties the game.
What
And
are we
also a shout
witnessing?
out to the man who runs the day-to-day, Shenner Corcuses, and running right through there. That was for you, Shenner. In their
goodness.
tie game as Sunrise turns into sunset.
He just wanted it. He just wanted it more than BIC wanted to stop him. He barely gets it in, and it's a tie ball game. Big Rob is questioning the spot of the ball, as you might have saw his knee touch down there pretty early. You see, normally a guy who knows he scored a touchdown.
And we are getting a review. There is a review of the play.
The season right. Oh, his knee's down. Oh, no. They're going to call it.
Wow.
You guys know me.
Wow.
Which way do I go every time?
You go offense.
So I'm rooting for the U to tie this ball game up.
Knee
This is a great look at it.
Was down.
Stays upright, stays up.
He's down here. Oh, the knee is down before he stretches it out, and everyone in Patterson is going to be really, really grumpy.
Yikes.
Dakari Mims had it, and then just a great heads-up play by the defense. Also, thank you
Campbell.
to everyone watching us in
JJ.
Nevada, watching us in California.
Pitch
Across,
would have been perfect.
and a shout-out
But that's
to
the smart play. I hate when they
our
pitch
head of
it.
marketing,
Oh,
Howard
The
Siddell.
pitch is the smart play there. It is. Unfortunate. It
As
is.
much as we were about to trounce JJ, the number 26 for the defense of BIC, and Kason Campbell, who's had a tough season at corner at times this year, if this play gets overturned, credit to those guys, because I
Kason
just
and JJ.
said that Dakari Mims wanted it more, but if he doesn't get in, this is a zero net sum type of game. If he doesn't get it in, then he didn't want it more than those guys. And credit to the soul toucher if he stopped him.
He stopped him.
Wow, that is huge. This is going to be – and when you have an all-time great game like this, guys, there usually are these types of calls.
Yeah, he should have pitched it.
Because football is the quintessential game of inches, and that's what it comes down to. Wow. That amount of inches is the difference between these two teams.
JJ.
And we're absolutely
What's
going to see the refs
man?
come out here and have to potentially run out of the stadium for the backlash that Ryan Shamar and the guys on the Patterson sideline are going to say.
Listen,
because they don't have the.
But the BIC have the ball, but there's still a lot of time left.
All right, let's walk through this because let's just give the people at home what the possible scenarios are.
If the game is tied.
If it does turn into a 32-30 lead for BIC with the throw-off, the one team in the A7FL, because we do not have the benefit of a traditional onside kick. But think about the 11-on-11 football that you've watched as you see the knees so close to being down, his arm is so close to crossing the line there. Think about the 11-on-11 football that you're used to. How many onside kicks do you see recovered? Very few. The actual percentage, I think, in the A7FL for the sky throw and recover, especially by this Patterson U team because they've kind of patented that move.
The sky throw, right.
It's a higher percentage than the traditional onside kick in 11-on-11 football. So if the Patterson U are down still in this game, they are not out even without a timeout and less than 2 minutes left in this game.
And
this game is so good, we broke
our
the
phone.
TVs. Your phone is broken because this football is so great.
Didn't we promise you guys a great championship?
And if you left, how dare you? There will be a replay power play on Stadium, though.
For sure.
Matt
One
Ryan
way or
joined
another.
by Rob Fabian and Corey Hammond, and guys.
Is all we have to say is that it's still out, that long exhale from both of us. Oh, my God.
It has come down to an Eric Dyson-esque reach.
If you bite your fingernails at home, God bless you because you don't have any more anymore.
Yeah, there's no way you have any
nubs,
fingernails.
they are flesh.
If you pull your hair at home, God bless you because you're bald.
You're bald now.
If you had cardiac problems,
you're probably
we'll
in the
say your
hospital
prayers
watching the
because you're
game.
dead.
They have the game on while you're in the coma.
And if you
This
thought that the A7FL
may
was
be-
fun with the Nightcrawlers coming up with a way to finally lose against the rare breed,
Wow.
Goodness.
I will not let that
Oh,
go.
you're
talk
playing
about this
next
10
season,
years.
right?
I
You're
can't
playing
wait
next
to play
season,
them.
right?
Please, week 1, whoever I play for, I want to play the Tampa Nightcrawlers, and we'll play 60 minutes, and they'll lose in the 59th.
Woo-wee!
But let's talk about the game here.
The
Front
greatest
and
game in
center.
A7FL history. I'm going to say it right
No,
now.
It is.
It depends
And
on
it's
how
not
this
just
one
an
ends.
ending. And we don't even know what the ending
know what
is
the
We
ending
yet.
have another minute 46.
Somebody's yelling from the stands talking about overtime, but that must be a
This
U
is
fan.
the best championship I've ever watched.
Yeah.
There's been some
And-
tight ones.
Yeah, 2019 was a close one.
The BIC Chiefs of 2016 was tight.
The call is overturned. It is it is not a conversion. They do not
Please,
convert.
Patterson, please don't riot. You still have a chance.
There's a minute 46 left to play. And the Patterson U,
Man.
their defense is about to have to answer the call of calls, gentlemen. And are
is
they able to
BIC
stop them on
Are
4
they
plays?
mature enough to just let this run out and win the championship, or are they going to go play action and go for the jugular? Because everyone knows in the A7FL, it's all about the play action jugular when the game is on the line.
That's the same sigh I got to
You know
let
what I
out
mean?
because if I'm going with what I'm watching and the characteristics
And
of these
there
guys,
it is again,
yeah,
that
that's
knee coming
not.
down.
If Sterry Codrington throws the ball on this drive, good for them because they have the confidence and the other parts of their anatomy to do so. But with no timeouts and courage on your sideline.
Who's throwing the ball off for the Patterson U?
It has to be Huff, and he has to sky it because
That's what I'm saying is like now you have the most dangerous thrower in the sport.
You need speed, you need the throw.
And there's a minute 54 on the clock.
Well, and you better have somebody with sure hands catching it because if they put a guy back there that fumbles or stumbles, and that's the reason that BIC loses this championship
if you don't have
opportunity,
Ashante Worthy out there right
then
now.
they're not going to hear the end of it for them.
if they don't have,
as long as I will talk about how the Tampa Nightcrawlers blew a game, BIC is going to have to go even longer.
Oh my God! If they don't have Ashanti out there, you're
If
bugging.
Ashante Worthy is not
bugging.
out there right now,
Whoever's
You're
out
bugging.
there,
It better be
look
worthy.
into the play,
and
look
look
into
at
the rule
Quattro
book and see
Huffin.
if you can call for a fair catch because that's the smart way to go.
Clatro Huffin is throws it off from the 35. He is lined up at the 20, and it is Ashante Worthy throwing it off.
And he might be lined up a little bit too far back.
And there we see
There's
again
that next
on
level
the
stats,
replay.
the IBM look into, it's going to be a sky throw.
Why not let it fly?
Throws this one up, and it is a
Go get it.
high arcing ball. It has to clear the 25 to be a live ball. It's a live ball.
It didn't clear on the air, the 25, so it will be a running
flag.
start.
Oh.
The opportunity for you and all of the Patterson U fans dwindling now.
Now they have to get it stopped. They have lost. They have no timeouts. They have 1:54 left to play. And let's see again on the freeze frame.
Yeah, he's down, man.
And for
There's no
everyone that's going to
debating.
say, say that the refs were part of this.
No.
If the refs don't make that call, then what they're taking away from is the effort from Kason Campbell and
Kason and
JJ,
JJ.
Soul Toucher, because as much as we wanted it to be a tie ball game and potentially get bonus football,
yeah, of course,
you
of
have
course.
to honor what was actually
What
done
actually
on the
happened,
field,
right.
and great
Agreed.
officiating done by
Agreed.
Will Franklin and his crew, as always.
The
And
hardest job in the A7FL is to be an official, because the amount of scrutiny they go under.
What's happening? Something's happening.
And so what should happen on the penalty is that BIC has the opportunity from the 25 to return it.
Unless what?
It's going to be an interesting call here as we just praise the refs. Let's see what they call here. Everyone's confused. There's so much on the line right now. Not only
I feel like they're going to try
He
to
waved
feed
it
the ball,
off. If Ashante Worthy waved off the ball,
which he did.
Yeah, but the rule technically is it has to travel in the air to the 25.
and we're waiting on the official ruling right now. If it goes, it's got to travel the yards on the fly. It has
It's
to
one of
get
those
to the
if
25
then
yards
but
on the fly.
situations. But regardless, BIC
Yikes.
does have the
If
ball.
he waved the fair catch, he has to catch it. Is that what we're saying?
I believe that's
According
the
to
rule.
what they're making up on the fly,
This is nasty.
because
here.
this is such
This is
And
nasty
now on
situation.
the 1 yard
oh
line,
my God.
Sterry
I'm gonna-
Codrington has
Do not
99
fumble,
yards
sir.
to pay
Young
dirt.
sir.
You couldn't write a better movie. Codrington will cut a field. Codrington will go down
And a
and
smart
stay in
play to
bounds.
stay in
Denied.
bounds. Tick, tick, tick,
smart,
and the
super
U is
They
holding
have no
on, waiting
timeouts?
for a mistake. Because with those timeouts, they're
That timeout
waiting
was-
for a mistake.
So was that
And
timeout stupid?
in retrospect, when
I
you
almost
don't
said that like I'm
score
from
on a
Baltimore.
quick screen,
That
because if you're
timeout
gonna,
stupid?
well, here's the thing, it was stupid because they didn't call some kind of design play with a lot of
Yeah, right.
talking to it. It was a quick screen. They could have just went with that from the rip. Tick, tick, tick.
This is a victory formation.
And
I
now
don't
this
think
is
these guys
smart from BIC. If they're able to wind this clock down and get one more first, it's obviously game.
2nd and 4.
And now another
Whistle
40
on the
seconds.
play.
Another 40 seconds down. It'll bring up third down. And it's just a formality at this point.
3rd and 4.
Somehow BIC could lose this if they really try their hardest and put on their Tampa Nightcrawler hat. Sorry, guys. One more shot.
The only way they can.
If there's a turnover or an incompletion or some boneheaded decision because BIC wants to stick it to the
There
because
also
of the
could
rivalry,
be a delay of game penalty. That could happen.
and
That
then
could.
the clock stops, but then it starts again when you start the timer again, so then it would be the same
I
thing.
don't
'Cause it's
think they'd
third
risk it.
down. There's no way for them to stop the clock. And that
Wow, there's a
should
flag.
do
That-
it.
a flag on the play.
On
and it's on the
offense?
BIC.
Are they kidding?
As soon
No,
as
no,
we're ready
no.
to crown a champion, a mistake made again.
And it's a flag on the BIC, and it will put them at the 3-yard line.
Now they still just can't. Sterry's better be careful. He better know
this
that his heels are on the end zone.
Right.
If he goes into the end zone
And
and
takes
takes
a
a knee,
knee.
it's a tie ball game.
And he drops down at the 2, and this one
That's it. I
is
think.
all over.
That's
the
it, ladies and
Trenton
gentlemen.
BIC,
Wow.
after being denied at the dance a year ago, Sterry Codrington and Ashante Worthy, Alex Ferrardi, John Columbia, Cardell Wachter, and more importantly, Courage Mosey have ripped the baton from the hands of the Patterson U, and they are your A7FL champions, and they have had an undefeated season.
Amazing game.
This is pro football.
What an amazing game. What an amazing season.
game.
And if you thought this was it, wait till next year. If you are interested in becoming part of this type of fun, this type of football, why don't you go invest in this league?
Go to A7FL.com. Go to startengine.com/A7FL. That's startengine.com/A7FL. When we return, we hand out a trophy, we hand out a check. The BIC get 25 racks, and we will be back in a moment. This is the A7FL Championship. The BIC have reached the mountaintop, and we celebrate after this.
Told me to head over to you. What? I got you. You want me to tell them to kind of make their way over here?
What I was saying was the hey, Ryan. Check. No, I'm checking the mic for the interviews. Can you hear me? Check. Check.
We are back here live. It is the A7FL Championship on Stadium. And it has been a close and contentious season, and it came down to the goal line. It came down to 2 points and less than an inch. One knee decided this one, but the BIC, after the greatest game in A7FL history, have reached the mountaintop and have become A7FL champions for the second time. What a game, what a day. In a moment, we will be throwing to Corey Hammond at the championship trophy and championship presentation. We are up here in the booth here with an insane game and an even more insane ending. You can see the celebration on the field. You can witness the agony of defeat and the joy of victory. I am Matt Ryan calling the game for you from the booth. You see the team, the Trenton BIC, on the sideline as they are getting ready to celebrate and hold up the A7FL Championship for the second time in the 8-year history of the A7FL. And we are going to go to that championship presentation in just a moment. You see the teams and their families celebrating winning the $25,000 guaranteed to the winner of the A7FL Championship from our $50,000 prize pool. And we are so grateful that you joined us not just today but all season long. And we are so grateful that you guys are here with us. And whether you are watching on Stadium, whether you are watching no matter where you are around the world, this has been a game for the ages. And Rob Fabian, all I can say is, when's next season starting?
After this season, I'll retire again. This is extreme. This is a lot, man. My little heart can't take all of this. What a game.
And thank you to everybody who's been watching and following along on social media. Before we go off the air tonight, we will announce our A7FL Championship MVP. Rob, if you had a pick, who
Alex Verardi. There's no bias in what I'm saying. They can scream Sterry till the cows come home. They can talk about any and everyone. Alex Verardi is MVP. He doesn't play the way he did today, they do not win, period.
And we see the team getting ready out there on the sideline, the Trenton BIC. And we will go to them in just a second once we know everything is set.
All right.
Let's take a look at the final stats, though. Big Rob, 186 yards rushing, 184 passing, 370 total yards for the Patterson U. 2 turnovers, though. That is the biggest number of the afternoon.
And that's the one that made the difference.
The fuck out of nothing.
262 yards
you guys
rushing,
were gonna be a little bit more
213 yards passing, 475 total yards,
That's a lot of
105
yards,
yards being the total difference between both of these teams.
And was the key to this game. The team with the most mistakes always loses, Ryan. There's no question about it. BIC definitely wanted it more. I can't even say that they wanted it more.
Both of these teams
That's
wanted
such a disrespect to the game I just watched to say BIC wanted it more.
If you can't say any of these teams wanted it anymore. These two teams proved that they belonged in the A7FL Championship and that they belonged here and that they deserved to play in this title game. And right now, it has been an amazing game and an amazing season. And your first chip on this side of the broadcast.
Right. And it's surreal because I was just last year, I was on the other side, celebrating, drinking the champagne, touching the trophy. To be here and witness such a great game. I'm pretty sure you guys had the same experience last year because that was a great game as well. It was It was a great back and forth. Well-deserved win. These guys fought hard. Like, some of those plays that were made were necessary plays to get these guys a championship.
And I think we are ready on the field for the championship presentation and the trophy presentation and the check presentation to Carl Meisner and the Trenton BIC, your 2022 A7FL champions. You see them out there.
Should be proud.
And once we get clearance, we will throw down to them on the field. But what a game. What a season. What a moment for these guys. We saw them in 2021 try to run the table, fell short twice against the Patterson U, and we asked if they could beat them 3 times.
And they answered.
And it came down to a 2-point conversion. That was the difference between these two teams. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised a year from now, Rob, when we're back here for the A7FL Championship, that these two teams play it one more time and we have a rubber match.
You think they have one more in them?
I think you know, this might be emboldening to a lot of those Patterson U players who are on the fence, who are wondering whether or not to come back. But if
this puts a little fire in me, Matt.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You ready to go back on the field?
I might want to play again, Matt. I might want to play again.
But but if we are ready to go down to the field, all right, we'll go down to the field in 1 minute, and
who's your MVP, Matt?
Alex Verardi.
Verardi?
It's Alex Verardi. 10 penalties.
He was gonna
10 tackles.
10 tackles.
Yeah.
Really?
Over 10 tackles so far today.
Tackles for loss, crucial sacks. One of his sacks is the reason why the U couldn't push the offense for it. I'm telling you, there's no question in my mind who the MVP is.
And we will now throw to the A7FL trophy presentation. Let's go to Corey Hammond.
Be quiet. If they weren't scared of you guys dropping F-bombs. Guys. We gotta hear.
So we're here with the 2022 A7FL champion, BIC. Too long to celebrate. We're joined by not only the cast of characters, by all these great fans of BIC. We got Stokes rocking. Let me just hand it off to my man, Ken Stansberry. How does it feel, bro?
You know when they gave me the mic, they shouldn't have did it. Day by day, we get better and better. Until we can't be beat. And we won't be beat. And we won't be beat. BIC. Undisputed on that. Undefeated. Hand my man his trophy, man. That's their shit.
Go ahead, get my man. There's a lot of guys here for BIC that have won before. But I think we can all say that this young core that's going to be going on to the future, we can expect not only to see some great football like we saw today, Steri, how many years you going to hold this, brother? Ashanti, let's go. CP3 real quick, we talked at your pregame. Offense has done great all year for this team. Matt Riddick, I see, is making an appearance, scoring touchdowns. But what you said really held true is that the defense was, we got guys like Big Mook, guys like he who will not be named. He's got a nickname in Voldemort. He who will not be named, Berardi. How does it feel once again to be back on the mountaintop?
Honestly, man, it's been a long time. It's been 6 years coming. But like I said before the season, this is the best BIC team that's ever assembled in history. And defense win championships, and we're coming back next year for another one. Let's go. Come on, baby.
Courage, you're a fan favorite in this league. Everybody knows that you are this. Let him go, let him go. Yo, you didn't even break a sweat all season. Thank you for showing up today and breaking a little bit of sweat playing that current BIC football.
Address me as such. Address me as such.
Moving forward, you guys look like you're set up. What are you going to take from today to move forward so that you guys can repeat next year?
Shit, this bond, this family, this special family. We don't need no extras. We locked in. We locked in.
We don't want no new friends. We don't want no new friends.
No new friends.
If you was over there, stay over there. Stay over there.
We the best, honestly. It's just straight like that. We the best. Who you know beating three times in a row?
Well, I think we can all say at this point. I think we can all say at this point, after beating them 3 times out of 3 times in 2022.
The third time's a charm, man. The third time's a charm.
BIC is the better team in 2022 than
Why you do that?
All right, thank you so much, Corey Hammond. You can see them celebrating, and no better way to leave it than on a high note. Big Rob Fabian, it's been fun riding with you, my man. Until next season, Corey Hammond will be sitting here with us. Until next season, if you haven't fell in love with this league, what is wrong with you? Till next season, that's Rob Fabian. That was Corey Hammond. I'm Matt Ryan. Invest in the A7FL.
See you next year.
Said we was gonna lose in the chip. Yep. They said you wasn't gonna be a big part of the team. Nope. They said I was gonna be on the sideline. Yep. I think I caused the false fumble. Yep. And one more thing. I think I'm undefeated.
And I promise this is the last and I'm out of here. Ashanti Worthy, you've been known as Hollywood. I called your touchdown in the front corner because you know when you line up in that slack, you know, that tight to the line, you're going to run that out. How's it feel, man? 2 years in the league, now not only are you a Hollywood, but you're a championship man.
Hey, heavy. I ain't gonna lie, I've been getting my blood since